When I was 16 years old, I got my first job working at a Walmart. It was about 10 minutes away from my parents' house where I lived at the time. I was in high school and would work sometimes after classes were over or on weekends. During this time, I did not have a car, and my parents would drive me to and from work. I was hoping to earn enough money from my Walmart job over time to possibly buy a car. A couple of months after I started working there, I had a shift one night. I started at 4 p.m. after school and got off at 9 o'clock. I was a cashier and was at the check lanes for my entire shift. Things pretty much went by as usual. The store was not too busy, and there was really only 2 hours where there were a lot of customers. Other than that, it was fairly quiet. I actually was able to get off a little bit early that night. At about 8:45, my manager told me that I could leave now because things were so quiet. I left the check lanes and went to the employees-only area of our store to clock out. Then I texted my mom, letting her know that I was off early. She knew that I worked until 9, and sometimes I would get off a little bit early or later. My mom replied quickly, letting me know that she would be leaving to come and get me. I left the store and walked to the front of it. There were a few benches looking out to the parking lot on the sidewalk area over there. There were also a couple of small plants and trees as well, scattered around. I sat next to this tree on a bench, where I would often sit and wait for my mom to pick me up if she wasn't there already. I went on my phone and just waited. The parking lot was pretty quiet for the most part by now. It was getting to be a little bit later at night. Still, occasional customers would come inside the store or leave. There were also a lot of cars in the parking lot with all of the employees we had, as well as the customers. I remember seeing this one car, which was a larger and older-looking SUV, enter the parking lot. It drove around, and then drove right in front of the entrance doors, which were a little ways to my left. Then it slowly went forward and past me, going to the other set of doors. I watched it go past those doors and take a left, going back through the parking lot. I really didn't think much of it and focused my attention back to my phone. But I remember a couple of minutes later, looking up and seeing the car again. It was back, as if it was taking another lap around the parking lot. It was also moving at a very slow speed. This time, the car came to one of the parking aisles and then turned to go towards me again. It drove along the front of the store and slowed down some more. Then it stopped, literally right in front of me. I had a sort of bad feeling about it for some reason, but I was more confused than anything. This certainly wasn't my mom's car. After the SUV stopped, the passenger side window, which was closer to me, rolled down. Now I could see that there was a man in the driver's seat and he was looking right at me. He then yelled to me, asking if I needed a ride. The man said that he could drive me home or to wherever I was going. I shook my head and told him no thanks. I didn't get a good look at the guy, but I remember that he had sort of dark and long hair and was wearing a baseball cap. He said that I should go with him and waved me over. I still said no, but the man did not drive away. I thought he would leave, but for a few moments he just sat there. Then, suddenly, his driver's door opened up and the man started walking around the car. The next thing I knew, I saw the guy emerge from behind his car and he was walking right towards me. He was moving at a fast pace, and I quickly got up from the bench. I turned and ran for the entrance of Walmart and didn't look back. I made it inside within probably 10 seconds, and then I finally looked behind me. The man had not followed me into the store. I didn't see him immediately outside either, and figured that he had gone back to his vehicle. I remained inside the store, sitting on an inside bench until my mom texted me that she was there. She arrived about 5 minutes after I had entered the Walmart and let me know that she was in the parking lot out front. I walked out and saw my mom's car and got inside of it. When I did, I felt much better. I told her about what had happened and we looked around. Then I saw the same SUV in the parking lot. This time it was parked in a space and the engine was running. We left and luckily were not followed or anything. I remember that when we got home, I called my boss and reported the incident. I'm not sure if the guy ever came back or anything. For the rest of the time that I worked there, nothing like that happened and I never saw the guy either. This took place back when I was in high school. During that time, I would walk to school and back every day. I had the option to ride the bus, but I preferred to walk. It would only take me about 10 minutes because we lived close to the school, so I enjoyed it, and the neighborhood was usually pretty quiet. I don't recall the exact time of year that this was, but I know that when I was walking to school in the morning, it was completely dark outside. So it was a tiny bit creepy because of how dark and quiet it was, but nothing strange ever happened until one day. I would usually be the only person walking to school in the area. On this morning in particular, I was walking at my usual time. The route that I would take was to walk to the end of my street and then walk along the sidewalk of a slightly busier street. The surroundings was a neighborhood on one side and somewhat of a wooded area on the other side. I was on pace to arrive at school about 15 minutes before my first class started, which was typical for me. As I was on the sidewalk, a little bit over halfway there, I was all by myself. But soon, I heard footsteps behind me. This seemed to come out of nowhere, and it was also very unusual for anything like this to happen, so I looked behind me. I thought that maybe another student was walking to class like I was, but instead, I saw this taller man who appeared to be maybe 20 years old or so, probably a little bit older. I did not know who he was. I continued my walk to the high school, and I was almost there. But the farther I went, the man remained a short ways behind me. He was probably about 40 feet back. Within a few minutes, though, he was closer, and looked to be about 20-something feet behind. This made me a little bit worried. I knew that he didn't go to my school, and I walked this route every single day, and had never seen him before. Soon, though, I could see my school in sight. It was pretty quiet out front, because I was a little bit early. I walked faster and faster, but the man behind me still seemed to be gaining on me. When I was just a few hundred feet from the school, I actually started jogging there. I know that it might have seemed weird, but the guy behind me was really making me nervous. I did not sense him running after me. I didn't look back behind me until I had made it to the front door of the school. When I did, I saw the man, and he was still walking in my direction, but not really that close. So I went inside the school, and I felt safe in there. I went to my locker, and then headed to my first period class. Then everything seemed like a normal school day. My classmates arrived, and the teacher started class. Things were going normal, until probably about halfway through that class period. That's when the phone rang in the classroom, and my teacher answered it. She then told us that the school was being locked down. Then she locked the classroom door and turned out all the lights. We were allowed to stay in our desks though. However, the lockdown really didn't last that long. Maybe 20 minutes after it started, it was lifted. Of course, we were all trying to figure out what the reason for the lockdown was, and at first, nobody seemed to know. But as the school day went on, by probably third period, I heard the reason. There was a man that was seen in the school during first period. He was wandering the hallways, and when questioned by a hall monitor, he fled. The man ended up leaving the school, but the place was locked down until they were sure that he was off the premises. It made me think of the man that had followed me to the school. He very easily could have walked in right after me. When I heard about it, I decided to go to the principal's office and tell my story of what had happened. I didn't have a great description of the guy, but the principal told me that it seemed to match up. I didn't know if the man was targeting me or just going to the school. Either way, I was creeped out by the whole thing, and also really glad that he was now gone. My parents ended up being informed about what had happened, and they had me ride the bus home from school that day. After I got home, I spoke with my parents about it some more, and we decided that I would not walk to school anymore. I would be riding the bus to and from school. For the next week and a half or so, everything was fine. Then, one morning, I woke up late and missed the bus. I had to wake up a little bit earlier than I had been in order to make the bus. Now, on this morning, my parents had already left for work. I didn't know what else to do, so I decided to walk to school. I figured that it would be fine. I mean, the one time that a guy followed me was probably a freak thing. That's what I was thinking. So, as I was walking to school, it was dark out, and I made my way to about the same spot where I noticed the man the previous time. Well, on this morning, I once again started to hear footsteps behind me. I looked back, thinking there was no way this guy was there again, but he was. He was walking rather quickly too. I immediately picked up my pace and started walking faster than I had been before. Pretty soon, the man was gaining on me still, and I could hear it. There was no way that I was going to walk faster than him. I was going to start running, but it sounded like he already was. I turned around and saw the guy jogging straight towards me. When I saw this, I realized that I wouldn't be able to get away. The man finally slowed down and got right up to me. I reached into my pocket for the pepper spray that I now carried ever since the last time. I pulled it out and the man started to grab me. That's when I held up the pepper spray and got him right in the face. This caused him to let go of me. I then turned and ran the rest of the way to school. When I got there, I called the police. They came out to the school, and once again the entire place got locked down. I went to my first hour class, and the lockdown lasted for over an hour. When it was lifted though, I got word that the man was found hiding on school property and was arrested. It was a huge relief. Looking back, it's still the scariest moment of my life. I don't know why that guy was always following me, but it was very creepy. This happened not that long ago. I went to the grocery store one night that was kind of near my house. It was only like 10 minutes away. I was inside the grocery store for maybe 30 minutes. Inside, things were not very busy, and it was maybe 9 p.m. When I left the grocery store, I went back to my car, which was parked at about the middle of the parking lot. There were cars scattered all around, but not too many. I noticed that there was a car parked right next to mine though that wasn't there before. I only really noticed it because there were lots of open spaces around it. The car parked next to mine was a silver-colored sedan. I didn't pay it much attention and started loading my groceries into the back of my car. But when I was just about done, I glanced over at the car that was parked next to me and noticed somebody sitting in the driver's seat. It appeared to be a man, and he was wearing a clown mask. This mask in particular was really creepy looking. It wasn't one of those cheap ones, but a really detailed one. I didn't know why he was wearing it, because it wasn't anywhere near Halloween. It just seemed kind of random and odd. He wasn't looking at me though. I put my cart back and then went to my driver's door and got inside. It was then that I looked over and noticed that the clown guy was looking right at me from inside his car. He didn't wave or move or anything, but was just staring in my direction. I smiled at him, figuring that it was some kind of a joke. Then I started my engine and drove away. As soon as my car started, he started his car as well. When I began driving, he did the same. I watched his car follow mine to the end of the parking lot, and I was worried. Immediately, it seemed like this clown guy was trying to follow me. I left the parking lot and went onto a quiet road, and then that one took me to a busier one. The clown drove behind me the whole way. The roads were pretty quiet with it being later at night. There was not a good chance that he could get stuck in traffic trying to follow me or something. If it was rush hour, that might have been a possibility. Instead, he easily stayed on my tail as I drove down the highway. After maybe 5 minutes there, I was getting worried of what I would do. I couldn't let this guy follow me all the way back home. So when I was driving, I called my boyfriend to tell him the situation. He was really confused when I told him a clown was following me on the highway. He thought I was joking at first and started laughing. I told him that I was serious and this was not a joke. Still, he didn't seem to take it as serious as I was. I told him that I was going to drive to his house. My boyfriend's house is about 5 minutes away from mine. He said that was fine with him and told me not to worry about it. I did feel a little bit better knowing he wasn't too concerned, but still, this clown guy was really creeping me out. It's one thing to dress as a clown later at night, but it's another to follow somebody home. Several minutes later, I exited the highway, followed by the clown. Then I took a quiet road for about a mile before the turnoff for my boyfriend's street. When I turned, the clown behind me did as well. The street was very quiet at this time of night. My boyfriend's house was about halfway down the street and on the right side. When I reached it, I began pulling into the driveway. It seemed as though the clown was going to do the same thing. That's when I saw the door to the house open and my boyfriend running out. He was wearing a clown mask of his own, one that he wore at a Halloween party a couple of years ago. He was holding a yellow wiffle ball bat as well and waving it around like a crazy person. The clown in the car behind me started pulling into the driveway and then stopped. My boyfriend was screaming like a madman and went running straight for the clown's car behind me. Then the clown backed out and drove away before my boyfriend could reach him. I got out of the car and asked my boyfriend if he was out of his mind, I couldn't believe what he was doing. He took his mask off and started laughing, calling the other clown a wimp for running away. We went inside after that, and I ended up being really glad that he did that. It could have been extremely dangerous though. Who knows who that guy in the clown mask was and what he wanted? Maybe that was just his way of disguising himself, and me being a young woman, he was trying to stalk me. I'm really not sure, but I'm glad that my boyfriend considered the whole thing one big joke. He told me that he thought of the idea when I told him I was going to his place. He remembered the clown mask and thought he would out-clown the clown. I'm really glad that it worked. When I was a junior in high school, our school welcomed a foreign exchange student from Romania. His name was Adrian, and he was at our school for about a month. At first, I didn't think much of him. We'd sit together in the cafeteria, and he'd tell stories about his life back home. But something felt off about him. The thing that I noticed was that he would never talk about his family, even though people were interested and wanted to learn more about him. He would change the topic every time it was brought up. One week, we were partnered for a project in school. While we worked throughout the week, I noticed how he always seemed distracted. Many times he'd pull out his phone and type furiously, and sometimes even talk voice memos into his phone, speaking angrily in Romanian. I asked him about it, wanting to make sure everything was okay, but he just brushed it off, saying he was checking in with friends. Also, he began showing up at school with really nice clothing sometimes, or would have something with him which people would wonder how he had the money for that. A prime example is when he showed up one day with an expensive motorized scooter. He never talked about his family to us, but people just assumed that they must be rich and would often send him money or gifts to help him feel more comfortable in a different country. After he began going to school with us for a month now, one day police showed up at our school. They pulled him out of class, saying he was being arrested for credit card scams, which would explain all the nice things that he had. We all watched in confusion as he tried to flee and escape from the cops. It was later revealed that he had murdered and stolen the identity of a boy back in Romania who was supposed to be the foreign exchange student coming to our school. This guy who went to high school with us every day for a month, and we were kind of friends with, was a murderer and committed many other crimes. He was actually 25 years old, not 17 like he claimed. After that whole scenario, our school put the foreign exchange program on hold. It ended up being a tough time for a lot of students who had been friends with this guy. We were all not only sad about what happened to the foreign exchange student we were supposed to have met, but also freaked out that we had spent a month of school with a criminal. All in all, it was just a very strange and scary thing for this guy to do, and I'm glad that he got caught so soon. I travel quite a bit for my job, and most of the time I drive myself. It takes me all over the country, and typically I enjoy it a lot, but I've had some interesting experiences. One of those happened 2 years ago now. I was driving home, but still a good distance away. I was somewhere in Arkansas, I believe, in seemingly the middle of nowhere. For some reason, I was not on the highway, but a quieter road. I don't recall if there was construction or if I took a wrong turn or what, but on both sides of the road was just grass and occasionally trees or woods. I remember that my signal went out on my phone. Obviously, I had directions on my phone, but they soon went away with my signal. Nothing would load, and I had to just hope that I was going in the right direction. Soon it became later and later at night. I hadn't booked a hotel, but had been planning to do so when I stopped for gas. Eventually, I remember that my car made a noise, and I realized that I was running low on gas. Meanwhile, I still had no service. The last thing I wanted was to be stranded out here with no signal and no fuel. I decided that I would take the next exit and hope that there was a gas station up ahead. So about a mile later, I saw a road on the right that looked promising. I turned down it and started driving. Soon I saw a sign for a gas station, but it was down yet another road. The sign said that it was 4 miles down that road. It seemed pretty far, but I could make it, so I drove the 4 miles and soon arrived at the gas station. When I got there, I saw that it was certainly in the middle of nowhere. There were some trees and wild land around it, but other than that, there were no other businesses or anything nearby. I parked next to one of the gas pumps, and I checked my phone. It still had no service. I looked to the convenience store connected to the gas station, but it was closed. Luckily, I could still get gas. I got out of my car, and it was crazy how quiet it was. I started fueling my car, and I looked around. There were no other cars driving by or anything. But when I was looking around, I looked into the direction of the small convenience store building. There was a man standing kind of behind it and on the side. He appeared to be looking right at me. I was wondering who he was and what he was doing there. It was really sketchy. I couldn't see many details about the man because of how dark it was and how far away he was from me. I looked away and casually looked elsewhere. But I had a bad feeling about the guy and thought about being done getting gas even though the tank wasn't full. However, I was in the middle of nowhere and knew that I needed the fuel, so I let it run. I looked back over to the direction of the man and he was still there and still looking at me. This was creepy to say the least. Just when my gas tank was full, I started to take the pump out and noticed the man disappear behind the building. I was glad that he was gone and also wondered what he was doing. I got inside my car, breathing a sigh of relief. Then I started the engine and checked my phone yet again for service. I still had nothing. I was about to drive away when I noticed a car driving around from behind the gas station, and I don't even think that car had been on the road. I'm pretty sure behind the building was just dirt. I realized that it was likely the man that had been watching me. I started to drive away and saw the headlights of the car behind me. When I left the parking lot, the car followed me. Now I was once again really creeped out. Whoever this guy was following me. It seemed like he had his brights on as well. I couldn't tell any details of what the guy looked like. I moved over to the side of the road, hoping that he would pass me, but he stayed on me. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't drive to a police station because I didn't know where any of them were. I also didn't have any service on my phone, so I couldn't call the police or look up directions to anywhere. At least I had a full tank of gas though. I would have to just drive and hope to find a place that I could go or lose the tail of the car. I drove back towards the highway that I had previously been on. But after going straight for a while, I panicked and turned. When I drove down that street a little ways, I turned again. I really had no clue where I was going. I just felt like if I turned a lot, maybe the guy behind me would get tired of following me. He didn't seem to though, and remained right on my tail. Eventually, I made it to a slightly larger and busier road. However, nobody else was out. I didn't see a single other vehicle. The guy remained right behind me as I drove down this road for a while. Soon, I turned again, and I turned at just about every single opportunity that I got. After driving around and randomly turning for probably 15 more minutes, I decided to just go straight for a while. I didn't know where I was, but honestly, I was tired of turning. I drove down that street for a few minutes. Then, suddenly, the car behind me just turned onto a random road. I had to look twice, and I couldn't believe my eyes, but it was finally gone. I kept driving, and then I turned onto another road in case the car changed its mind. From there, I checked my phone, but still had no service. I decided to just keep driving down that road until I got a signal again. It took me almost an hour, but finally I had coverage. I first looked up directions to a nearby town. I found a hotel room and then called the police and reported the whole situation. I'm not sure if that man was ever located. I still wonder who he was and what he was doing, and I'm really glad that I made it out of there okay.
This happened just a couple of weeks ago when I went to Walmart one night. I think it was about 8 o'clock, and I went there to only get a few things. When I got inside the store, it seemed pretty normal to me. It wasn't too busy, and it wasn't completely dead either. I didn't waste any time and started walking to the right. The first thing on my list was to get some more soap. As I was walking down that way, I remember seeing a man walking in the opposite direction. He was wearing a shirt that said "human mammal" on it. I specifically remember seeing that. But afterwards, I passed him by and kept walking. After getting the soap, I then headed towards the back end of the store. I was over there getting the last several items, and it took me a little bit over 5 minutes. Then I headed back towards the front end of the store. When I made it a little more than halfway to the front, that particular area was very quiet. But there was one person there, and they caught my attention. It was the man that I had seen earlier, and he was standing in a random aisle, just pushing things off the shelf. It was like he was trying to make a mess. The man had slightly long dark hair, was somewhat big, and a little bit less than 6 feet tall. When I saw him doing this, I couldn't help but look. I was going to just keep walking past him, but when I got kind of close to him, I stopped. The man looked at me as he continued throwing things on the floor. I asked him what he was doing. I didn't say it in a way as if I worked at Walmart or as if I was mad at him. I was just genuinely curious. The man looked at me as I spoke, but did not stop his actions. After my question, he looked away and completely ignored me. I looked around and did not see any employees in the immediate area. When I looked back to the man, he was giving me the middle finger. I thought about saying something to the guy, but decided not to and just walked away. Somebody would see what he was doing soon enough, and he would probably get kicked out of the store or banned. I walked the rest of the way over to the self-checkouts. Then I checked out and started to leave. Well, I guess as I was checking out, the man in the human mammal shirt walked over to me without me knowing, because as soon as I was walking into the parking lot, I looked back and saw the guy walking behind me. He was like 50 feet back, and at first, I wasn't sure if he just happened to be leaving at the same time as me or not. I don't even know why I decided to look behind me, but I'm glad that I did. The guy appeared to be looking right at me, which was strange, but I ignored it. I continued as normal and got to my car, unlocked it, and went inside. I wasn't in a rush to leave or anything, but when I started the engine and was getting ready to back out, I saw him. The human mammal had followed me all the way to my car and was now standing right behind it. He was looking at me through the rear window of my vehicle. I waited for about a minute, and he didn't move at all. Then I rolled down my window and yelled to the guy, asking him to move. He ignored me completely. He just stood there with barely any expression on his face. This guy was really confusing to me. I honked my horn, and he still didn't move. So then, I turned my engine off and got out of my car. At first, the man still didn't move. I asked him what his problem was, and he still ignored me. I wasn't really sure what to do. I didn't want to get in the guy's face or anything because he seemed sort of unpredictable. I decided to walk back inside Walmart. As I went through the parking lot, the man calmly walked behind me, following me yet again. By the time I made it to the doors, he was maybe 10 feet behind me. When I walked inside, I wasn't really sure where to go, so I just started walking. But when I made it sort of past the self-checkouts, I saw a few employees standing around. The man behind me was still about 10 feet back, and one of the employees approached him. He tried to walk past, but another employee walked in front of him. I heard that they were confronting him about throwing things off the shelves of the aisles. Somebody must have seen him, or possibly he was seen on security cameras. This allowed me to get away from the guy, and I turned around and left the store while he was still there. This time, he wasn't able to follow me. I left and haven't seen him since. Hopefully he was banned from the store or something. I'm really not sure why he did all of that. It was like he was just trying to cause problems.
This is something that happened a long time ago when I went to my local library. It was probably the year 2000. I remember that I was going there to get some educational books. The internet was around back then, but you couldn't quite just Google whatever you wanted to know like that. The more common method for me was to go to the library and check out books on the topic. So anyways, I drove down to the library, which was maybe 5 minutes from my house. I went inside, and it was a little bit later. I think they closed soon. I just know that I was about the only person inside. The library was somewhat large, and I made my way to the aisle of bookshelves of what I was looking for. Then I began trying to find the best books to check out. I spent a few minutes looking at books and comparing. During this time, after a while, I heard someone approaching. The library had been especially quiet. Everybody knows libraries are usually very quiet, but with hardly anybody here, it was to another level. The footsteps sounded like they were about to enter the aisle that I was in, so naturally I looked up, but when I did, I didn't see anybody at all. It was like they had stopped right before they reached the corner of my aisle. I thought that maybe it would be a librarian telling me that the library was closing soon or something, but no, nobody seemed to be there at all. I then went back to what I was doing. I was very focused on comparing the books because I wanted to get the best ones. Several more minutes went by. Then I remember casually looking up and glancing over to the end of the aisle. When I did, I suddenly noticed that there was a woman standing there. She was almost leaning around the corner and looking at me. This woman appeared to be a little bit younger, had blonde hair, but was wearing these strange-looking sunglasses, and she was looking right at me. I looked away because it was just really strange, and I focused my attention back down on the book that I was holding. But when I did, I realized just how strange this was. I also realized that this was likely the same person who I had heard approaching. But that was like 5 minutes ago now. Had she been standing there this whole time? I looked back up again from the book and glanced in her direction. She was still staring at me and hadn't moved. I kept looking at her, surprised by this and confused. I didn't know what to say or do. Finally, as I was looking at her, she suddenly moved back very quickly and went out of my sight. Then I walked over to the end of the bookshelf where she had been, and I looked out. I was wondering where she had gone, but I couldn't see her. She likely had went in another aisle. That little situation was very strange. I then hurried up and finished selecting books. I picked out 3 different books and then headed to check them out. When I did not notice seeing the woman at all. I then checked out my books, left the library, and went home. Now, I had these books for about 2 weeks, and then I had to return them to the library. I remember that night, I knew that I was going to be in the area, so I brought the books with me. The library had a drop box outside, sort of near the side of the building. You could just drop the books off there at any time of day. The library did not have to be open. So on the way home that night, at probably like 10 p.m., I stopped by the library. I parked in the empty parking lot and walked up to the drop box with the books. Now, to the right of the library building, kind of near the drop box, there was a little park area. It was just a few picnic tables and a little open space of grass. Beyond that was a bit of a wooded area. When I reached the drop box and put the books inside, I noticed something. There was a person on the edge of the woods. That seemed really weird. When I looked closer, I saw that this was a woman with strange sunglasses, the very same woman who had been staring at me in the library before. I was so creeped out that I instantly just turned around and ran back to my car. I drove home and didn't go back to that library again for months. I did return though, and never saw that woman again. I still don't know who she was or what she was doing. Back in the Halloween of 2005, I went trick-or-treating with my best friend Ryan. We met up at my house not too long after school and hung out there for a bit. Then we put on our Halloween costumes, where I was Spider-Man and Ryan was Batman. We then left my house and started trick-or-treating in my neighborhood first. Ryan also lived in my general neighborhood, but was several blocks away. It took probably 20 minutes to walk to his house. Ryan's mom went with us as we trick-or-treated, and we ended up going all the way to his house. Our neighborhood had lots of houses in it, and there were quite a few other kids out trick-or-treating as well. After several hours, we both got tons of candy. It was a great night of trick-or-treating. Then we went inside of Ryan's house and we hung out there for a bit. My mom was going to come and pick me up at 10 and drive me back to our house. Ryan and I just hung out in his bedroom, eating our candy and playing video games. Ryan's parents and older sister were also home as well. I remember that we heard a knock at the front door though, and we both got up to go see. We thought that it was probably more trick-or-treaters, and Ryan wanted to be the one to hand out the candy since we hadn't got a chance to because we had been out. He called to his parents in the other room saying that he would handle it. When we got to the door though, we looked out and we saw what appeared to be an adult man standing there. The guy was looking down, wearing a hooded sweatshirt that completely covered his head, and we could barely see his face, but he did not appear to have any kind of a costume on. Right away, it looked suspicious. Plus, it was pretty late at this point. Ryan and I had stayed out trick-or-treating about as late as we were even allowed to. The guy then knocked on the door again, and we were right there on the other side. We didn't say anything, but we went into the other room and found Ryan's parents. We told them that it was just some random guy. By then, the knocking had stopped, and when we walked back to the room, the man was gone. Nobody knew who this guy was or why he was at the door, but it seemed a little strange. Ryan and I went back to his room to continue playing video games and stuff. His room was at the back of the house, and I remember that maybe 15 minutes later, Ryan suddenly told me to look at the window. When I did, I saw what he was already looking at. The same hooded man was standing in the backyard. He was just kind of standing there. The guy was maybe 40 feet from Ryan's window. He did not appear to be looking towards us, and he was still looking down. After watching him for a few moments, we both instantly got up and ran out of the room. Ryan went back towards his parents and told them about it. They looked out into the backyard, and they turned on the light to the patio. When that happened, the man turned and left the backyard, running away. We never got a good look at his face, and it was really weird. After that, we figured that he was gone for good, and probably just a guy trying to mess with people on Halloween. So nobody called the police or anything like that, but it was still really strange. A little while later, my mom arrived at Ryan's house and picked me up. She drove us back to our house, and we got there like a minute later. When we got home, I was in the living room for a while before I had to go to bed. Then when it got late, I went to my bedroom. Like Ryan's, my bedroom was at the back of the house. I remember that I turned my lights out and was getting into bed. That's when I looked out of my bedroom window, and I noticed what appeared to be the same guy back there. I couldn't believe it. He was standing in the backyard, very similar to the way that he had in Ryan's backyard. For a moment, I really couldn't believe my eyes, but he was there. I ran out of my room and found my parents in the living room. I told them about the guy, and we all went to another back window. By the time we got there, though, he was gone. After a while, I went to bed again. It took me a long time to fall asleep. I kept looking out the window, but the man never returned. Eventually, I did fall asleep, and after that, I never saw that guy again.
This is a scary experience that I had when I used to work at Starbucks. I was an employee there several years ago and worked there for almost 2 years. This was towards the end of my time working there. One time I was working a closing shift. We closed at 8 p.m. every night, and generally I would stay for a few minutes after finishing tasks. On this night, for the last few hours that we were open, I was working with one other coworker. Things were pretty quiet for most of the day, but when it got to be about 6 p.m., it was especially quiet. We had very few customers come in, and during the 7 o'clock hour, had nobody at all. Our location was not in that busy of an area, but a lot of people would still go there during the morning. Usually, a few people would come inside and work on their laptops or whatever throughout the afternoon and night. Not this time, though, which I did not have a problem with. We were able to start cleaning and stuff a little bit early, and it became apparent that we probably wouldn't get any more customers for the rest of the night. At maybe 7:45 or so, I told my coworker that she could go home and I would finish up with everything. I knew that she was in school and had a lot of homework to do, so she left, and then it was just me. At probably 7:55, I went into the back room. I was doing some of the normal tasks that I would do when we closed. I spent about 2 or 3 minutes in the back room area, and then I was going to go back out. We had a somewhat large swinging door with a small window in it that separated behind the counter from the back room area. As I was about to walk through, though, I just barely noticed something through the window that made me stop. There appeared to be somebody behind the counter. This was really strange. I hadn't heard anybody come inside or anything, and it wasn't my coworker. It was a man, and he was somewhat tall, or at least a lot taller than I am. At first, he looked like he was wearing a hat, but when he turned a little, I saw that it was a mask, a full ski mask, and he was near the cash register. At that point, I realized that this guy was probably trying to rob us. I quickly moved back from the door and went farther into the back room. I felt like an idiot for not just locking the doors and closing early. He entered when I was in the back and didn't even notice. As I walked farther back there, I suddenly heard footsteps walking towards the door where I was. We had a decent-sized back area, but there's still not a whole lot of space there. Mostly, it was filled with various boxes of all sizes and extra supplies such as ingredients and cups. The first thing that I thought to do was to find a large box in the back corner. Being the small female that I am, I jumped inside of it while trying not to make any noise. I'm barely 5 feet tall and fit inside just fine. Then I grabbed another large empty box on the shelf next to me and covered myself with it. However, the man did not immediately enter the back room. I was expecting the door to open for the entire time that I was getting in the box, but it didn't. I'm not sure what he did, but he remained on the other side of the door for a little while.
I had my phone in my pocket still, luckily, and I took it out and called the police. Probably 30 seconds after I called, I heard the door to the back room open. I hung up the call with the police prematurely as soon as I heard that. I didn't want the guy to hear anything, even though I had been talking as quietly as I could. All that I had been able to say was the Starbucks location that I was at, and that I thought I was being robbed. The operator was asking me a question when I hung up the phone. I hoped that the police would still come and arrive quickly. When the man entered the back room, he walked in and then seemed to stop. Just moments later, I heard him walking closer to me. As he did, he mumbled a few things that I couldn't make out. My heart was racing like crazy, and I hoped that he wouldn't find me. Now, I was hidden pretty good, but it was still a terrifying situation to be in. He got within probably 10 feet of me and then turned and walked back. A short time later, I heard the door behind the counter open and close again. After that, I didn't hear a whole lot. I stayed hidden where I was and didn't dare leave. I texted some friends and family and was in the box for maybe 30 minutes. Then I heard some more noises coming from inside. Before long, I realized that it was the police. I found out that the guy had left before they got there, unfortunately. I told them everything I could, and we looked at the security footage as well. The man entered when I was in the back and went right behind the counter for the cash register. He was wearing a ski mask the whole time, so it was impossible to tell his identity. He stole everything that was in the register and then left. After talking with police, I was finally able to go home. I found out later that the man who robbed the store was caught. I didn't want to work any closing shifts for a while afterwards, though. I think I worked there for another month or two before I quit. Sometimes I wonder if the guy was watching the store from outside and saw me go into the back. I really have no idea, though. Either way, it was good timing that I wasn't back there when he entered. I wouldn't want to know what would have happened. I had an interaction with a clown once that stuck with me for a while. I live in a small village in England. On one side of our village is a vast forest that has parts that are very thick with trees, and some parts that are large clearings. I usually walked there on weekends, as it was relaxing and a calming place for me. However, I don't walk anywhere near there after what happened. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was doing my usual route through the woods when I came across many pieces of paper on the ground, all scattered in a specific area. There wasn't a breeze that day, so the pieces of paper hadn't blown off. There must have been about 50 pieces of paper, all with the same phrase on them. All the papers said, "Bringing you the laugh." I didn't really think much of it, and I took a photo of it to show my friends later. I kept on walking, and 5 minutes later I came across another pile, all with the same phrase, "Bringing you the laugh," written on them. I took another picture and decided I would report it to the non-emergency number when I got home. When I looked up from taking the picture, I saw a bright flash of color in the tree line. I called out, "Hello," and "Who's there?" but I heard nothing. I thought I was seeing things, but I was cautious as I kept walking. Then, suddenly, a clown jumped out from behind a tree. He had a latex mask that covered his head and was wearing a bright yellow, purple, and red costume covered in polka dots. His mouth was revealed through a mask, and he grinned at me. I was expecting him to have crooked yellow teeth, and I was surprised when he flashed perfect, bright white ones at me. I was shocked and started out, "Who are you?" He giggled and said in a sing-song voice, "I'm Honky the Clown. I'm your best friend." He kept asking me questions about where I lived, what my name was, and if I locked my doors at night. I was annoyed and creeped out, so I told the clown firmly that it wasn't funny and to leave me alone. His demeanor changed quickly. He stopped grinning and in an upset voice repeated the words, "Not funny," over and over again. He kept repeating those words, but he got angrier every time he said it. After the 5th repetition of the words, he was practically spitting with fuming anger. He then took a kitchen knife out of his back pocket and lunged at me. I dodged out of the way, but not quite fast enough apparently. I sprinted out of there as fast as I could possibly run. I hadn't felt him cut me, but I looked at my arm while running and saw a long thin line appear on my skin, oozing blood. I was able to get away without the clown following me, and nothing happened after that. I ran out of the woods,
back home and I called the police instantly. When the police arrived, I took them to the place where the clown was, but he was gone, and so was the paper. The police investigated for a few days, asked a few questions, but were gone by Wednesday. I haven't seen the clown since, but I still look over my shoulder sometimes as if there was a clown there watching me, holding a knife.
This is something that happened to me back when I was in high school. I believe that it was my sophomore year and the start of the semester. There was this science class that I was signed up for, except for some reason I got put into the wrong class. I really don't remember how exactly this happened, but I know that after being in the one class for about 2 or 3 days, they told me that I needed to be in another one. So then, on I think the 3rd day of the semester, they told me that I had to go to the other class. Everything got sorted out, but when I got to my class, the teacher said that I had to go to the library and get the class textbook. So she gave me a pass and I left, probably several minutes into the class period. The library was located about halfway across the entire school. So I was walking there by myself and then was going to go right back to class. When I was about halfway there, I heard this noise come over the school intercom. At first, I didn't know what it was. Then, shortly after, I heard that the entire school was being locked down. Immediately, this made me feel pretty nervous. The hallways that I was in were completely empty and quiet. I started walking much faster to try to get to the library. Eventually, I reached the library, probably a minute or two after the lockdown started. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. The lights inside appeared to be turned off as well. I then knocked on the library door, hoping that the librarian or somebody inside would let me in. As I waited at the door, I got more and more nervous. I didn't know why we were in a lockdown. I hadn't heard or seen anything in the hallways, but it was a very large building. After waiting at the door for probably a minute with no answer, I knocked on it again. This time, I was sure to knock louder, but still, nobody answered the door. I didn't know what to do. My heart was racing. I started walking back to my classroom, but thought they probably wouldn't answer the door for me either. As I was walking through the halls, I figured that the best thing to do would to just be get out of the hallways. At some point, I heard footsteps. They were sort of far away and out of my sight, but when I heard them, I saw a bathroom nearby, so I decided to go inside of it. This was better than being out in the hallways. I got inside the bathroom and it was completely empty in there. It was a pretty typical high school bathroom, with a few stalls and sinks. I went over and stood by the sink. Then I tried to think of what I should do. Ultimately, I decided to just wait out the lockdown in the bathroom. For some reason, the library wouldn't let me in, and my teacher probably assumed that I was at the library. Maybe 5 minutes or so went by since I entered the bathroom. That's when I heard footsteps in the hallway drawing closer. I then walked over and went inside one of the bathroom stalls. I closed it and listened to the footsteps now reach the bathroom. I really didn't know who was there, if it was a teacher or someone else, but I didn't want to know either way. The footsteps sounded like they were coming into the bathroom, and my heart started racing. I didn't know why somebody would go in there. Then, the next thing I knew, it sounded like the footsteps started to walk away. I felt relieved, but I also didn't know what was going on. I still had no clue as to why we were in a lockdown. At that point, I decided to text my best friend in school who was in another class. But when I tried, the text wouldn't go through. I really couldn't get a signal in these bathrooms for some reason. There were a few certain spots in the school that were somewhat of dead areas for phone signals. After that, I decided to just play games on my phone and wait out the lockdown. This went on for probably 30 minutes or so. Things were quiet the entire time, and I actually started to calm down quite a bit. But then, out of nowhere, I heard footsteps in the hallway again. I was hoping that they would just walk past the bathrooms. The footsteps seemed to be moving pretty quickly, which I didn't like. They arrived at the bathroom, and then whoever it was entered. I lifted up my feet so that they wouldn't see me. After going inside the bathroom, they seemed to be near the front side of it. Meanwhile, I was in the far back stall of 3. I heard whoever this was actually seemed to be pacing around a little bit. The longer they were in there, the more worried I became. I was trying to be as quiet as I could and not make a sound. Then the footsteps left the bathroom and again walked away. I still had no idea as to who it was. I stayed where I was in the bathroom and just kept doing what I was doing. For the next 10 to 15 minutes, I really didn't hear much of anything. Then, all of a sudden, the lockdown was over. I heard the announcement come over the intercom. When that happened, I left the bathroom and walked back to my science class. When I got there, the period was ending, and my teacher didn't ask me where I was or anything. As the school day went on, I later found out that a suspicious man was inside of the school. Apparently, he ran away when questioned, and nobody could find him for a while. When he was finally caught, I heard that they located him in a hallway that was very close to the bathroom I had been in. The man did not say why he was in the school at all. I think that it was him who entered the bathroom. I never looked, so obviously I can't confirm it, but I really think that it was him. I'm just really glad that everything turned out to be okay.
I used to work at a gas station many years ago. I was the clerk in the convenience store that we had, and it was open 24 hours. So, as you can guess, I worked overnights, and when I did, I would be all by myself. Now, the gas station was located across the street from some stores, such as Target and a few others, so the area would get a lot of traffic during the day. A highway was also nearby, and the gas station was on a corner. At night, though, all of the other businesses nearby closed by 10 or 11. Things would be very quiet until probably 6 a.m. or so. I worked almost every night for a while, and was getting used to being there overnights. It was mostly pretty quiet, and the gas station would get cars here and there, but people rarely came inside. Between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m., the average amount of people that came inside was probably about 4 or 5, so roughly 1 per hour. One night I was working, and it was a typical quiet night. By now it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. I was behind the counter, and nobody else was inside. No cars were at any of the gas pumps either. At one point, I saw a car pulling in from the street. It was a white van, one of those typical creepy-looking ones that was kind of old as well. It slowly drove up and parked in one of the spaces out front. I expected somebody to get out of the van and come inside, but instead, the van just sat there for a while. I didn't really have anything better to do other than to watch it, so I did. I couldn't tell who was driving, but soon I realized that they probably weren't going to come inside. After sitting there for maybe 20 minutes, the van eventually backed out. I thought it might leave, but instead it drove around to the side of the building. There was a few more parking spaces there, and it was now out of my sight. I honestly found this a little bit odd, and in the middle of the night, sort of creepy as well. I always tried my best not to let anything scare me though working overnights. After the van went to the side of the building, probably an hour or so went by. Now it was well past 3 a.m. Nobody came inside the store, and in that hour, only one car got gas. Then I noticed that somebody was walking on the sidewalk up towards the entrance. It appeared to be a man, and he had come from the side where the van had gone before. Could this be the driver? He was wearing a large black winter jacket, and the hood was up, but he was looking down so I couldn't really see his face at all. He made it to the doors and then walked inside. After entering, the man walked to the right and away from me at the counter. After disappearing down an aisle, I focused my attention back down to my phone. Several minutes went by. When I looked up again, I noticed that the man was just standing there, about 40 feet away from me. He was facing me and looking in my direction with an angry look on his face. His hands were in his pockets, and I was confused as to what he was doing. After glaring at me for like 10 seconds, he didn't move or look away. I said hi to him and asked him if I could help him with anything. He didn't answer me and just kept standing there. Then I asked him if he was okay. The man still didn't answer me. I was really confused and not sure what to do. After standing there for a few more seconds, the man then turned and slowly walked out. Then he walked back down the sidewalk and returned to the side of the building. Less than a minute later, I saw the white van drive away. I
I was really glad that he was gone. The rest of my shift was pretty quiet. Eventually, a few more people came in. I was trying to figure out what that guy was doing, though, for the rest of my shift. His behavior was just really strange. I worked almost every night back then, and probably 3 nights later, I was working and it was about 2 a.m. or so. Once more, I was by myself and there were no customers. It was very quiet. Then I saw a car pulling into the gas station, and I soon realized that it was an old white van, just like the one from the other night. I remembered what had happened the other night, and I just hoped that it was not the same guy. I was already feeling creeped out. The van slowly drove around the gas pumps and over to the parking spaces out front. Then it turned and started to back into one of the spaces. After it parked, the van sat there for several minutes. But all of a sudden, I heard a car door open and soon saw what appeared to be the same man walking around it. He went to the very back of the van and opened it up. A short time later, he emerged holding something that looked like a crowbar. Then he closed the back doors to his van and started slowly walking to the entrance. He was wearing the same thing as the time prior. I had a bad feeling as I watched him slowly walk into the entrance doors. After getting inside, he then turned and started walking towards the back of the store. Quickly, he went out of my sight, and everything in the store became extremely quiet. About 5 minutes went by. Then, all of a sudden, I heard a crashing sound. It seemed like the man had hit something, probably with his crowbar. I heard another sound after that. It was like he was just whacking stuff. Several seconds into this, he seemed to move closer, and then I saw him appear in an aisle a ways away. I got out from behind the counter and ran out of the store. They weren't paying me enough to stay in there and deal with it. I ran all the way to my car and got inside of it. Then I called the police. I waited there with the doors locked, watching the store. I was parked behind the gas pump, so I was a decent ways away from the store. Probably about 3 or 4 minutes after I called the police, I saw the guy leaving. He slowly walked out and went back inside of his van. Then he drove off. Less than a minute after he left, the police arrived. I told them that the man was gone, and we went inside the store to see that lots of things were off the shelves. It was all messed up from the guy whacking it with his crowbar. It was like he had gone on a rampage. We watched the whole thing unfold on surveillance tapes, and the guy was just whacking stuff. Then he calmly left. It was the craziest thing that I had ever seen. After that incident, the police investigated to try to look for the guy. They also had a police officer at the store overnights for the next week or so. The guy didn't come back, and I didn't work there for much longer either. I'm glad that I quit that job, because ever since it happened, I was really nervous working there at night.
For a little background, I'm a female and live fairly close to several different Walmarts. There was one in particular, though, that I would typically go to because it was the closest to my house. I would say that I went there maybe once a week on average. I did most of my regular shopping there because the prices were cheaper than most other grocery stores. One night, I went there at maybe 8 o'clock or so. I was going around the store and getting a few things. The store was pretty quiet, I remember, and because of that, I noticed that someone seemed to be following me around. I really didn't know exactly when they started, but I walked through about 4 aisles with the same person trailing me. I stopped and looked back. It was a Walmart employee. He was sort of short and had dark brown hair and glasses, and when I looked at him, he kind of stopped. Then I turned and kept going. But shortly after I left the aisle, I saw him again. I couldn't believe it. It was so obvious that he was following me, but I didn't know why. I decided to go to a random aisle sort of far away. He followed me, saying about 30 feet back at least. When I got into an aisle, I stopped there, and he stopped at the end of it. I couldn't take it anymore, so I approached him. I walked to the end of the aisle where he stood, seemingly looking at items on the shelf. He must have been trying to make it look like he was working and not following me. I said to him, "Is there a reason why you were following me around the store?" The guy looked at me all confused and claimed that he wasn't. He said that he didn't know what I was talking about. I told him how he had gone down every aisle that I did for the last 5 minutes at least. He claimed that it must have been a coincidence and said that he was always moving around the store. I just shook my head and walked away. When I did, he didn't follow me. The fact that I confronted him hopefully let him know that I knew what he was doing. I didn't feel like reporting him or anything though.
I finished up my shopping and then left without seeing the guy. After this experience, I figured that it wouldn't happen again. After all, I had caught him. But the next time I went to that Walmart, roughly about a week later, it did happen. This time, it was harder to tell. He did a better job of following me while still keeping a distance, but I could still tell that he was following me. I had noticed him not that long after entering the store. I noticed him across the walkway in another aisle. I moved away, hoping that he hadn't seen me yet at all, but I saw him again a short time later, closer to me. When I moved to another aisle just a short time later, I saw him at the end of that aisle. At that point, I decided to just leave. I didn't even bother to buy anything at all. I was pretty creeped out by the guy. He didn't follow me out of the store or anything, and I hoped to not see him again after that. I considered not going back to that Walmart after. The next time that I had to go to the store, I went somewhere else. But several weeks later, I must have forgotten about it, because I went back to the Walmart and was hoping to have a normal shopping trip. I wasn't thinking about the guy until I noticed him again. It was maybe 5 minutes after I had entered the store, and he was walking by about 20 feet away. When I remembered him, I decided to just leave immediately. I would go to the next closest Walmart instead, which was maybe 5 to 10 minutes away. I turned and started walking to head out. When I did, I sensed him walking behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw that he was in fact walking behind me. He was maybe 20 feet back. I went straight for the exits and walked out of the doors. To my surprise, he walked right out of the doors after me. I couldn't believe it. After maybe 10 feet of walking through the parking lot, he was still following me. At that point, I just started running. I sprinted for my car, unlocked it, and got inside. When I did, I looked around for the guy, but I didn't see him at all. I'm not sure exactly where he went, but he could have easily been hiding behind any car in the parking lot or something. I left and went to another store. After that, I did not go back to that Walmart. I called them up and reported what had happened, but I'm not sure how they handled it. I'm not sure what the guy was doing either, and why he thought he could always follow me around like that. I've thought a few times that maybe he didn't even work at the Walmart. Maybe he was just wearing the vest. It's possible, but I honestly think that he did work there. When he followed me out of the store, it was really unexpected though. I'm hoping that I never see him again. Last year, I was driving on a road trip and was going to be gone for a few days. On the second night, I was sort of in the middle of nowhere. I didn't know where I would stay for the night, but I was hoping to find a hotel. But the more I was driving, the less it seemed I was near any kind of a city. The coverage on my phone was also going in and out all night. Finally, at probably 11 o'clock, I pulled into a rest area and looked up hotels in the nearby area. The closest one was a motel that was 12 miles down the road. I decided that that would be just fine with me. I was really tired, and then I left the rest stop to head for the motel. It took maybe 10 minutes to get there, and it was about a mile off the highway. It was in a very small town that really didn't have much of anything. The motel looked quite creepy, to be honest with you. It was old, small, and had a little office connected to the side of the building. There was just one level of rooms, with maybe 10 or 12 total. I pulled into the parking lot, which was nearly empty. Normally, I wouldn't want to stay here, but it was just for a quick night's rest. I would be out of there by 6 or 7 in the morning, and the rates for the night were just $29, which was honestly overpriced. So after parking, I walked to the office to get my room. When I walked in, a man with a longer beard sat behind the counter. He sat up in his chair and asked me what I wanted. I told him I would like a room and then gave him the $29. He then handed me a key and told me my room number. Then he leaned back in his chair again. I left his office and walked down to my room. When I got to my room, I went inside, and it was about what I expected. Not very clean, and old, outdated furniture in the room. The TV was a box TV, but I was lucky that they had one at all. I pretty much just got ready for bed and then tried falling asleep. After laying down in the bed, I was there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes and starting to doze off. That's when I got this weird feeling. I opened my eyes and turned over in bed. When I turned over, I faced the window. That's when I saw somebody moving away from the window. It wasn't like they were walking by though. It was like they had been looking in. I saw it for just a split second and couldn't tell who they were at all. I got up from my bed and closed the curtains, which had been open, but that didn't really do much good. They were cheap and didn't reach all the way. Plus, the curtains were so thin that you could sort of see through them, but it was the best that I could do. I looked out the window as well, but didn't see anything. Whoever looked inside was gone now. I got back in bed and laid down. I tried falling asleep again, but that kind of ruined it for me. Now I wasn't as relaxed as before. I was still tired though, and after maybe 10 minutes, I was finally able to feel relaxed once more. But then I got the feeling again, like I was being watched or something. I was facing the window laying down this time, so I opened my eyes and looked to the window. I could see somebody was there again. At first, I didn't see them much because of the curtains, but then I saw a man's head for just a split second. He then moved out of sight once more and away from the window. I couldn't tell who he was at all because of how dark it was and how I only saw him for about a split second. I got up and walked over to the window again. I looked outside, but the person was gone. I was really freaked out that some creep was looking in my window. I stayed at the window for a few minutes looking around, but I didn't see anybody, so I then decided to go back to bed again. My door was locked and I covered the window as best as I could. So all I could do now was try to go back to sleep. I got back in bed and closed my eyes again. This time it took even longer. Maybe 20 minutes later, I was finally able to sleep. I don't know how long I was sleeping for, but I do know that I woke up sometime later. What I remember was hearing the sound of my door opening up. The door was old and cheap, so it squeaked a lot. Instantly, I became wide awake. I sat up and looked to the doorway. I saw some guy entering, and at first had no idea who he was. Once more, when he saw me, he quickly left out the door and ran away. It was after he left that I realized who it was. It was the guy who was working at the motel. I got out of my bed, packed all of my stuff, which didn't take me very long. Then I left the motel and got into my car. I drove away and went back onto the highway, and later stopped at another rest area. I slept in my car there for the rest of the night. As crazy as it sounds, I felt a lot safer there than in that motel room. The next morning, I called the motel and tried to report the guy. However, I was hung up on when I started complaining, so after that, I called the police and told them what happened. I'm not sure exactly what they did about it. The man running the place was a total creep. I'm really glad that I'm a light sleeper and woke up when he opened the door. I don't know what he was planning to do. I hope he doesn't do that to anybody else. This happened when I was a freshman in high school. During this time, I lived at home with my parents and older sister. We lived in what I would describe as a pretty average neighborhood. Our backyard was sort of big, but overall it was a very populated area. So one night, I was at home playing video games in my bedroom. My sister was in her room and my parents were out in the living room. I always liked to play video games in my room, and I had a really good setup in there. I had my gaming chair, big monitor, and a TV as well. I remember that after gaming for a long time, I got to a loading screen. I leaned back in my chair to stretch, and I casually looked to my right out of my bedroom window. The window looked out to the backyard, and at the back of the yard was a small woods. Something caught my eye when I looked out there. It looked sort of like there was a clown looking at me from just inside the woods. At first, I thought surely that wasn't the case. I kept looking and was squinting my eyes to see better. It sure looked like there was a clown there. So I got up from my chair and walked over to the window. Now that I had a better view, I could see that there was in fact a clown there, or at least somebody that was wearing a clown mask. They were standing just a couple of feet into the woods, partially blocked by trees. But the clown was looking right at our house, possibly at my window. It was extremely creepy to see this. I ran out of my bedroom and found my parents in the living room. I told them there was some guy dressed as a clown in the backyard. They followed me to my bedroom window, but when we got there, whoever this guy was now gone. I told my parents where he was and everything. We all went outside after that and looked around the backyard, although I was really creeped out. Luckily, we didn't see or hear anything when we were out there. The woods in our backyard was not that big. It only went back probably 20 feet, and then there was a fence. I was guessing whoever this guy was went through the neighbor's yard. At least he wasn't in our yard anymore. It was a real mystery as to who he was and what exactly he was doing back there. We all went back inside, and I went back to what I was doing. I looked out of my window every so often, but luckily the clown man did not return. The next couple of days were normal, no signs of the clown or anything. But it was less than a week later, and I found myself home alone. My parents were gone at friends, and my sister was at a friend's house also. I was playing video games in my bedroom, and it was probably about 9 o'clock at night. It was the same setup as the previous time. I randomly looked out of my window, which was to my right, about 15 feet away. I saw the clown guy again. This time, he was not in the woods though, but standing in the middle of the backyard, much closer. He was facing me and looking directly at my window. I got up and ran over to the window and covered it with my shades. I then ran out of my bedroom as quickly as possible. I didn't know what to do. Why would the clown guy come back? I called my parents and told them about it. They advised me to call the police if he didn't leave the yard immediately. So I looked out of another window, but I didn't see the guy anymore. I was hoping that meant that he left. I got off the phone with my parents and then looked out of several other windows. I didn't see the clown. Then I headed back to my bedroom. When I was walking in though, I heard a knock at the front door. I went over and checked out the front window and saw the clown. He was standing on the front step. I just moved away from there and ignored it. I went back into my bedroom, put my headphones on, and forced myself to just play video games. I did that until my parents got back home. When they did, the clown guy was long gone. After that night, I kept my bedroom window covered at all times. I also didn't stay home by myself for several weeks because I was too creeped out to. I'm not sure if the clown guy ever came back or not, but I didn't see him or hear from him again.
This is something that happened years ago. On that year in particular, I remember that many stores were opening their doors right at midnight on Black Friday. Normally, I was not one to camp out and wait in line, but on that year in particular, I decided to. For a few days leading up to Thanksgiving, I'd been talking with my friend Sam about it. He really wanted to because there were some great deals at some stores, Best Buy in particular. So by Thanksgiving, we ended up deciding that we would. After the Thanksgiving get-togethers with our families, we both met up at about 9 p.m., a whole 3 hours before the doors opened. We went to the shopping center near where we lived, which had just about every major store in the area. After Sam and I arrived at Best Buy, there were already some people in line, but not too many. I would say maybe 50 people or so in front of us. Sam brought some folding chairs for us to sit in, and then we just waited and talked. It got cold sitting out there, but people soon got in line behind us, and by 11:30 at night there were probably at least 100 people behind us. The main thing that I was hoping to get was a laptop, and Sam was getting one as well, but Sam also wanted to buy a TV, because they had one that was on sale for a really great deal. So eventually, it was midnight, and we heard cheering from up front in the line, and we saw the doors open up. Things were pretty civil, and people rushed inside, but at a fast walk. Nobody was sprinting or knocking each other over or anything. We made it inside quickly, and then went straight for the laptops. Personally, I didn't realize how much everyone was trying to buy these same laptops that I wanted to get. I knew they were a great deal, but I figured that they would probably be available for several hours at least. However, when we got to the laptops, Sam grabbed one and I did the same. I then saw many other people crowded around and start taking them. I realized how lucky we were to have gotten there when we did. So I took my laptop and Sam took his, and we started heading over to the TVs where Sam would get one. The store by this point was completely crowded with a ton of people, and it was only getting busier. As Sam and I made our way to the TVs and were about halfway there, I remember somebody tried grabbing my laptop. I had been holding it in my right hand and did not have a very secure grasp on it. I felt somebody come up right behind me and then tug on it. I almost let go, but thankfully I didn't, and I quickly turned and grabbed it with my other hand as well. There was a brief tug-of-war contest that lasted for about 2 seconds, and I maintained control of the laptop. I looked, and I saw this shorter man with dark hair who was the guy who had tried grabbing it. But after letting go, he turned around and quickly went back into the crowd and out of my sight. I didn't get a real good look at him. I was glad that I still had the laptop, so I turned and now held it like a football, securing my arm around it. I hurried to catch up with Sam, who didn't realize what had happened. Soon we both arrived at the TVs, and Sam was also able to get one of them before they sold out. Then we started making our way back through the crowd up to the check lanes. Obviously, this would take longer than usual. I tried to hold on tight to the laptop. Well, almost halfway up to the check lanes, I felt somebody try grabbing it again. The back part of the box was exposed, and that's what they tried pulling on. This time, the tug from behind was much harder and forceful. Fortunately, I had a pretty good grip on it, and I still almost let go of it, but I didn't. I then quickly turned around and I saw that it was the same guy. He was standing right there in the crowd. I remember that he looked angry for a moment, and then he started laughing, almost as if to say he was just messing with me. But I knew that he wasn't. I knew he was really trying to take the laptop from me. But after that, he quickly turned around and blended in with the crowd again. There were so many other people around, I'm not even sure if anyone else noticed. But when I turned back, I saw that Sam had seen it, at least part of it. He asked me if that guy had tried taking my laptop. I said yes, and told him how he had tried to take it before as well. We guarded our items defensively and made the rest of the way up to the checkouts. If somebody had been able to take our items from us before we checked out, it wasn't stealing because they weren't paid for yet. So if they were able to take it, they could just walk up and then buy it instead of us buying it. And the store was so busy that even if we found an employee to complain about it, there's a chance that they wouldn't be able to do anything. So thankfully, we got to the checkout line and it moved pretty quickly. We were able to buy the items, and after paying for them, we left the store. In the parking lot, people were still walking in and out, but I had parked in the back and it was pretty quiet over there. As we walked past the cars through the parking lot, I remember that I was talking with Sam about what happened in more detail. As I did, I turned around and I saw the same guy now leaving the store and walking in our direction. He did not have anything in his hands, such as a bag from the store or an item that he bought. I told Sam that was him, and after seeing the guy quickly leaving the store, we decided to walk faster to make it to the car. Like I said, we were way in the back of the parking lot. So we started walking fast, and a few moments later, I looked back again. The guy was still heading towards us. Maybe he was just also going to his car and happened to park by us, but I didn't want to take the chance. Soon we were able to make it to my car, and there were a few open parking spaces around us because we were literally in the far back corner. After we put our items in the back seat, we went around and got into the front. I was driving, and after closing my door and locking it, I saw in the mirror the man now reaching my vehicle. He walked behind it, but did not go past it. He just kind of stopped right there. We could not leave until he moved out of the way. I remember Sam asking what the guy was doing. I had no idea. He continued to just stand there for at least over a minute. He wasn't really looking at us, but just kind of casually standing around, just a few feet from the back of my car. Then he turned and did start looking at us for a few moments. Sam rolled down his window slightly and asked the man what was going on. The man then turned and started walking around to Sam at the passenger's window. Before he got there though, he tried opening the back door to the car really quickly. Now that he was no longer blocking my way to back up, as he was reaching Sam at the front passenger side, I hit the gas and reversed out of the spot. We left the guy standing there near our parking space. After that, we left the parking lot and got out of there. We went to a couple more stores briefly and then made it back to our homes safely. Looking back, that was the craziest experience I've ever had on Black Friday. I really don't know why that guy kept trying to take my laptop. Possibly he had tried taking laptops from multiple people is my guess, but when he followed us out to the parking lot, it was really strange.
My name is Francisco, and I used to work at a sporting goods store when I was younger. This was back when I was like 19 or 20, and lived with my parents when I wasn't in college. I held the job at the sporting goods store since my senior year of high school, and I worked there for about 3 years total. During, I believe, my first summer break from college, there was a newer employee to the store. It was a girl named Emma. She was around my age and was short, had dark hair, and I didn't know anything about her other than that. We didn't have a whole lot of employees at our store. There would maybe be about 5 to 7 of us working at once. usually 2 at the check lanes and the rest around different departments of the store. I'm not sure exactly when Emma got hired, but she worked there when I got back from college. We worked together a handful of times. I would work both as a cashier and in some other departments as well. A few times I spoke briefly with Emma, but not too much. She seemed cool for the most part, but not really the type of person that I would usually hang out with. I remember that one night, I guess Emma and I both got off at the same time. I believe it was 9 p.m. I had been working near the golf department, and she was in another part of the store. As we were both clocking out, she asked me if I drove there, and I replied that I did. She then asked me if I could give her a ride home. I didn't mind too much, but asked first where she lived. It was a city that was not that far away from mine, and was maybe like 5 minutes out of the way, so not a huge deal. I said yes, and then we left the store together. We got into my car, and she gave me the address to her house, which I drove to. The place was an older-looking apartment complex, where she said that she lived with her boyfriend. She was nice and told me thanks for giving her a ride, and then I left and went home. I didn't think much of the interaction. Now, I worked the next day, an earlier shift. My availability was pretty much all day on most days, because it was summer and I didn't have school. Emma was not working on this day though. I remember that it was like 12 o'clock in the afternoon or something. The store was not very busy, as it usually was quiet at this hour. I was working towards the back, stocking one of the shelves near the baseball equipment. I saw this guy enter the aisle and start aggressively walking over to me. He had dark short hair, like a buzz cut, and the guy was not that tall, but somewhat strong looking. He looked right at me and asked me who I thought I was. I told him I had no idea who he was or what he was talking about. The guy told me that he was Emma's boyfriend and accused me of, quote, trying to take his girl. I realized that there must have been some huge misunderstanding of what happened. Either that or this guy was an extremely jealous boyfriend who didn't trust Emma at all. I really didn't want to get in the middle of their problems. He was like right up in my face, asking if I thought I was a tough guy. I told him to calm down and said I didn't do anything with Emma. I told him she simply asked me for a ride home from work, so I gave her one. The boyfriend then told me that his car was working fine, and she could have asked him. I told him I didn't know that, and further said that I didn't even know she had a boyfriend until she told me the previous night. He seemed to actually calm down a bit. I told him I could assure him that I was not trying to steal his girl, and he had nothing to worry about. He told me that he better not, quote, catch me tripping again, and then he walked away. After the interaction, I was really surprised that he got so angry. I also started to wonder if Emma was stuck in a bad relationship or something. The next time I worked with her was a couple of days later. When I saw her, I walked over and said hi. I told her about what her boyfriend did, and she said sorry, but he gets like that sometimes. I asked her if everything was okay in their relationship. That's when she told me that she actually broke up with him the day before, which would have been the day after he confronted me. She also said that she moved back in with her parents. I told her sorry, and she said that she was fine and happy to be moving on. So after that, I went back to work and didn't see Emma for the rest of my shift. That night, Emma got off at like 7, and I got off at 9 again. After clocking out, I walked through the parking lot to my car. When I got in my car and left, I was followed home by Emma's ex. I know this because the car was parked not that far away from me in the parking lot. I noticed it because the parking lot was almost empty, and after getting inside my car when I started to drive away, the other car left right after me. Because of our 2 cars being basically the only ones around, I found this a little bit odd. Then when I left, the car made all of the first 3 or 4 turns that I did. When we got to a stoplight, I looked back to see the man was driving. I didn't get an exact look at his face with it being night, but he resembled Emma's boyfriend. I drove the rest of the way home until I got to my street. Then I wasn't really sure what to do. I went around the block twice, with him staying on my tail. Finally, I decided to just pull into my driveway, and I did so and then got out of my car. He pulled into the driveway after me, but I sprinted out of my car really quickly and around the house into the backyard. I didn't look to see what the guy did. I knew that my parents usually kept the sliding glass door in our backyard unlocked, so I quickly got in the house that way. When I looked, the man didn't chase me. I shut the door and then locked it, and then I covered it with blinds. Then I went back around to the front window and looked out. When I did, I saw that the guy was getting back into his car, and he then drove away. I also confirmed that it was in fact Emma's ex-boyfriend. I thought about calling the police, but decided not to. I hoped that this guy would just realize there was no reason to go after me. I didn't work for a few days after that. I just happened to have some off days in a row, which was nice. In this free time, one of the days I went to the mall with a few friends. There was a really large mall not far away from where I lived. We were doing some shopping for a number of things, and I was having a great time until I noticed Emma's ex-boyfriend again, and I didn't think that this was just a coincidence. I didn't feel scared at all because I was with 3 of my friends. When we were in the food court, the guy was sitting a ways away at a table by himself. He was sort of facing us, and I pointed him out to my friends and told them the story. They said we should go up to him, but I said no. I didn't want a big fight to break out or something. So we stayed there and then left a while later. I saw him walking a ways behind us about 30 minutes after that at another location in the mall. It was really creepy. I was honestly so surprised that this guy was after me. Did he seriously think that I was responsible for his breakup? We left the mall later that day, and I didn't see the guy for the rest of it. The next time I worked, Emma also happened to be there. When I saw her, I walked up and asked her how she was doing. She told me that she was doing really good and was going to be moving to Seattle in 2 weeks. We lived in California, so that was a ways away. I told her, "That's great, but your ex-boyfriend is stalking me." She asked me why, and I said probably because he thinks I'm responsible for them breaking up. She said that was crazy and that I had nothing to do with it. I told her to tell him that then, but she said she had him blocked on everything and wasn't going to contact him. I realized that this guy was probably just taking all of his anger out on me, or at least was trying to. I was seriously considering getting the police involved. Once more, Emma got off before me, and I got off work later that night. I walked out to my car and saw another one parked by me again. It was the same guy. This was getting me really angry. But this time, when I got within maybe 10 feet of my car, Emma's ex got out of his. He then started walking over to me, all aggressive. I asked him why he kept following me around, and he didn't say anything. He just kept walking towards me. Then he got right up in my face again and took a swing at me. I moved, but he still got me a little in the side of the head. I took a swing at him, but missed. Then he got me good. I'm embarrassed to say, but I pretty much got the tar kicked out of me. In my opinion, it was clearly not his first fight. For me, it was my first fight since probably the 2nd grade. So he hit me like 4 or 5 times, and I maybe got like 1 or 2 punches to him, which didn't seem to hurt him much. I fell to the ground, and after that, he then walked off and went back into his car. I was just glad that he didn't kick me while I was down. Then he drove off. I gathered myself and then called the police and told them what happened. They came out to my location, and I ended up getting some medical aid on the scene, but overall I was fine. I only had some bruises and scrapes, and luckily no concussion or anything. Finally, I was able to go home. The police said that they would look into the guy. Well, the next day, I got word that he was arrested. Apparently, he already had a warrant for failure to appear on some other charge. I think it was theft. And he had a bit of a history of run-ins with the law. I also filed charges against him for assault. It was a huge relief that he was off the streets and would stop following me. I was really mad for a while about getting mixed up in that whole deal. Looking back, I'm just glad that I'm okay.
Close to the town I live in, there was an old and abandoned house out in the country. It was a bit of a drive out of town, so a lot of people in my school talked about it, but they rarely ever went out to it. One Halloween, however, a friend of mine who had his license decided that he wanted to go out and see the house that year. It didn't take very much to convince the rest of our friend group to come along. There were 6 of us all together cramped into the car, and we waited until after dark to go out there to make it scarier since it was Halloween night. All of us got out to the car after we pulled into the yard of the house. The yard was pretty big, and there were tons of overgrown plants. There were no lights from nearby houses or street lights, so the only light was the flashlights that we brought with us. We started walking up to the house slowly from the car. My friend kept shining his light ahead of us up onto the house. I watched as he moved his light on the house, checking out different parts of it. I stopped though when I saw something on the porch of the house. Although I only caught a glimpse of it as his light hit it, it seemed out of place. I checked out what I had seen with my own flashlight, and there on the porch was a pumpkin. It wasn't an old decaying pumpkin that we would have expected to see in an abandoned house either. I told my friends that somebody might be living here inside the house since there was a freshly carved pumpkin. My friends shrugged it off though, saying it was Halloween and some other kids probably put it there as a joke. We decided to continue, and were still walking when I heard a noise off from the side of the house. I shined my light over in the area just in time to catch somebody coming up to the side of the house. There was a man on the side of the house, who I caught creeping around the corner of it. He was already watching us when the light hit him, and he had a huge knife in his hand. Once the man's position had been revealed, he began to come towards us as fast as he could. I say that he went as fast as he could because the man wasn't moving very well. He was doing a half hobble, half run towards us, like he was injured or missing part of his leg. Fortunately, all my friends had seen him by now, and we all turned and began running very quickly back towards the car. I looked back as I was getting myself into the car to see that the guy was still coming after us. As we pulled away from the house, two of my friends were laughing, saying that they had set the whole thing up. They said they had gotten a kid from school to head out earlier and wait for us so he could come and scare us. I had been the only person to really get a good view of the man who was chasing us, and I knew for a fact that it was not a high schooler. I insisted upon it, telling my friends that whoever it was not the person that they had sent out there to scare us. Sure enough, the two friends who had set up the scare checked their phones to find voicemails and texts from the kid who was supposed to scare us. He had been at the house, but never got the chance to pretend to attack us, because the same guy had gone after him, so he left immediately. He had left voicemails and texts saying to abort and to not go to the abandoned house, but they hadn't seen them due to bad cell service. We had no idea who tried to attack us that night or why, and when the police investigated, they found nobody there.
I used to work at FedEx and was a delivery driver. This was many years ago now, but I will never forget it. I drove for them for almost 5 years. It was a pretty good job, and I got paid decent. I've always enjoyed driving and considered myself to be pretty good at it. When I worked for FedEx, I also worked pretty close to the city. I would be assigned to a certain area usually and then deliver packages there. I had a route where I would make anywhere from 60 to 100 deliveries in a day sometimes. Most of it was smaller packages to houses and apartments, and every now and then a large package. My truck was the standard size, so it was kind of big, and at first, driving it in some of these streets was tough. Near the city, it can be a lot of cars parked on the side of the street, and some streets are also very narrow. But eventually, I got used to it and drove everywhere no problem. One time, I was working a little bit later. My route took a while longer than usual, and by now it was like 7 p.m. I was almost done, but still had more stops to make. After stopping and dropping off a package at one residence, I began driving to my next stop. I drove down a narrow street that was pretty quiet. A car was driving behind me at that point, I remember, and I went down a couple of the other streets. Probably 5 minutes later, I turned into a quiet back area of an apartment building. When the car that had been driving behind me turned there as well, I found it strange. I had delivered to this apartment building before, so I knew that packages were delivered in the back. And that was just basically a little more than an alleyway. The building had parking out front, as well as underground parking. It was confusing the first time that I delivered there, but I quickly found out. So I delivered the package, and then got back in my truck to see that the car was still there behind me. It was parked as if it was waiting for me. A 4-door sedan, silver color. I didn't pay much attention to who was driving though. But they had enough space to go around me, so it was sort of weird. When I kept going, they started to drive after me. I was wondering if they were trying to follow me for some reason. I turned out of the street behind the apartment complex, making a right. This road was very narrow, and the side of the apartment was to the right, and a park area with a sidewalk was to the left. All of the cars were parked on the right side of the street on this day. Now, this road was quiet, and didn't have anybody else on it other than the parked cars. That is, until I had just started to drive down it, and suddenly a car in front of me that had been parked turned left. The car then stopped, completely blocking the entire road. I had to stop my truck and was wondering what on earth this person was doing. Meanwhile, the other car was still behind me. I was now completely blocked in. After the car in front of me didn't move for like 30 seconds, I sensed trouble. Then 2 of the back doors opened from the car that was in front of me. I saw these guys start to get out and walk towards my truck. It was in that split second that I made a decision and turned my truck to the left and started driving. It was a tight fit and I went up on the sidewalk just a little bit, but I made it around the car. Luckily for me, the curb was a little lower than some of the other ones. I didn't know if I would make it for a second, but I got around the car and then turned back onto the road. Then I sped up and turned to the right on the next street, which was a little bit busier. The cars remained back there on the other street. After that, I was able to finish my route, which had already been running late. I was watching behind me the whole time, but didn't see those cars again. Looking back, I have to think that was some kind of a setup. I'm still impressed with myself that I was able to maneuver around the car like that. Like I said, I no longer work for FedEx, but I will always remember that night. This is something that happened about 4 years ago. It all started when I got added by this random guy on Snapchat. I think his name was John something. I don't remember exactly, but I didn't immediately recognize his name or anything. Still, I added him back and didn't think too much of it. During this time, I was in college working on my master's degree. With the 5+ years that I had spent in college and the various jobs that I worked, I figured he maybe knew me from somewhere. I also had quite a few friends on the Snapchat app. So anyways, a few days went by after this. One day I was at home in my apartment, and for some reason I looked onto the Snap map. This map shows you and all of your friends' locations if they have it turned on. Well, I noticed that there was a guy on the Snap map seemingly in my apartment complex. It was the guy who had recently added me. I figured that maybe he lived there as well. He did not have his last name on his Snapchat, so I didn't know who he was or how to find out. After that, the next day, I happened to be on the other side of town with a couple of friends. We were at a park working out, and it was kind of a popular area. There were quite a few other people there, and shortly before leaving, I looked on my phone, and I looked at the Snap map again. I remember that my friends and I were seeing where another one of our friends was. Well, I noticed that the same guy was at the park. He did not appear to be right next to me, but was pretty close. I looked around, and I didn't know what he even looked like, but I also didn't notice anything strange. Within my sight, there were probably at least 20 different people. Maybe this was just a coincidence, but it seemed kind of odd to me. Things got even stranger though. I started to get curious, and when I got home, I looked on my Snap map again. Once more, the guy was seemingly right outside of my apartment a short time after I got home. The next day, I went to the grocery store, which was just a couple of miles away from my place. When I was there, I randomly had the thought to look on the map. I thought, there's no way this guy's gonna be here as well. But when I looked, he was there, and according to the map, was in the parking lot. Now, the locations on Snapchat only update when you're on the app, and they're also not always 100% accurate with location, but they're usually pretty close. I looked around the store for the rest of the time that I was there. I honestly couldn't tell where the guy was though. I didn't even know what he looked like. But this was very suspicious, and I started to wonder if he even lived in my apartment complex, or was he possibly stalking me? When I got home that night, I looked on the map almost immediately. The guy appeared on the map seemingly right outside of my place again. Now I decided to ask him some questions. I sent him a chat on Snapchat asking who he was and how he knows me. After sending the chat, I went into my settings and then turned my location off. Then I saw that the guy had opened my message, but had seemingly left me on red. I was very confused, so I just blocked the guy. Several minutes went by. I lived on the first floor of my apartment building. I was in my living room, and then there was suddenly a knock at my window. It was coming from my bedroom. I went inside, and as soon as I did, saw this man standing there looking into my window. I had never seen him before in my life. This was the guy who added me on Snapchat? I moved out of the room, but he continued to knock on my window, and the knocking was seeming to get louder. I decided to call the police. This guy was appearing to stalk me or something, so I told the police what was going on, and they said that they would be there shortly. Meanwhile, the man at the window had mostly stopped knocking by then. I went into my bedroom to look, and I no longer saw him there. After looking out of the window, it seemed as though he had left. But just moments after that, I heard the sound of somebody trying to open the front door to my apartment. It was locked, and that was followed by a knock at the front door. I stayed in my bedroom. After that one knock, though, I didn't hear anything else. Things were quiet until the police got there maybe 5 to 10 minutes later. After that, I spoke to them and gave them every bit of information that I could. Unfortunately, it seemed like the man had left, and since then, I've never heard from him again. Hi everyone, I just want to say that I'm a long-time viewer of the channel, and I've watched some of the other Walmart videos. I myself had an interesting experience not long ago at all. I was doing some normal grocery shopping one night, and I went to my local Walmart. It was probably like 8 p.m., and things were not too busy anymore with it being nighttime. But still, there were a number of other people around, and I would not call the place dead by any means. So I walked in, got a cart, and then began my shopping. I started heading to the side of the store opposite from groceries. I figured that I would go around and do my grocery shopping last. As I was walking to that side of the store, I passed by several people. One of them in particular caught my eye. It was a man, and for some reason, something about him looked familiar, or like I knew him from something. But he didn't look familiar at all, and I was pretty sure that I had never seen him before. But my mind was mostly just focused on remembering the items that I needed to get. The man was wearing a t-shirt that said "human mammal" on it. I realized after a few seconds that it was the shirt that was familiar. I knew that I had seen it someplace, and I was racking my brain to remember where. I kept walking away from the guy in the opposite direction. Maybe he noticed me kind of staring at him a little strange when passing him by or something. He didn't immediately follow me, but later on, I saw him again. I went to one of the back corner aisles of the store to get food for my dog, which was over there. This aisle was extremely quiet, and nobody else was nearby. I was in the aisle for maybe a minute, shopping around, when I heard somebody else enter. I looked over, and there he was, the human mammal himself. It was at that moment when I remembered a guy wearing the same shirt in another Walmart horror story video. I've never seen anybody wearing a shirt that says that before. I realized that this might be the same guy. He had now walked into my aisle and was just standing there staring at me. The man had longer dark hair, was about average height, and a somewhat large build. After noticing him staring at me for a few moments, I said hi to him in the most friendly way possible. The man did not say hi back to me. Instead, he took a couple of steps closer, but continued to just keep staring in my direction. Then he turned around and walked out of the aisle. I was relieved to see him go. I didn't know why he was acting so strange. I remained in the same aisle for just about another minute, and then I moved along. Soon, I was maybe a couple of aisles over, getting some other things. There was still nobody else in the immediate area over here. Out of nowhere, I heard somebody approaching. I turned and looked and saw the same guy. When he entered the aisle, he picked up the first thing off the shelf and tossed it down on the floor. Then he revealed his other hand from behind him, and he was holding a small hammer in it. Of course, I was instantly nervous when I saw that. He then just stopped and started staring at me again. Was he trying to threaten me? I asked him what he was doing, still trying to be friendly. He did not answer, but started walking a little bit closer to me. I told him that he was making me nervous holding that thing. He still ignored me. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore. I took my cart and quickly turned it so that it was blocking almost the entire width of the aisle. Then, using that as a sort of shield or roadblock, I turned and sprinted out of the end of the aisle. I could hear the man starting to run out of the aisle in the other direction. I ran along the back side of the store until I found an employee. Then I stopped and approached her. I was also looking around, and I did not see the man anywhere, so he must have stopped chasing me. I told the employee that there was a guy walking around with a hammer acting really weird. She told me that she would look into it and then radioed in to another employee. At that point, I decided to just leave. I did not want to be inside of the store with that guy any longer. I walked to the front, very careful to look out for him, and thankfully I did not see him. Then I checked out and left the store. I remember that when I got to my car and was putting the items in the back, I saw 2 police cars drive up to the front. They parked along the sidewalk in front of the main entrance. I figured that they were there for the human mammal guy. Then I left. Now, I went back after this and listened to the other Walmart story again when I got home. This guy seemed to have the same kind of behavior, plus he was wearing the same shirt. Now, I know he got banned from the other Walmart, so either this is a different location or he showed up anyways. I really can't believe that it happened still, and I had to write in. Anyways, hopefully this guy doesn't cause any more problems.
Many years ago, I used to work at an electronics store that would get really busy on Black Friday. For most of the year, the store would not be very busy at all. It was a smaller place, and many of them were in malls. Our location was not inside of a mall, but was part of a strip mall. So most of the time, we would really only have 1 or 2 employees working and wouldn't get that many customers at once. There were a few days though where we needed more, such as certain weekend sales, the Christmas season, and of course, Black Friday. We opened that year on Black Friday very early in the morning. I don't recall if it was 5 a.m., 6, or 7, but it was earlier than usual. I was opening the store along with 3 other employees. The setup of the store was basically items all along the walls, with a few display tables and more things for sale on them. There was also a couple of shelves, but not very many. Then we had our employee desk that had just 2 registers on it, and then there was a small backroom area in the store as well. We had put up a line divider thing to make there be an organized line of people waiting to check out, and then we had both registers open. The other 2 employees would be out in the store, helping customers and doing whatever else was needed, as the other 2 rang people up. When we opened, we got a lot of customers pretty much right away. Our store was having a major sale. The crowds were not overwhelming, but were significant. For the first couple of hours, I was one of the employees working at the register and checking out customers. Then I was assigned to help customers inside of the store. The time went by really fast because I was kept pretty busy. I remember that at one point though, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man walking into our back room. That space was for employees only, and normally the door was always locked, but it must have been left unlocked because this guy had just walked right in. I made my way over there to tell the guy that he couldn't be back there, but it took a little bit longer than usual because of how crowded the store was. I soon got back there though and entered the back room. It was a very small area but kind of cluttered. There were 2 doors leading to the store, one that I had just walked through and the other leading to behind the desk where the employees were. There was also an exit door that led out to the back of the building. After entering the back room, I did not see the guy anywhere. I was confused at first, and I called out asking if anybody was there. After getting no response, I figured that the guy must have left out the back door. That made me worried that he might have stole some stuff. I looked around and did not see anything that was obviously stolen from the back though, so I went back out into the store and was going to try to find out if anything was stolen there. I found another employee, and I told my coworker Jeff about what had happened. He told me that I should go into the back room and check to make sure nothing was stolen, and he would make sure nothing was stolen from the sales floor. So I started to make my way over there, and that's when I saw the back door opening again. The same man started to walk out, but then he noticed me, and he went back in the room and closed the door. I walked as fast as I could through the crowd to get back over to the room again. I was able to make it within about a minute and get inside, but when I did, once more I didn't see the guy in there. I called out again and once more got no response. I could not figure out where this guy was hiding or if he had left the store. I started to look around and check if anything was stolen. I went to the far end of the narrow back room and began looking at the items there. As I was doing so, I suddenly felt that somebody was behind me. I turned around to see the man standing there, now slowly walking towards me. I had no idea where he came from. He was a big guy, larger than me, and his face was nearly expressionless. I was concerned and did not know what he wanted. Seeing him back there totally took me by surprise. After a few moments, the only words I could get out were, "What are you doing back here?" He did not say anything, but kept walking towards me. Just then, the other door to the back opened, the one that led from behind the counter. My coworker Jeff was there, and he called out telling the man that he could not be in the back room. The man saw him, stopped for a moment, and then bolted for the back door. He ran out and left the building completely. I was glad that he was finally gone. He also did not appear to have stolen anything. We went over and checked, and nothing was missing. We also realized that the man must have been hiding behind some boxes that were back there. I had never looked in that particular area. I really don't know what that man's intentions were, but it was very creepy to say the least.
This happened years ago, and I still think about it. During this time, I lived alone in a smaller house. I always considered my neighborhood and city to be safe. I knew a lot of my neighbors, and it was a quiet neighborhood where not that much happened. That's why this story was even more disturbing. One night, I was fast asleep. I had gone to bed at about 10 o'clock when I usually did. At 2 o'clock in the morning, though, I suddenly woke up. Before I could figure out what was going on, I realized that my doorbell was ringing. Now, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the sound of anything can be startling and creepy. I sat up and tried to think of anybody who would ring my doorbell at 2 a.m. They rang it again, and I got out of my bed and left my bedroom. I walked down the hallway into my living room and then looked out of the front window. There was a man dressed as a clown standing on my front step. His face was painted, and it was painted really well. He was wearing a clown costume also, and it wasn't some cheap one that you could get for $20. This man really went all out. I moved back away from the window so that he wouldn't notice me. Then he knocked on the front door. What did this guy want? I moved over to the end of my living room window, which was mostly covered. I was careful to be in a spot where he wouldn't be able to see me. Then I watched him. He kept standing there, just staring ahead at my front door. I watched him the entire time. Then he moved and left my front step. At first, I thought that he was finally leaving, but instead, after walking off my front step, he turned and headed down towards the side of my house. He went out of my sight and was going near my bedroom. I left where I was at the window and walked to the hallway again. Then I went inside of my bedroom. As soon as I got in, I saw the clown looking directly into my bedroom window. I jumped back and left the room in a hurry. I was really creeped out to see that he somehow seemed to know where my bedroom was. I wasn't really sure what to do. About a minute later, I decided to go back in my bedroom and check and see if he was still at the window. I carefully opened up the door and looked. He was gone. I felt better and hoped that this time he was finally gone for good. As I was standing there in my bedroom, though, suddenly there was a loud banging sound from my back door. It had to be the clown. He was pounding on the door about as loud as he could. At that point, I called the police. I reported a man dressed as a clown in my backyard banging on my back door. The clown stopped pounding at my door, and I didn't look to check and see if he was gone. I went back into the living room and waited for the police to arrive. Several minutes later, I decided to look out of the windows again. I went to the back window and looked. When I did, I actually saw the clown. He was at the corner of my yard and moved out of it into my neighbor's yard. I kept watching and he went out of sight. Several minutes later, the police got there. I told them what happened and gave them a description of the guy. It would be hard to miss him. The police searched my yard, which wasn't very big, but the guy was gone. They didn't see him in any immediate neighbors' properties, so they didn't go in anybody else's yard. I was told they would drive around the area and look for the guy. In the meantime, if I saw him again, I was told to call back. The police left after that. I stayed up for a while, checking windows, but the clown did not return. And after that night, he didn't come back at all. It was so random. I still wonder who he was and what he wanted. What would have possibly happened if I had answered the door? I'm really glad that I didn't. Maybe he was just some guy trying to be a prankster. I don't know, but it was still one of the creepiest things that I've ever seen. I used to work at Walmart. I haven't worked there for years now, and when I was there, I didn't really like it that much. I was mostly just a cashier, so it was pretty repetitive. It was a decent job to have at the time, I guess, and I worked there for almost 6 months. I'm going to tell the story of my scariest experience while working there. For a little bit of background, I'm a female and was 23 at the time of this story. During that time period, I lived by myself in an apartment. I lived about 10 minutes away from the Walmart Supercenter where I worked. One night, I was working until 9 o'clock. I was up at the front of the store at the registers. It had been a really typical shift, and things were going somewhat busy until about 7. Then they started to quiet down. A little after that, it was time for my final break of the day. I walked into the break room, which was very quiet. I don't remember if anybody else was inside or not. I don't really think anybody was. Anyways, I was hungry, so I sat down and took off my Walmart employee vest. Then I left the break room to go buy something to eat in the store. I took my vest off because I didn't want any customers coming up to me and asking where stuff was when I was on my break. That had happened to me several times before, until I learned to just take it off. So anyways, I got some food and then went to a self-checkout and paid for it. Then, after that, I went back into the break room and sat back down in my chair. Now, I believe at this time, I was the only person in the break room. I was eating and going on my phone, just enjoying my break. But when it was over, I realized something. My Walmart vest wasn't there. I know for a fact that I had put it on the back of my chair, like hanging over it. My name tag was attached to it as well. I found this to be really weird. I looked all around for it, but nobody was nearby to see if somebody took it or what. I couldn't think of any reason why somebody would take my vest. Soon, it was obvious to me that it wasn't in the break room. I went and found my manager and told him what happened. He told me that there were some extra vests in a closet near the break room. I went in and got one and then returned to work. I was still confused as to what exactly had happened. Maybe somebody took it by mistake or something. So I finished my shift, which was only like another hour and a half longer. Nobody had returned my vest if somebody took it by accident, so I took the new one home that I got. I was still under the impression that it was probably one of my coworkers that took it by mistake. After I clocked out of work, I left the Walmart and drove home. I got back to my apartment, which was what I would describe as an average building. There were several floors and lots of units in the building. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. When I got to my place, I saw that my Walmart vest was sitting on the ground at my doorstep. I really couldn't believe it. I was so confused. I stood there just looking around for a minute. Then I picked it up and went inside. I was happy to get the vest back, but I had no idea how that happened. I had never told any of my coworkers where I lived. Sure, I was friends with a few of them, but never really hung out with them outside of work. The only thing I ever did with coworkers outside of work was go to the Applebee's down the street afterwards once. So there was no reason for them to know my apartment building, much less my exact unit. I started to wonder who could possibly be responsible for this. I worked again the next day. When I was there, I talked to at least 5 of my coworkers about what happened. I told them how somebody took my vest from the break room and then it showed up on my literal doorstep. They all had no idea how it happened, and none of them were responsible. This left me just as confused as ever. That work shift went by normally though, although I will say when I took my break, I took my vest off and brought it with me to get food. Afterwards, I left work and got back to my apartment again. This night though, it was probably like 10:30 at night, and I was in my bedroom watching TV. That's when I heard a knock at my apartment door. Now, it was very unusual for me to get visitors, especially at this hour, so I felt really suspicious immediately, especially after what had happened the previous night. I got up and quietly walked over to my front door. I looked through my peephole to the other side. I saw that there was this creepy-looking man standing there. He had a somewhat messy beard that was dark with some gray in it. The man was thin and also had longer, stringy hair. He was wearing a gray t-shirt and jeans. I had never seen him before that I was aware of. I couldn't help but think to myself, is this the man that stole my vest and returned it here? I was so creeped out and was not going to answer the door. He knocked again from right on the other side. My heart was racing, and I moved back quickly, but also as quietly as I possibly could. I just hoped that he would go away. I sat on my couch with my phone, ready to call the police if he didn't leave. He knocked one more time, and then I thought I heard the sound of him walking away. I felt a little bit better, and I got up and went over to the door. When I looked this time, he was in fact gone. I didn't know what to do with this information now, though. Do I go to the police, or do I just hope that this guy doesn't come back? I mean, I had no proof of anything. It could have just been a neighbor accidentally at the wrong apartment, or some kind of other coincidence. There was no proof to link this guy to my Walmart vest. Even though my hunch was telling me that it was connected, I did not call the cops. I just decided to hope that the guy wouldn't come back, and that nothing else strange would happen. The very next day, I was working at Walmart again. It was another night shift, like I often had. This time, everything went well until I was almost done. I was working at the cash register as a cashier like always. At one point, I was ringing up a customer, but noticed something in the distance. It was the man who had been at my apartment the night before. He was standing probably about 100 feet away, and he was just staring right at me. He had this sort of creepy smirk on his face. My heart started racing instantly when I saw him. I tried to push that out of my head and returned to focusing on the customer in front of me. When I looked back up to where the man had been about 30 seconds later, he was gone. I looked around, and I didn't know where he went, but I could no longer see him. I just hoped that I wouldn't see him again. And for the rest of my shift, I actually didn't. I was happy about that, and then I clocked out and left. I drove home from work and got back to my apartment once again. I went inside, relaxed for a bit, and then went to bed. That night, I fell asleep pretty quickly, but I woke up sometime after midnight. The first thing I remember after waking up was hearing this weird sound. It was coming from what sounded like the entrance to my apartment, like maybe right outside of my front door. I listened closer and realized that the noise sounded like some kind of saw. It really wasn't that loud. I got up and walked to my bedroom door and then opened it. From there, I could see into my living room, a small part of my kitchen, and the front door. What I noticed was the sawing noise was in fact coming from my front door on the other side. I quickly ran back inside of my bedroom and then locked the door. Then I called the police on my cell phone. I told them that I thought somebody was trying to break into my apartment, and I gave them my address. I was told police would be there shortly, but to me it felt like they couldn't come soon enough. I continued to hear the noise coming from my front door. This went on for probably another 2 or 3 minutes. Then I heard my front door actually opening. I was terrified. I ran to the back corner of my bedroom and hid behind my bed. The person walked into my apartment and seemingly headed straight for my bedroom door. Then they tried opening it. I'm really glad that my bedroom door had a lock. After failing to open the door, I once again heard the same sawing noise, but this time it was coming from my bedroom door, right on the other side. Whoever this was just sawing through my doors to unlock them. This was honestly crazy. The noise went on for probably like 5 minutes straight. I didn't know how much longer my door would hold up before it was broken. But then I heard that the police were here. I heard several more footsteps entering and voices saying police. The person right outside my bedroom door moved away, but I could hear the police quickly caught him. When it was safe, I finally left my bedroom. I saw police with the same man who had been at my door the previous night, and he turned out to be the same guy who had stolen and returned my Walmart vest. Somehow, he knew where I lived. I honestly don't know how he knew that, unless he followed me home sometime. Maybe I just simply hadn't noticed. It was a huge relief that he was caught. I didn't work at Walmart for much longer after that, and I quit a short time later. So, for context, I'm a 34-year-old female, and this took place in 2007. I was around 18 at the time and in college. I had just graduated and my apartment lease wasn't up yet, so I decided to stay until it was, which was a horrible decision. To understand the story, I need to tell you about the apartment layout. When you walk through the front door, there's a flight of stairs leading to the actual main floor of my apartment, and once you go up those stairs, you have a full view of my living room and the balcony door. And if you were to go out of the balcony door, there's a wooden divider on the left-hand side that separates my balcony from my neighbors. My neighbors were an old couple that had been there longer than I had. I never really interacted with them, so I had no clue what was to come. It started on the night that I had just bought my new car. I was standing outside on my balcony reading the owner's manual while on the phone with my mom, and it was snowing slightly. I suddenly felt a warm breeze of air and a wicked smell of whiskey. I turned my head only to be face to face with a man leaning over the wooden divider that separates me from my neighbors. I practically jumped out of my skin and hung up on my mom without saying anything. "Hey, I'm Jake." The man was holding out his hand to mine. Hi," I said. "So what are you doing out here in the cold?" he replied. "Oh, just reading a book," I said with a forced smile. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished. I immediately grabbed my phone and book and went inside. That was that for the night. Then the next day, I was getting ready for work and then went outside to get the mail. When I did, I saw a note sticking out of my mailbox. I pulled it out and it said something along the lines of, "You are very beautiful, can I take you out on a date?" And his name signed at the bottom of the letter. I walked inside and put the letter on my counter, feeling very confused. Then I left for work. Later that night, I was in my room reading a book until I heard screaming coming from my neighbor's apartment. They were all yelling at each other, and then I heard Jake say to his mom that he would slit her throat. A chill went down my spine as I heard this, and then I heard my neighbor's sliding glass door slam shut and footsteps on their balcony. Mind you, my bedroom wall is right next to their balcony, and I can hear everything. Then I could smell the smell of cigarettes and whiskey again. I somehow fell asleep eventually, but then woke up to use the bathroom. I sat up and began to walk out of my bedroom door. After you do, you have to walk past the sliding glass door, and then the bathroom is right across from the door. So anyways, as I'm walking towards the bathroom, he yells at me, "Get back in bed, Birdie." When he called me Birdie, it made me want to leave the apartment and never come back. I rushed into the bathroom, then a few minutes later came back out and practically ran to my bed. I was only 18 and wasn't the smartest when it came to choices like this, so I ended up going to sleep, then woke up early the next day and felt a cold breeze. I immediately shot up and my eyes darted around the room looking for the source. I didn't find anything, so I walked out into my kitchen/living room and saw it. The balcony door was wide open and there was a note on my kitchen counter. I shut the door and saw that the lock was missing from the door handle, but that was the least of my worries because my apartment had just been broken into. I picked up the note with shaky hands and read it. It was a whole paragraph about how I should go on a date with him, and at the bottom of the paper it said, "P.S. I promise you won't regret it." The rest of the day, I was paranoid that he would come back and do something. Later that night, I was once again on the phone with my mom, and then I suddenly heard running and pounding on my walls. That creep was running down the hallway and pounding on my walls and doors. I told my mom that on the phone, and she told me not to answer it. Then I walked towards my door and just stood there as he pounded and yelled from the other side. A few minutes went by, and then it stopped. I told my mom I had to go, and then I walked back to my living room and froze at what I saw. There he was, standing in the middle of the room, staring at me. "Why didn't you answer the door?" he said in a cold tone. "I was in the shower," I said back, clearly lying. "Okay." Then he climbed around the divider and left, and I never saw him again. A week later, my lease was up for my apartment, and I talked to my landlord. He told me that the man, Jake, had no permission to be on the property, since the limit of people in one apartment was 2, and my neighbor had 3. So after I moved all my stuff, about a month went by without any problems. Then my landlord randomly called me and told me how a young couple moved into my old apartment and the man had broken in several times and even smashed their windows. Goes to show how crazy and dangerous people can actually be. So random man named Jake, let's never meet again. This happened back in 2003. I used to work at a Walgreens, and if anybody doesn't know, it's a popular pharmacy store chain that also sells lots of other items. The stores are not that large usually, and generally never too busy either. Most of the time, there's a pretty calm feeling inside. The store that I worked at used to be open 24 hours. I'm not sure if it still is, but I know that it was when I worked there. So usually when I was working overnights, I would be all by myself for most of my shift. There really wasn't a need to have anybody else there, because I could handle everything, and we never got that many overnight customers. I was also able to walk to and from work, which was very nice. I had an apartment that was just down the street and a couple of blocks over, so it would only take me about 10 minutes. Usually, I worked 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and it wasn't that late yet when I walked to work, and wasn't too early when I walked back. One time when I was working an overnight shift, everything was going normal, and it was about 1 a.m., I believe. I remember that I heard the automatic doors opening, and glanced over to see a woman entering the store. She appeared to be about 40, had dark brown hair, was maybe 5'2" or 5'3", and pretty thin. After entering, the woman looked in my direction and said hi, and I said hi back to her. She then walked down one of the aisles, and I focused my attention elsewhere. I was just standing behind the counter at the checkouts. We only had 2 check lanes, but most of the time only had one open. Several minutes went by, and I occasionally saw the woman, but I wasn't watching her or anything. She just seemed to be shopping normally. But at one point, I was just casually looking around, and I saw the woman standing like half behind an aisle. She was holding a small video camera, it appeared, and holding it in a way that it looked like she was filming me or taking my picture. I looked at her, wondering what was going on. It was like she was kind of trying to hide it too, because she was about halfway obscured. I found this really strange. After a couple of seconds of this, her camera went down suddenly, and she disappeared behind the aisle. I thought that it was odd, but not the biggest deal. About a minute later, the woman walked up to the left near the exits. She said goodnight to me as she walked out without even buying anything. I said goodnight to her, but was a little bit weirded out by the whole experience. But after she was gone, I quickly forgot about it. I mean, yeah, it was strange that she was filming me or whatever, but it's not the creepiest thing in the world. Hours went by, and several more customers came in. All of them were pretty normal. When 6 a.m. arrived, I was off, and another coworker was there. I left Walgreens and then headed back to my apartment by walking along the sidewalk. It was still dark out, and things were very quiet. Just the occasional car would pass me by on the road. As I was walking back, though, one thing that was a little different was that I heard somebody walking a ways behind me. There was footsteps, but a good distance away. I was sort of curious, but didn't look back until I crossed over 1 block. As I did, I glanced over, and the same woman was walking. I found this really strange. After I crossed the street, I crossed another, and then went along that sidewalk that would take me all the way back to my apartment. I didn't think the woman would do the same, but she did. That's when I started to get really creeped out. Her whole personality just seemed kind of mysterious, even when she had spoken to me saying hi and bye. The woman continued to walk behind me, but was a long ways back. Soon I reached my apartment. I was really glad to see that she hadn't seemed to gain on me or anything. She was still about the same distance behind. Now you had to use your key to enter the apartment building, and then I had a separate key for my unit. This made me feel better if I could just get inside. Who knows why this lady was following me, but I knew that she didn't live here. I entered my building and then went up to my apartment, which was on the 2nd floor. My apartment was at the front side of the building, so I could look out onto the street where the woman had been walking. After I got inside, I went to the window and looked out. I saw the woman standing there on the sidewalk. She had her camera out again and was appearing to take a video of me at my window. This was just really strange. I ducked down to get out of her sight. Now she was just taking a video of my apartment window. What was the point of this? After several minutes, I looked again and she was gone. I went on with my normal routine after that. I would relax after work and eventually fall asleep. Obviously, my hours of being awake were very different than most people, with me having to work overnight hours. So I fell asleep that day probably at around 9 o'clock in the morning or so. When I woke up, I remembered that it was almost 2 p.m. That was a little bit earlier than I usually woke up. But then, I remember hearing the sound of somebody trying to open my apartment door. I walked over to the door and then looked through the peephole. What I saw was a woman walking away. I just barely saw her, but it was the same woman from before. I was now extremely creeped out by this. After she left, I didn't know what to do. I watched her leave the building and then walk away down the sidewalk rather quickly. I really don't know how she got in. Probably snuck in as somebody else was leaving, which is very possible. I decided to call the police and tell them everything. They came out to investigate, and I gave them all the information that I could. I didn't really know what else to do. They said they would look into it, and after that, I never heard anything more. I also never saw the woman again. It still creeps me out when I think about it. Obviously, I don't work at Walgreens anymore, and haven't for many years. I also don't live in that apartment or even the same city anymore. I still wonder what that woman was doing though. This was my craziest experience from my time in high school. I'm a female, and this took place during my senior year. I went to about an average-sized high school, and I lived about 10 minutes away from it. During this particular semester, because I was a senior, I got a free hour. This was during first period, so I didn't have class at that time. It was really nice because I could get more sleep and then come to school at a later time. But my school didn't have assigned parking, so also because of this, I would have to park sort of far away. Usually, I would drive to school and get there towards the end of first period. Then I would have plenty of time to go to my locker and get my things for my first class, which was second period. I wouldn't like to get there between classes because the hallways would then be crowded. So one morning, I drove to school and parked at the closest spot that I could find. Then I walked up and went inside. Now, I had to walk down a couple of hallways to get to my locker. After entering the school, there was probably 15 minutes left still in first period, so the hallways were completely empty. When I turned the corner and was walking down the second hallway, I remember hearing these footsteps behind me. I looked back and saw this man who I didn't recognize. It was just a guy who I knew was too old to be a high school student, but he was also not a teacher, and I didn't recognize him at all. I wondered for a moment if he had followed me inside of the school. I turned down another hallway and glanced back. He was now walking behind me, down this way. Soon, I reached my locker commons, and the man followed me there as well. I actually stopped at my locker, but when I did, I kept an eye out, and the man seemed to be approaching me. So instead of opening my locker, I decided to just walk away. The guy was still about 30 feet away from me or so. I turned and went down another random hallway connected to the commons. The guy actually followed me there as well. By now, he seemed to be walking faster. I was really creeped out, but knew that the offices were kind of close by. That's where the principal's office was, as well as the school counselors and some other staff. I figured that would be a safe place to go, so I started walking there as fast as I could. When I reached the end of that hallway, I had to turn and go up the stairs. When I did, the man following me did the same. But right up the stairs was a door entering the offices, and I went inside. The man did not follow me inside of there. When I got in, I reported the man for following me around. I didn't even know if he was supposed to be inside the school in the first place. I waited in the office area, and a short time later, they said they were going to lock down the entire school. I felt very safe inside of there during the lockdown. It ended up lasting for about 30 minutes, and then the lockdown was lifted. Unfortunately, though, the man was not caught. I found out that someone did spot him walking in the hallway, but he fled the school and left the building. Then the lockdown was ended. I was really creeped out by the guy and the fact that he had been following me around, but at least he was gone now. The rest of the school day went by normally, and for the next few days after that, everything was fine as well. I would say maybe a week after it happened, I was driving home from school one day. I was probably about halfway back home, and there was a car driving behind me. I remember coming to a stop sign, and I had to wait for this truck to pass by, so I was there for about a minute. A car pulled up behind me at the stop sign, and I just casually glanced in my mirror. I noticed the person driving was a man, and realized it was actually the same guy who had followed me into the school. I was shocked when I noticed him. When it was my turn to go, I drove through the intersection, and then saw the man driving after me. That's when I became really nervous that this guy was going to follow me home. My heart started racing. He drove behind me for about 2 minutes, I would say. But then, he turned off to another road, taking a left when I kept going straight. I didn't see him for the rest of the way back. I realized that it must have just been a coincidence, but I still found it crazy to be seeing this man again. I mean, what are the odds? Possibly, though, he just lived in the area. Either way, it certainly creeped me out, and I hoped that I would never see him again. But I did see him again. Just a few days after that, I was driving home from school again. I was almost home, maybe 5 minutes away. I saw the guy once more when I was at a stoplight. I really couldn't believe it. Then the light turned green, and I made my turn. The man turned with me, but then took a right shortly after. So once more, he wasn't following me, but this was just really strange. I didn't notice him driving behind me at all again after that. And for probably several more days, everything was normal and fine. Several days after that, though, I was at home. I lived with my parents and brother, and I was inside of my bedroom later at night. I was sitting at my desk doing some late night homework that was due the next morning. I think it was around 11 p.m. I just remember looking over to my window and seeing like a shadow of somebody walking past. I didn't know who that would possibly be. The window to my bedroom was on the ground level and at the front of the house on the end. There were also several bushes and trees near the window, and I had shades covering the entire window. I kept watching, and for a while there was nothing. But soon, the shadow returned. I could see that somebody was outside of my bedroom window again. I had a terrible feeling. Then, I suddenly heard a noise from the window. It was quiet, but it was like somebody was touching it. After that, I believe the person tried opening up the window or something. At that point, I got up and grabbed my cell phone and dialed 911. And I heard a sort of bang on the window as if it had been hit. When that happened, I ran out of my bedroom and into the hallway. My parents and brother had already gone to bed, and I was the only one still up. I went into the living room just to get away from the area. I spoke with a 911 operator on the phone and said somebody was at my bedroom window, possibly trying to break in. The woman on the line told me that officers would be on their way to my address. When I was away from my bedroom, I felt much better, but was still really nervous. I stayed in the living room and didn't really hear much. At one point, I started to walk down the hallway towards my bedroom. When I did, I could still hear noises from my window area. It wasn't really that loud, but I could hear it. I went over and woke up my parents. Then I told them what was happening. Shortly after they were awake, the police got there. They arrived much faster than I thought. The person was still at the window when they got there. It ended up being a man, the same man who followed me into school, and the same man that I kept seeing while driving. He tried running away from the police, but they caught him in the backyard. He had been trying to pry open my bedroom window, and there was significant damage done. Luckily, though, he hadn't gotten in yet. I guess the man had been stalking me for some time without me knowing. I later found out that after the lockdown, he had periodically followed me home for days. He would drive a short distance behind me and then turn away so I didn't notice. Over the course of a week or so, he knew my entire route from school to my house. That's why I had only noticed him the 2 times. I'm just glad that he was caught. If I hadn't been up late doing homework, who knows what would have happened. This was years ago now, but I will never forget it. This happened not too long ago. I think it was maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was in the city. I work downtown and take the bus there from my apartment. So after work one day, I did a little bit of shopping and then was heading to the bus stop. I really had to use the bathroom, probably because I had been drinking a lot of water. At first, I was just going to try to wait until I got home, but I then realized that I really didn't want to wait that long. As I walked down the city sidewalk, I looked out for any business that would probably have a restroom that I could use. It's hard sometimes to find a bathroom to use in the city, because there's so many people. Many businesses don't have public restrooms. Others make you buy something or get a key from behind the counter. It was about 6 p.m. or so the sidewalks were really busy. I soon saw a Starbucks coffee shop up ahead. I figured there would be a good bet that they had a public restroom. I headed for the Starbucks and then walked inside. When I got in, I saw that it was very busy. Lots of people stood around or sat at tables. There was probably 3 or 4 people in line and somebody ordering as well. I headed straight for the back where the bathrooms were. I don't go to Starbucks very often, but I've been there enough to know where the bathrooms are. When I got to the back, I saw the bathrooms, but you needed a code to get in. That was disappointing. I didn't want to bother asking an employee for the code. Perhaps I would have to buy something to get it, which I didn't want to do. Plus, there was a line of people waiting to order, so I decided to just leave. But as I started to head out, there was a guy that made eye contact with me. He appeared to be just kind of standing around. He looked as though he knew me or recognized me from something. However, I didn't know who he was at all. It seemed a little bit strange, but maybe I looked like somebody that he knew or something. The man was about average height, had light brown hair and glasses. I walked past him and started to leave the Starbucks. When I did, I noticed the man leave behind me. I didn't think much of it though. I turned to the left and walked down the sidewalk in search of another place that may have a restroom. I do remember that as I was walking down the sidewalk, the guy was walking behind me at a distance. It did seem a little bit strange. Eventually though, maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, I saw a hotel. I decided to walk inside of the lobby and see if they had a bathroom. When I went inside, I couldn't believe it when the guy behind me also entered the hotel. I walked through the lobby and found that they did in fact have a bathroom that I could use. I went inside and was not followed in by the man. I was in the bathroom for maybe a minute and then left to see the guy just kind of standing around. It was almost like he was waiting for me. I thought about asking him if he was following me or what he was doing, but I didn't. Instead, I just walked past him to leave. When I did, he seemed to follow me yet again. I left the hotel and went back onto the sidewalk. I kept walking and passed by the Starbucks again. Believe it or not, I was still being followed. I tried not to pay attention to the guy and also walked faster. There were still quite a few other people out on the sidewalk. I tried my best to blend in with them and I walked fast and passed people left and right. At last, I made it to the bus stop. I was just on time for a bus to arrive very shortly. I looked around as it was now pretty dark out. I didn't see the guy, which made me feel a lot better. I figured that he probably stopped following me at some point. Soon the bus arrived and I boarded it and found an open seat towards the back. There was a lot of other people on the bus and more continued to get on, but I didn't see the man at all. The bus soon left and I rode it for maybe 10 or 15 minutes until it arrived at my stop. I live pretty close to the city but in an apartment. After I got off of the bus, I have to walk a few blocks that takes a little bit more than 5 minutes. When we reached my stop, I got up and headed off the bus. After leaving, I noticed someone get off a couple of seconds behind me. I thought to myself, there's no way that's him. But when I looked behind me, it was. The same guy had been on the bus. I hadn't noticed him at all. Somehow, he must have blended in with the crowd of people, and before that, been able to keep up with me on the sidewalk. I couldn't believe it. I was so freaked out that I just started running. I sprinted as fast as I could all the way to my apartment. I didn't even bother to look back the entire time. When I made it to my apartment building, I quickly used my key fob to get inside. I made sure that the door closed behind me, and I didn't see the guy as I did so. I went up to my apartment on the 2nd floor, and luckily did not see the man again after that. That was several weeks ago. I don't know who the guy was or why he followed me. I'm hoping that he didn't see what building I lived in, and I don't know when he stopped following me as I was running. I'm just hoping that he never comes back.
During senior year of high school, my friend, who I'll call Jake, and I had a terrifying encounter. Jake's parents were out of town, and he had a decently big house, so we threw a party that weekend. The party wasn't anything too crazy, just about 30 or 40 people from our grade. Jake was my best friend and also my neighbor. I lived a couple of houses down from him, so I helped him set up and make sure that nothing that could break was out in the open. We also blocked off the stairs that led to the upper levels of the house so that the party could be contained to the main floor and basement. All the people showed up right around the same time, and the party was underway. It ended up being a fun party. There was music and dancing downstairs, and games being played upstairs like Mario Kart and other things. As the night wore on, I found myself having to pee really bad. The bathroom on the main floor and the one in the basement were both in use, so even though it was freezing outside, I went out to pee in the backyard. While I was back there by a tree, I happened to look back towards Jake's big house. Way up on the 3rd floor, I very quickly saw a flicker of light. After I finished, I didn't see the light again, but I strained my eyes looking up at the windows and I could see somebody moving around. When I went back inside, I found Jake and brought up to him that somebody was upstairs. As mentioned earlier, Jake's parents were gone, and he didn't have any other siblings who would still be up there, so it was somebody who wasn't supposed to be up there. Jake concluded that somebody from the party probably made their way up there, even though we had blocked off the stairs and put up a sign saying not to go up there. I offered to go with Jake, and we headed up the stairs expecting to find somebody from our high school, someone that was maybe looking for another bathroom, or a guy and girl who wanted someplace for private. Anyway, we checked all the rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floor until we got to his parents' bedroom. We opened the bedroom door to find a man looking through the closet drawers. His face was covered, so we couldn't make out much about him. He clearly had not heard us coming from the carpeted floors, because he whipped around very surprised and raised a gun towards both of us. Taken aback, we instantly threw our hands up saying don't shoot. He did not say a word, he just motioned for us to move out of the way of the door, and then proceeded to leave out the door once we were far enough out of the way. On his way past, he pistol whipped my friend Jake in the face before running down the hallway, down the stairs, and out the front door. We knew this because people who were up in the living room for the party saw him dash right past them and then out the door and saw him run down the street into the darkness. Looking back years later in hindsight, we definitely should have called the cops, but at the time we were kids hosting a party. There were some people at the house who were drinking that were underage, and we didn't want to get in trouble for that. Jake's face ended up being alright, but it took a bit longer to recover from the trauma of being held at gunpoint by who we assumed was a robber, unless something else was going on that we missed.
This happened many years ago when I was a kid. I was probably about 10 years old or so. I remember that my parents and I would go to my uncle's house sometimes. My uncle lives in a pretty big house on a large property, but he lives way out in the country where there's nothing else around. It was like 40 minutes away, but we had a lot of family gatherings there because of the space. Between the land and the nice house, it was the best place for all of us to meet. When we went there though, I would always be bored. All of my cousins are much older than I am, so I didn't really have anybody to talk to. So one time when we were there, I was bored, so I went outside. My uncle had a basketball hoop behind the house, and I was messing around over there. There was also a huge woods in my uncle's yard. I'm not sure if all of it was on his property or not, but there was a trail going into the woods. I got curious and decided to walk down it to see what it was like. I had never been on the trail, but I had heard about it. When I first started to walk down it, it was just like any other trail in the woods. It was pretty dense on both sides, and the trail was not very wide. I kept walking, and several minutes later reached an area where the trail was less paved. It seemed like it wasn't really maintained much at this point. The grass was longer, and then there was an option to go left or right. I think I went left, and I just kept going down that trail. It was pretty interesting to me, because I didn't have a lot of hiking experience. It was also more entertaining for me than sitting in my uncle's house with nobody to hang out with. So I walked down random trails and turned several more times for the next 20 minutes or so, probably. Then I decided that I wanted to head back, except I no longer knew the way. It was something that I didn't think about when I was going farther in. I started to panic a little bit when I realized that I had no clue how to get back. Back when I was a kid, I didn't have a smartphone at age 10 like kids seem to nowadays. I was on my own to figure it out. I tried to retrace my steps for the next several minutes. It was during this time when I heard a noise a ways behind me. My first thought was that it was some kind of an animal, and I was terrified. I was thinking it might be a bear or a mountain lion or something. As I kept walking and tried to go faster, I continued to hear the noise behind me. I looked back, but saw nothing at first, because it was too far behind me. As I kept walking, I continued to hear the noise a ways back. It sort of sounded like it was getting closer to me, but I also realized that it didn't sound like an animal anymore, but a person. It didn't really make me feel much better though, and I was still scared, because who would be walking out in this woods? When I got to a straight point in the path, I looked behind me and just briefly saw a man walking. I didn't know who he was. He was tall, sort of thin, and he was looking down, so I didn't get a good look at his face. But I tried to walk even faster than I already was. I was desperately trying to find my way back to my uncle's, but I had no clue if I was heading in the right direction. I turned a few times when there were options to in the trails. I'm not even sure if my uncle made these trails or if they were animal trails now. But every time I turned, the guy behind me seemed to turn the same way. He was very slowly getting closer, but for the most part maintaining the same distance. When the trail was going around a sharp turn, I took the corner and then I dashed into the woods. It was very thick at that part, but I didn't know what else to do. I ran in and then hid in a bush. I was laying on the ground and I got all kinds of scratched up in the process, but I soon heard the man walking. I remember hearing him go off the trail a little bit and I got really nervous. He was walking around sort of in the area I was, but after that he moved along. He remained off the trail, and I'm 90% sure that he was looking for me. I soon heard him go farther away, and then I stopped hearing him altogether. I kept hiding where I was for a good 10 minutes at least, I would guess. I was afraid that he was still there someplace, but when I finally got up the courage to leave my hiding spot, I did not see the man. I then left and went back to the trail. I still had no clue where I was though, so I just started walking in the opposite direction that the man had gone. For like 10 minutes, I just kept going down the path, and then by a miracle, I saw my uncle's yard in the distance. I ran for it and had finally made it back. I had probably been gone for about an hour. After going back inside my uncle's house, I found my parents and told them what had happened. Then we found my uncle, and I asked him who the guy in the woods would be. He said that nobody else should be back there, and his property went on for many acres. So my uncle went out there and was in the woods for a while, but he came back and said that he didn't see anybody. My uncle said there was really no other property nearby. That made it even more creepy to me. I was really scared when the man was following me, but I sort of thought maybe it was a neighbor. I thought maybe I wandered into his property or something. Knowing that he was trespassing makes it even more scary. After that, I didn't go in my uncle's woods alone anymore.
This story takes place in the fall of 2016, right in the heat of the whole killer clown thing that was going on for a while. My cousin and I were both in middle school at the time, and I was staying over at his house one night. There were quite a few people in the house that night, including us, my aunt and uncle, and my younger cousins. It will be easier to understand the story by explaining the layout of the house and yard first. They lived in a rather large double-wide trailer that they bought that was positioned on a flattened part of a hill. Their driveway is a rather steep gravel slope that connected to the road at the bottom of the hill. Behind the house and up the hill was nothing but woods. My cousin and I were the only ones still awake this night, watching TV in the living room. We kept hearing noises in the woods behind the house. We could see into the woods from the window in the living room where we were sitting, but we didn't pay much attention to the noises since it was kind of windy. Plus, my uncle had lots of motion lights outside the house. The motion lights were positioned in the back facing the woods, the side door close to the driveway on the opposite side of the house, and on the porch that overlooked the front yard and the road. Because of all the motion lights, we weren't too worried about anyone or anything being outside, since anything out there would trigger the lights. We had heard lots of stories and watched lots of YouTube videos about the whole killer clown thing that was popular at the time. Personally, I didn't think that it was real. I thought it was just prank videos. Also, we live in a small town in northeast Tennessee where everyone owns some sort of firearm, including my uncle. We were never afraid of anyone dressing up as a clown and trying anything. The only lights on in the house were the TV and the dim light up above the kitchen sink that was only a few feet behind the couch. Suddenly, the motion detector light in the backyard turned on. We noticed, but we didn't think anything of it. The lights were set on a 10-minute timer, and if it detected movement, it would stay on and turn off after 10 minutes if no other movement was detected. After 10 minutes, they went back off, so we figured that it was just an animal, which wasn't uncommon. After about 20 minutes, I went to the bathroom down the hall. I did my business and washed my hands. But when I came out of the bathroom, the motion light on the side of the house by the side door that entered into the laundry room turned on. I could see it shining through the thin blinds that were on the door. I heard what sounded like footsteps on the gravel outside, and then the doorknob started rattling quickly like somebody was trying to open it. Luckily, the blinds were shut, so whoever it was didn't see me. I ran back into the living room to tell my cousin. My cousin had heard the same thing I did, because he was already up and halfway into his dad's room to wake him up. At that point, I saw the light from the front porch come on, so I got up to look out the window that looked out to the porch, but I couldn't see anything. My uncle had quickly grabbed his pistol and a flashlight and was out on the front porch looking for whoever or whatever it was. My cousin and I were behind him on the porch watching. He looked around with the flashlight for a bit, and eventually we saw something. There at the bottom of the hill in the ditch by the road was someone dressed up as a clown in a cheap-looking costume. The clown was facing up the hill towards us, and it just looked at us and waved. My uncle fired a warning shot, and the clown ran across the road and into the woods. My cousin and I didn't sleep anymore that night, while my uncle stayed out on the porch for a few more hours to make sure that nobody came back. I don't doubt that it could have just been a high school kid playing a prank trying to scare whoever was in the house. After reading some more experiences with these clowns of people's lives actually being threatened and in danger, it still scares me to think of what the clown would have tried to do if he was able to get inside the house.
I'm a librarian. This is something that happened a few years ago at the library that I used to work at. This library was pretty close to my apartment, so close that occasionally I would walk to and from work. Now, it was about a 20-minute walk, so I only really did this when the weather was nice, or if I wanted extra exercise or just felt like it. The library that I worked in I would describe as pretty average sized. It was not that small, but also not too large. I really enjoyed it for the most part. Well, one night I was working until the time we closed at 7 p.m. I had walked to work that day, so I would be walking back as well. Things quieted down in the library significantly in the last hour that we were open. By the time 7 p.m. rolled around, I was the only person there. I then went over and locked the doors, then went around the library making sure that everything was in order. After that, I was able to leave. I started walking home, which would be on several different sidewalks. Normally, when I would walk home after a closing shift, I would be the only person on the sidewalk for most of the way. It really wasn't that common of an area for people to walk, especially at night. But on this night, literally within the first minute, I heard somebody walking behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw a hooded man wearing a gray sweatshirt trailing me a ways back. Instantly, I was nervous. I didn't want to cause myself to panic or anything, and I told myself that it was fine. But as I kept walking, the man remained behind me. When I turned, he did as well. I remember at that point, I took a wrong turn intentionally. That went to a different road that was sort of out of my way. The man behind me did the same thing. Then, at the end of that block, I turned back and connected again with the road that we had been on. The man still did the same thing. At that point, it confirmed to me that he was following me intentionally. This made me really nervous. I also realized that I had not brought my pepper spray with me to work. Normally, when I walked to work, I did, but I forgot on this day, which was bad luck. So I kept walking back home, and the man remained the same distance back. Soon, though, I reached this McDonald's restaurant. Never in my life was I so happy to see one. They were open, and I walked inside. When I did, the man did not go in, but seemed to stop somewhere in the parking lot. After going in, I waited and texted my friend Allison. I told her of the situation and asked her to come and pick me up. She agreed, and luckily she lived very close to me, so within 5 minutes she had arrived. I quickly left the restaurant and went into her car. We drove away, and I did not notice the man when we left, but luckily I made it back home safely. So after that, I didn't walk to work for a while, but that's not the last I saw of the man. This was probably almost a week later, and I was working another closing shift. I was behind the counter where I would usually work. From my view, I could see several bookshelves as well as some of the computers that we had. I remember at about 6:30 p.m. the library had become very quiet. I had only noticed a couple of people here and there, and some had left, but then I casually looked around and I noticed that the same man who had followed me home was sitting at one of the computer desks. He looked up at me and it really creeped me out. I tried my best not to look at him. When I glanced back over though, he was gone. I was really glad to see that. Soon it was 7 o'clock. I just hoped that the man had actually left the library. I went over and locked the doors like usual. Then I would go around the library to make sure everything was in order. Now I had already done the announcements, such as the library was closing in 10 minutes and the library is now closed, those announcements. So if anybody was here, they knew that they were supposed to be gone by now. I went around the library, going up and down each aisle of bookshelves. Everything was empty, but when I approached the back corner of the library, I heard a noise. I looked over and saw that the same man was still here, and he was entering the aisle that I was in. My heart instantly started racing. I told the man that we were closed. He didn't answer me or say anything, but kept approaching. I moved away and ran out of the aisle. I went to the next one over and heard the man coming after me. I then ran out of that aisle and quickly into another one, trying to confuse the man. I was able to stay ahead of him, and I was going from one aisle to another like it was a maze. I heard footsteps in the distance, but couldn't tell exactly where the man was. I then slowed down and tried to listen better. When I did though, it seemed like he slowed down too. Very carefully, I moved out to another aisle. I needed to get to the front of the library where the doors were. I slowly moved over to the side wall and then went alongside of it. I heard the man starting to approach though. I had to stop, and I went around a corner in this little nook area where a comfortable chair was for reading. I went behind the chair and hid. The man walked closer, but did not know exactly where I was, so he didn't go to the exact area, but got within maybe 30 feet. He passed by and moved a little farther down from where I was. Then I carefully and quietly moved out from my hiding place. I then walked back along the side wall until I could see the front doors. When I did, I just started sprinting for them. When I did this, it gave away my location. The man started running after me, but he was a long ways away. I made it to the doors and went outside. Then I got to my car. I quickly went inside and then watched the front doors, but the man did not leave. Then I called the police. I waited there in my car, and the police got there a short time later. They went inside and soon came out with the man. I was very grateful to have escaped. Looking back, I honestly don't know how I did it. I worked at that library for a few more months and then changed locations to where I currently work. A few years ago, I was traveling by myself. I took a flight to Phoenix for some business that I hoped to do there. For the 2 nights that I would be in town, I was staying outside of downtown in a pretty standard hotel. It wasn't fancy, but it wasn't some cheap place either. It was perfectly fine and had the basic bed, TV, desk, chair, and bathroom. After I checked in, I got my room key and went inside. I had a couple of hours before I had to go anywhere, so I went on my laptop in my room. Then I left for a few hours. I was out in the city, and when I came back to my hotel room, it was night. After arriving back, I entered my room again and set my stuff down. It was exactly at this moment when I saw a man stand up from behind my bed. I had no idea who he was. The man was wearing a black sleeveless shirt and jeans and was bald with a goatee. I asked him what he was doing in here. The man did not say anything, but started to slowly walk towards me. I backed away and then went for the door. He actually chased after me as I did this. I got out of the room and into the hallway. Then I ran to the left where the front doors were. After making it to the lobby, I saw that the guy was not chasing me anymore. I told the employee at the front desk about the situation. She said that she would call the police, and I waited in the lobby until they got there. The entire time waiting, we didn't see the guy. The police got there within probably 10 minutes. Then they searched my room, which the man was gone from now. They also searched throughout the entire hotel. He had left though, probably through one of the back exits. After going back to my room, I was happy to see that none of my things were stolen. It was still very creepy though. After that, I was safely back in my hotel room. But when all of the commotion was gone, the police had left, and I was by myself. Probably about an hour later, I glanced out my window. I saw the man walking through the parking lot. My window looked out to the back parking area. The parking lot there had not nearly as many cars as the one out front. That parking lot also backed up to the rear of a couple of nearby businesses. He was walking from the hotel parking lot to a parking lot of another business. Then he went out of my sight. I thought about reporting him or something, but figured that he would be gone again by the time anybody got there. That night, I made sure that my door was locked and my window was covered. The rest of the time I stayed there was fine though, and I did not see the man again. I still wonder though what he was doing in my room and how he got in there. It's possible that he was in the room with me for the couple of hours that I was there after arriving. He could have come in after as well. I may never know. When I was 14, my family moved into a new city. I was going to be a freshman in high school and would be in a new school district. I remember that when I started at my new school, I didn't know anybody at all. It took me a little while to get used to things, and the new school was much larger than my old one. For probably the entire first month that I went there, I would be confused about where I was going often. There were several times that I even got lost. One day, early on in the school year, maybe the first or second week of classes is when this happened. I had just finished my first hour class, and I was running late to my second one. I remember that after walking down several hallways, I got sort of confused. I thought that I was in the correct hallway where my class was, but I soon realized that I wasn't. Then I heard the school bell ring, and I would be late to class. All of the kids had left the hallways, and I was the only one there still. Many of the hallways looked very similar, and to be honest, even to this day I think that some of them are sort of confusing. So back then, I was very confused. I went back and tried to figure out where I had gone wrong. I just wanted to get to class as quickly as possible. Maybe 2 minutes after the bell had rang, I was still trying to figure out where I was going. I was truly lost. Then I heard another noise on the school speakers. It was an announcement that the school was being locked down. We were told to stay in our classrooms, and nobody was supposed to be in the hallways at all. Now I knew that I really needed to find my class. I was sure that it was around here someplace, but the fact that I was panicking was making things worse. I probably wasn't thinking very clearly, and I was also just young. When I made it to the end of the hallway that I was in, I remember seeing a man approaching. He was wearing glasses and a blue sweater. He saw me, and I figured that he was a teacher or something. Then he asked me what I was doing in the hallway and said there was a lockdown. I told him that I was new to the school and I couldn't find my classroom. He asked me what class it was and my teacher's name. When I told him the information, he said that he knew where that was, but he said it was kind of far away, and he told me that I should go with him to his classroom instead. I agreed, and we then started to walk down the hallway. The man was friendly and asked me how the school year was going as we were walking. I talked to him briefly, and then we were mostly walking in silence. After a couple of minutes of following the man, I saw something that looked familiar. It was the classroom that I was actually supposed to go to. I stopped when I saw it and told him that this was my classroom. He told me to keep following him though. I remember him telling me to go to his room, and in a lockdown, staff wasn't allowed to open their door or something. But for some reason, I didn't listen to him. Even though he told me not to, I walked right up and knocked loudly on my classroom door. When this happened, the man seemed unhappy. But I heard somebody walking to the doors just on the other side. It was my teacher. Then the man who I had been walking with just left. The teacher to my room opened the door, and I told her I was supposed to be in her class. She let me in, and then closed the door behind us and locked it. I remember her asking me where I had been, and I said that I got lost. Overall, she wasn't upset or anything, and understood that I was a new student. The lockdown went on for probably 30 minutes, and then it ended. I really wasn't that scared, but I also didn't know why we were having a lockdown in the first place. When it was over, we went on with class, and after that, I went on with the rest of the school day. I didn't hear for the entire rest of the school day what the lockdown was even for. But when I got home, my parents told me about it. They said that a man was arrested inside of the school for trespassing. I thought it was crazy, and then they showed me a news article of what happened. When I saw a picture of the guy, I realized that it was the same man who told me to follow him to his classroom. He didn't even have a classroom at all. He wasn't even a teacher and didn't even work at the school. So where was he going to make me go with him? Probably to leave the school. That also must have been why he didn't want me returning to my class and walked away so quickly. I ended up telling my school about my encounter with the man. After that, I got used to things at the new school, and I ended up graduating from there. But that was by far my craziest experience in high school.
I used to work at Walmart. I worked there for about 6 months, and I mostly just stocked shelves. I also worked past close often and would work overnights. The job was pretty easy, and I would usually get there at about 10 o'clock at night and work until 6 a.m. The store closed at 11 p.m., so for about an hour I would be working with customers in the store, although generally there were very few of them at that hour. Our particular location was probably one of the quieter ones. We were always hiring and often a little bit short-staffed, even with it being one of the quieter Walmarts. I imagine that some other Walmarts probably have lots more employees than we did. One night, I got to work at 10 o'clock and had some boxes of items to stock shelves with in the grocery area. At around midnight, I was by myself in one of the back grocery aisles. It was mostly quiet in the immediate area where I was. But out of nowhere, I heard something fall off of seemingly one of the top shelves in the next aisle over. I thought this was weird, and I stopped what I was doing to go see. I figured that another coworker was there for some reason. When I walked around the corner and looked into that aisle, I didn't see anybody at all. I went back to what I was doing and continued with work. For the next 10 minutes or so, everything was normal. But then, out of nowhere, I saw this guy walk into my view for just a second. He was passing by my aisle and did not appear to be an employee, but I only saw him for like a second. I got up and walked over. When I looked around the corner, I saw him disappearing into another aisle. I called out asking who was there, but got no response. I decided to go and see who it was. I walked over and into the aisle where the guy went. When I looked down this one though, I didn't see anybody. It was really strange because I didn't hear him leave the aisle. I was sure that he was there. I kept looking down that aisle, and then I saw him. He was hiding within the aisle on the bottom shelf. He was mostly covered by boxes and was about halfway down. I just barely saw his head peeking out between the boxes. It was a really strange sight. I should have just walked away and found my boss, but I decided to call out to the man again and ask him what he was doing. When I did, he did not move or answer me. I told him that he had to leave and we were closed. I don't think this really had much of an effect on him though. He remained hidden, even though I knew where he was, and he also knew that. I left at that point to find my boss. I walked a ways away, and I let him know that there was somebody hiding in one of the aisles. We both walked back over to the aisle where the man was, but when we got there, we were just in time to see him running away. He went sprinting out of the aisle and out of both of our sights. We briefly walked over to where he had gone, but he had been running pretty fast. My boss told me that it would be taken care of, and I could go back to work. As my boss walked away, I heard him radioing in to somebody else, and I felt at ease about the situation. I went back to work after, like usual. I stocked shelves for the next hour and a half or so. But then, as I was over there by myself, I heard a noise of somebody approaching me. I turned around and once again was expecting to see a coworker, but I saw the same guy. Somehow, he was still here. I thought my boss told me he was going to take care of it. The guy startled me, and I got up and immediately started running away. It was the only thing that I could think to do.
The crazy part is the man actually started running after me. He gave chase as I ran past several aisles before finding a coworker. When another coworker saw us, the man finally diverted and ran into another direction. At that point, both my coworker and I went in the opposite direction of the guy. The police ended up being called, and a bunch of us employees were evacuated from the store. When the police got there, they went inside and were able to catch the man after probably 10 minutes. I'm not sure how, but the guy had been able to elude everyone for several hours. He stayed in the store after closing, and nobody was able to kick him out. He would hide in the store and move around when nobody was watching him. What his ultimate plan was, I don't know. It really creeped me out though. I'm glad that I saw him when I did. I'm not even sure why he was approaching me. I had a terrifying experience with a clown back when I was in high school. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. It all started one night when I was at work. Back then, I lived with my parents and worked a job at a nearby convenience store. I walked to and from work, and I would ride the bus to school every day. Between work and school, I was pretty busy. So I started work from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m. on this night. Work went by as usual, and when I got off, I left to walk home. The walk would take me about 15 minutes on most days, and I didn't mind it. At my job, I would just be sitting at a counter most of the time, so walking afterwards felt nice. Also, the neighborhood was generally really quiet. I never felt unsafe or had anything scary happen. It did seem a little bit creepy at night sometimes because of how quiet it would be. After leaving work, I started walking along the sidewalk. There were sidewalks for my entire walk home, but I did have to turn a couple of times. About 2 or 3 minutes into the walk, I noticed somebody kind of up ahead. They were standing on the grass between the sidewalk and the street, kind of randomly. It was dark out and they were far away, but when I approached, I soon realized that it was a clown, or at least it was somebody dressed up in a clown costume. It was really creepy looking, and I knew that I would have to walk past him. I didn't really want to, but I did. I tried not to look when I got close, and the clown didn't say anything to me. When I passed it by, I could sense him looking at me though. Still, I didn't look. I just walked past and kept going towards my house. At first, he appeared to stay where he was, but when I got like 20 feet away, I heard him move, and it sounded like he went onto the sidewalk. I got about 50 feet ahead of him, but then I heard him walking behind me. I hoped that he wasn't following me, but I had a bad feeling that he was. When I turned, I looked over and saw that the clown was walking a distance behind me. He turned exactly when I did. There was no question that he was following me. I kept going and tried to walk a little bit faster. I didn't look back, but listened closely in case the clown was going faster as well. He didn't seem to be getting any closer to me though. I crossed another street, which he also did. Now I only had a short distance to go before arriving home. When I got to my street, the clown walked after me. That's when I looked over my shoulder for the first time. He was there, maybe 40 feet back now, and was looking at me. I walked faster, and by now my heart was racing. I was really freaked out. I wanted to start running, but was afraid that the clown would do the same if I did. Instead, I remained as calm as I could and kept walking. Soon I made it to my driveway. I felt a lot better, but still had to make it inside the house. I walked up and got to the front step. It was at that point that the clown reached my driveway. Then I heard him starting to walk up the driveway after me. This made me really nervous, and I scrambled to use my house key to unlock the door. I was panicking, and that was causing me to go slower than usual. I heard the footsteps quickly approaching as I fumbled around with the key. At last, I had unlocked the door. I went inside extremely quick and then slammed the door and locked it behind me. I heard my mom say from the other room, "What was that?" She then called out my name, and I heard the doorknob turn behind me. I ran over to the living room and found my parents. I told them about the clown guy following me home. We went over to the door to look, but he was now gone. I told them the story, and my parents said that they would drive me to and from work for my next shift. We figured that the clown had left, and we were all very creeped out by this situation. Later that night, I went to bed, and the clown didn't come back or anything. But the next morning, I got up to catch the bus for school. It was really early and still dark out because school started at 7:25, so at about 6:50 the bus would usually arrive at my house, and after getting ready for school, I headed out. I left my house at about 6:45 and started walking to the end of my driveway where I would stand and wait for the bus. When I was beginning to walk down the driveway, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked and saw the same clown coming around the corner from the side of the garage. I couldn't believe my eyes. I turned and ran back inside the house and called the police right there. Then I found my parents and told them what was going on. We all stayed inside the house until the cops got there. They found the clown hiding in the backyard. I couldn't believe it. I was sure that he had left the previous night. After that, I was able to get a ride with my parents to school because I missed the bus, but I was just grateful to be okay. It still blows my mind that the clown was there in our yard all night. We should have called the police the previous night after he had followed me home. We had just assumed that he left. I guess he camped out on the side of the garage, which was actually a really good hiding place. That guy was a total creep. This remains the scariest moment of my life. I'm now scared of clowns because of it. Last year, I had a really creepy experience. For a little background, I live by myself and have a house. This was the same situation for when this story occurred. It all started when I was at home one night. It was probably like 9 or 10 p.m. Usually I stay up kind of late, so I wasn't about to go to bed or anything. But when I heard a knock on my front door, I did think it was unusual. I walked over and looked out the window. There was a woman standing there. I was unsure if I should open the door or not. I waited to see if she would walk away, but about a minute later, she knocked on the door again. I decided to answer and opened up the door for her. She had long blonde hair, looked to be in her 20s, and was wearing a black sweatshirt. Right when I opened up the door, she asked me if she could come inside. I asked her why. The woman responded, saying that there was some guy that was after her. I told her that I could call the police, but she interrupted me and asked me again if she could just come inside. I didn't let her though. I suggested calling the police again, but she said no. When I asked her why not, she just turned and walked away rather quickly. I was pretty confused. I looked around, trying to see if there was a man anyplace. I didn't see one though. The woman went down the street and was quickly out of my sight. I went back inside after that and then went to bed. By the next day, I had forgotten about the encounter for the most part. I went to work as usual, but after that, I was home again and it was later at night. I was in my living room and just noticed out the window somebody walking by out front. It was the same woman as the night before, and she was walking on the street in front of my house. I was not aware of her living in my neighborhood. I had never seen her before until the night prior. It was also unusual for people to walk on the side of my street, so this was overall a very strange situation. When she was in front of my house, she kind of stopped and looked at my house. I noticed this, and then she seemed to kind of notice me looking at the window at her. Then she kept walking past my house down the street. I wasn't quite sure who she was or why she was hanging around my neighborhood all of a sudden. I thought perhaps she had moved in down the street or something, but honestly, I had no idea. I saw her again the very next day though. This time I was driving to work, and I remembered that after making it out of my neighborhood, a car was driving behind me. For whatever reason, at the stoplight, I looked at the car behind me in my mirror. The driver looked an awful lot like the woman who I kept seeing. I was almost positive that it was her, but she was wearing sunglasses, so I wasn't quite 100%. It was strange to see her again though, but I didn't even have the thought that she was following me in her car. But as I kept driving, I noticed her making all of the turns that I did. Eventually, I was like 90% there and she was still driving behind me. By now, I was about 99% sure that she was the same woman. It took me about 15 minutes to get to work, and when I got there, she pulled into the parking lot after me. I was shocked. I knew she didn't work here, but when I drove into where I always parked, she drove through the lot a different way. Her car went out of my sight, and I couldn't tell if she was parking or driving away. I just went into work and didn't see her for the rest of the time that I was at work that day or when I was leaving. and for the next 2 days, I didn't see her at all. And I was even a little more suspicious during those 2 days. I would look out of my windows a little bit more at night, but I didn't see her at all. Then, one night, once again, I was home by myself, except this time it was later, probably a little bit after midnight. I was just about to go to sleep and in my bed. That's when I heard a sort of loud noise. It was coming from what sounded like outside, near the back of my house. I got up and went out to my doorway. That's when I heard another loud noise. This time, it was clear that it came from the back window. Somebody was hitting it with something. I didn't know who it was or what they were doing, so I stayed in my bedroom. I closed the door and then I called the police and told them that I thought somebody was trying to break into my house. A short time later, I heard another loud noise, and then it sounded like somebody was inside. I stayed in my room and quickly locked the door. Whoever was inside of my house slowly walked around, but soon I heard them opening a door a ways away. They never really got that close to my bedroom. Then I stopped hearing any noises. It took me a while to realize that they had likely gone into my basement. For the next 5 minutes or so, everything was silent. Then the police arrived. I ran out of my room to let them in. Once they entered, I let them know that I thought somebody was in my basement. They went down, and a short time later came out with the same woman who I kept seeing. I should have known it was her. I was glad that she wouldn't be bothering me anymore, but I never got an answer. Why was she seemingly stalking me? I still don't know.
A few years back, I was working as an overnight security guard at a company. I don't remember exactly what company it was, but it wasn't that popular or anything. I worked at a lot of different places back then doing security. It was an easy job because I would just sit at a desk all night. Literally nothing ever happened. Most shifts, I wouldn't even talk to anyone. Sometimes one or two at most. I could just go on my phone and look around and get paid for it. But at this one particular company, it was a pretty standard office building for the most part. Now inside was a lobby, and I would sit at a desk in there and had a computer with some basic information. The building was not really near anything else in particular and was slightly more secluded. The only other people there overnight was a security guard and a janitor. The other security guard would mostly just be outside, and I knew both him and the janitor and didn't see them very much other than when I would arrive or leave, or when the janitor cleaned the lobby. When I was working behind the desk one night, I would guess that it was around 1 o'clock in the morning or so. As I sat behind the counter, I occasionally would look around. My view was mainly of the front door and window next to it. Outside of that was a parking lot which was empty. Behind the parking lot was a fence. I was just casually looking around when all of a sudden I saw this guy walk to the door. He looked right inside and faced me. It was really strange to see because nobody had ever come to the door before, but I then realized that this man who was standing at the door was smiling the creepiest smile I had ever seen. His eyes were so wide, like they were about to pop out of the sockets. It was very unsettling. He had to be joking or something. The man did not try to enter the building though. He just stood there at the door and kept staring at me. I wasn't sure what to do, so I waved at him. He did not wave back to me. He then moved out of sight and I couldn't see him anymore. I was really confused by what had just happened. I had no idea where the guy had come from or what exactly he was doing. I tried to brush it off and figured the outside security guard would soon see the guy, so I called him to let him know, but he hadn't seen the guy at all. I got up and walked over to the door, but the guy was now out of sight. I went back to my desk and was there for the next 30 minutes or so. Then the guy was back. I just looked up and there he was, standing at the door and staring at me again with the same creepy smile. This time I got up, but as soon as I stood up, he moved out of sight. I walked over to the door and opened it up. The man was now gone. He must have run off somewhere. I walked around outside until I found the other security guard. I told him about what had happened and we talked for a while. Neither of us knew where the guy had gone. We looked all around the property after that, but he must have left. Then I went back inside. The property was large enough that he could have easily evaded us. And don't ask me why, but there were hardly any security cameras outside.
There were a bunch inside, but only like 2 outside that didn't even cover that much space. For the rest of the night, I didn't see him. In fact, I never saw him again. I still wonder who he was and what he was doing. I'm a teacher, and this is something that happened at the last high school that I worked at. During that time, I taught a couple different classes. One of them was an advanced class that only had a few students in it. The subject was not the most popular one, and I had just 10 students in the entire class. At this time, I had been teaching at this particular school for about 5 years. My classroom was located on the 2nd floor of the east wing of the school. It was in a hallway that was kind of out of the way from the other areas, and usually very quiet. One morning, it was 3rd period, when I was in my small class of 10 students. I was teaching and going through a normal day with them, when all of a sudden, I got a phone call. I went over to my school phone on my desk and answered it. When I did, I was told that the school was being locked down and it was not a drill, and to follow the lockdown procedures. I was not told the reason for the lockdown. After hanging up, I told my class that we were going into a lockdown and it was not a drill. Then I followed the routine. I was to lock the classroom door, obviously, and then turn out the lights. My desk was at the front of the classroom and on the side near the door. All of the students were supposed to go to the back of the classroom then. Some of them asked me what the lockdown was for. I told them that I didn't know. This had only been, I believe, the 2nd lockdown since I had been working at the school. The first was just for a stolen car that was at a nearby property, so I really didn't know if we were in any danger right now, or if this was more of just something taking extra safety. It's always better to be safe, but in the back of my mind, I was slightly nervous. We all waited inside of the classroom, and it was mostly silent. Many students were just going on their phones, and some were whispering to each other. I was sitting in my desk and just waiting for the lockdown to pass. Then there was suddenly a knocking sound to be heard coming from my classroom door. This was really strange. I didn't know why anybody would be knocking on the door. I got up from my desk and walked over to it a few feet away. I heard some of the kids quietly talking amongst themselves about it. The door had a small window on the left side that was probably 2 feet tall and maybe 6 inches wide. There was a cover on it, and I lifted it to see who was there. I saw a suspicious-looking guy standing right on the other side of the door. He was wearing a sweatshirt with a hood and was looking down, so I didn't get a good look at his face. I could just tell that it was a man, and he appeared to be older than a student, but I didn't know for sure. What I did know was that he was not one of my students. I looked at my students in the room, and it was easy to see that all 10 of them were there. I really didn't think that I should let this guy into my classroom. But then he started banging loudly on the door. He must have been pounding with his fist nearly as hard as he could. He was constantly banging and banging on the door. This went on for probably 2 or 3 minutes straight. The students were asking who the guy was and what he wanted. I told them that I didn't know who it was, and I was very sure that it was not a student. I told everybody to try and remain calm. The banging on the door momentarily stopped, but then it picked up again, even worse than before. This time, I briefly looked out of the window and saw that the man was attempting to kick the door in. I heard him shout at me to open the door. I also noticed then that he was a former student of mine, one that I'm pretty sure that I failed. I had him my first year of teaching, and he was now probably in his early 20s. I called out his name and asked him what he wanted. He just yelled some curse words back at me and said that he was going to get me. Then he mentioned another teacher's name and said she was next. To me, it seemed like this guy was mad at all of his former teachers for flunking him or something. I really didn't know. I tried to get him to calm down, but failed miserably. He seemed to be more angry than ever. He continued kicking at the door. Now, I was really worried that the door would not hold up and it would break. This was not an extremely strong school door. It was a wood one that seemed pretty average, but it was holding up surprisingly well to this point. Each powerful kick that the door took, though, I could see it moving slightly. After several minutes of the door being kicked on and off, I finally heard other voices in the hallway. There was some yelling, and the man then seemed to run away from the door. I heard more voices and more yelling, but couldn't make it out. Eventually, things quieted down. It seemed as though the suspect had been caught. A while after this, the lockdown was lifted. I had to answer some questions from police as well as other school staff. I'm just grateful that all of my students were okay. The man was in fact mad at me, as well as a couple of other teachers. Apparently, he was also on a few different drugs. I feel bad about the whole thing. Obviously, as a teacher, I never wanted to fail somebody, but in his case, he didn't leave me much of a choice. He rarely showed up to class and never did the work when he was there. I even remember trying to reach out to him once, but he really rejected me for the most part. I think he was just a troubled teen who got in with the wrong crowd. Eventually, he got into drugs. I just hope that he gets the help that he needs.
I'm a delivery driver for Amazon. Several months ago, I had a really weird experience. The route that I was driving went through mostly this one city. And as you know, countless people use Amazon Prime to buy items. So I often found myself delivering to a lot of the same houses time and time again. A lot of them blended together for me because they all looked similar. But there was one house in particular that I remembered. It was in a pretty average neighborhood. The street was quiet and there were lots of houses on both sides. Most of the houses had about the same size front and back yards. I delivered to one house, sort of about halfway down the street. The house had 2 floors and a big tree out front. When I delivered a package there, I would walk up a walkway that was in the middle of the front yard leading to the front step. Then I would set the package on the front step and go back to my truck. But I remember one time delivering there, as I was walking up to the front step, I saw somebody in the top window. There was a man looking out and just staring at me. It was the creepiest thing because the way he was staring at me was very intense. I saw him walking up and was instantly weirded out by it. After I dropped off the package and walked back, before I got inside my truck, I looked and he was still staring at me. The guy was tall, thin, and that's about all I could really tell. Several days later, I had another delivery to the same house, and only realized that it was the same one when I saw the guy again. He was in the same place, looking through the window, staring at me the same way as before. The very next day, he had another package, and he did the same thing. I thought this guy was very strange. Then, a few days later, I had another delivery to make there. By now, I knew it was the house, and I was already expecting to see the guy staring at me. I looked up to the window, but he actually wasn't there. That was a nice change of pace. However, as I approached the front door, I saw a piece of paper was taped to it. I read it, and it said, "Please deliver package to back door today. Gate is open." There was then an arrow pointing to the left. I thought this was strange. I wasn't sure why they wanted the package at the back door. But I looked past the weird behavior of the guy and thought maybe it was just a valuable item that I was delivering or something. Maybe one of his packages had been stolen in the past. I walked to the left and saw that at his property, the entire backyard was all fenced in. The fence wrapped all the way around to connect with the ends of his house, and the fence was also about 7 feet high, and not chain link, but a solid material, so you couldn't see inside at all. I walked through the gate, and the backyard was pretty normal looking, just grass and a few trees and plants scattered around. I walked along the side of the house until I got to the back door. I set the package down on the ground right outside of it, and then started heading back for the gate. But when I got there, the gate was now closed. I tried opening it, but I couldn't get it. It was like somebody had locked it from the outside. Then I walked to the other side of the house to see if there was another gate on that side. Sadly, there wasn't. I was walking back to the gate when I saw the man was now standing outside of the back door to his house. He was just staring at me again. My heart started racing. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just said, "I tried going out that gate, but it won't open." The man didn't say anything. He was not staring at me as intense or creepy as before, but he was sure coming across as strange still. He then pointed to his back door, which was already open. He was signaling me to go inside of his house.
I really didn't want to, but I also didn't know what else to do. So I walked forward and then went inside. The man then followed me in. When I got inside of his house, it was pitch black almost. Every single window was covered up completely, and all of the lights were off. I just walked straight ahead. The whole time, I was so nervous that something was going to happen, like the guy was going to whack me on the back of the head or something. I could just barely see, but I did see that the front door was ahead. When I had made it there, the man was still walking behind me, but he didn't say or do anything. I reached for the handle of the front door, afraid that it would be locked like the gate, but this one opened up. I made it outside, and then was on his front step. I then walked quickly back to my truck, and when I was almost there, turned and looked behind me. The man was still inside of his house, but standing right inside the door, staring at me. He was smiling the creepiest smile I've ever seen. I got in my truck and drove to my next delivery, trying to calm myself down. When I made it back that day, I begged my boss to change my route. I told him about the crazy guy, and luckily, I was able to change my route with a coworker. I didn't have to go to that guy's house anymore. Several weeks later, I found the coworker who took that part of my route. I asked him if he noticed the guy staring or anything, but he told me that he hadn't noticed. I was glad that maybe the guy stopped doing that, but I also found that strange. It made me wonder if his strange behavior was targeted at me specifically. Looking back, I still don't know what the guy was doing. Why he always stared at me and then locked me in his backyard, I don't know. I still get the creeps thinking back to it.
I'm a male, and this happened when I was a freshman in college. I went to a pretty average-sized university. As a freshman, I was required to live in the dorms. These were a few buildings that had maybe 5 floors each. The rooms were small, but they were decent, and I was lucky enough to have my own room. This meant that I would not have to have a roommate at all. So like many college students, I would use the Snapchat app all the time, and I communicated with most of my friends there. Not long into my first semester, this one girl added me. Her name was Lily. After she added me, I assumed that she probably went to the same school. I had 5 classes, and some of them had over 100 people in it. I didn't know Lily off the top of my head if she was in a class with me or something, but I figured that she probably was around campus. Not long after I added her back, she sent me a snap. When I opened it, I saw that she appeared to be around my same age. I snapped her back and we got to talking a little bit. She told me that she also went to my school. We snapped on and off for the next couple of days. I never saw her on campus or anything, but there were thousands of students. She seemed cool and I was enjoying getting to know her, but then things changed. One night I was by myself in my dorm room. I had just finished homework and was playing some Madden on my PlayStation. I got a snap from Lily in this time. She said that she was in my dorm building and wanted to come by and say hello. I thought this was a little bit strange. I mean, I had never met her in person before, and I didn't know why she happened to be in my building. Still, I figured why not, and I gave her my room number. So about 5 minutes after this, there was a knock on my door. I got up from my chair and walked over, but before opening the door, I decided to just look through the peephole. When I did not see Lily standing there. Instead, I saw these 2 large men, and they were not even college-aged men. These guys had to be in their 30s or 40s. I was so confused. Obviously, I didn't answer the door, and thankfully it was locked. I went on to Snapchat, and there was a message from Lily. She said, "I'm at the door, let me in." I told her, "No, there's 2 big guys at the door. I don't see you at all." She then opened that, but did not reply. Then I watched as her Snapchat character went away on the screen, meaning that I had just been blocked. I realized that she probably wasn't who she claimed to be. That, and she was probably working with these 2 guys outside of my door. There was then another loud knocking at the door from the 2 men. They were still there and not going away. I then called the campus security number and quickly told them what was going on. My dorm building was old, and I didn't trust these thin wooden doors to hold up if these guys wanted to bust in. They continued knocking. I was told that a campus safety officer would be there shortly. I looked around my room quickly for any type of a weapon that I could use. I really had nothing though.
The men knocked at the door on and off for the next 2 or 3 minutes. Then I heard another voice farther down the hall. The security officer was here. The 2 men took off running in the other direction. I went to the door and looked out, and when I did, I saw that they were gone. I opened up the door, and I saw the safety officer running after the men, but they had gotten a long head start against him because he was at the complete opposite end of the hallway. The men were unfortunately able to get away. I spoke with some school officials and campus safety officers about what had happened the next day. The Lily girl did not go to my college. Luckily, after that, I never heard from her or the other guys again. That was the craziest thing to happen in my time in college.
This happened 2 years ago now. I went shopping at a very large mall that's fairly close to where I live. I had been there many times before and was mostly familiar with it. It was a weekend when I was there, and there were countless other people. I parked in a parking garage and then was inside the mall shopping for several hours. I got quite a few different things. So after I was finally done shopping, I started to head out of the mall. By this time, it was probably about 4 or 5 p.m. Things were much quieter now, but still a decent amount of other people were there. I left the mall to go back to my car in the parking garage. I remember that I had parked on like the 4th level. When I arrived at my vehicle, which was parked up against one end, there were not as many cars around as before, but I noticed something on my vehicle that seemed strange. I walked closer and I realized that there were multiple photographs taped to my car. Some were on the windshield, and others were on the side windows. In total, there was probably 10 photographs. I was very confused at first, and had no idea who would have done this. Then I actually looked at the pictures. Most of them were of me, and they were taken that same day as I shopped in the mall. Many of the pictures appeared to be taken at a distance, and some of them were zoomed in a decent amount. One of them was taken just feet away from me, and the person had clearly been walking directly behind me. It sent a shiver down my spine. I took all the pictures off of my car, then looked around the parking garage. All of a sudden, I was paranoid that I was being watched. I didn't notice anybody, but there were many possible hiding places. Then I got inside my car and locked the doors. I started looking at the pictures again. This was extremely creepy. I thought back to my time in the mall and tried to remember seeing anything strange. I really couldn't though. There were so many people there. It would have probably been pretty easy to take pictures of people without them knowing. I really had no idea who had done this or why, but I decided to just leave. As I drove out of the parking garage, there were not too many other cars driving around, but there were some coming and going. When I was descending down to get to the ground level, a car showed up behind me. After leaving the parking garage, I drove down this road near the mall. Then I got onto a ramp to go onto the highway. The only reason I noticed the car behind me doing the same thing was because it was following really close. And that's when I got suspicious that maybe it was the person who had been taking the photos. Of course, I also thought that maybe I was just being really paranoid. By now, there were lots of other cars on the road because this was a major highway. Still, I kept an eye on it. The car behind me was a kind of SUV, and it maintained a close distance. I continued with the drive for a while, which was to go on this highway for about 10 minutes. Then I would get off on an exit close to the city that I lived in. On the highway, nothing changed, but there was nothing too crazy about that. When I took the exit off the highway though, the car behind me also did. That's when I got really nervous. They had to be following me. So it seemed like someone, for some reason, was stalking me. I looked in my mirror, but could not really tell who was driving. I didn't have a good enough view. So now that I was off the highway, I was less than 5 minutes from my house, but I knew I couldn't go there. That's when I decided to drive to the police station. I wasn't sure off the top of my head where the nearest one was, so I put in the maps on my phone to get directions. The station wasn't too far away, so I followed the directions there. The car behind me followed as well, all the way up until the street before the police station. Then it stopped. I drove there, parked, and then went inside with all the pictures and reported everything that happened. I gave a description of the car, but I didn't get the license plate and couldn't tell the exact model of the car. I felt stupid for not taking better notes of those things. There was not a whole lot that could be done. After that, I went home. I was paranoid for the next few days, thinking this person somehow knew where I lived, but I was not bothered again. I even went back to that mall a couple of weeks later, and nothing happened. To this day, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it was somebody's idea of an elaborate joke. I just hope that nothing like this ever happens again. I had a bizarre experience after shopping at Walmart not too long ago. It was a normal afternoon, and I was doing some grocery shopping. I was at my local Walmart, located roughly 10 minutes from my house. The store was pretty busy, with lots of other people shopping. I was inside for at least half an hour and in one of the grocery aisles. When I was there, a man struck up a conversation with me. The man was probably about 5'8", had glasses, and was bald. He started out saying hi to me and asked me what I was shopping for. It seemed a little bit strange because he didn't work there, and usually other people don't talk to you. The way he spoke was somewhat friendly, but it seemed a little bit odd. I said I was doing some grocery shopping and was almost done. He spoke with me a little bit longer, asking me if I was going home after, and I said yes. I found that question a little bit odd, but the man then told me that he had a lot more shopping to do and started to go over several things that he was buying. I figured that he was just trying to be friendly, and I didn't really mind talking to him, even though it was a little bit awkward. The conversation really only lasted for a couple of minutes. Then I told the guy that I was going to check out after I got the last item, and I said bye to him. He said bye as well, and seemed to walk in another direction. I then went over to the self-checkout area and started scanning all of the items from my cart. It was kind of busy over there, and every other register was occupied by a customer. A line was even starting to form of people after I got there. Within the crowd of people though, when I was almost done checking out, I saw the man who had talked to me. He was in line to check out and behind somebody that was also waiting. He was kind of hard to see, but it was definitely him. It seemed a little bit odd to me because I thought he had told me that he had more shopping to do, but I really didn't think too much of it. I just finished checking out and then left. After leaving the store, I loaded up my groceries into my car and then drove away. Everything went fine, and I got back home about 10 minutes later. I went inside and put everything away. When that was done, maybe 5 minutes after arriving back home, I looked out of the front window. I have a large front window off the dining room on the right side of my house. It looked right out to the driveway and then the street. When I looked out there, I saw a car coming down the street. The neighborhood is usually quiet, and cars driving by is not something that happens every minute. I just casually watched the car drive by, and I didn't know or care who it was. That is, until it turned right into my driveway. This made me really confused. I had no clue as to who it would be. After the car parked, I was still there about 5 feet away from the window, looking out. The door of the car then opened, and I saw the same guy from Walmart get out of it. He then walked right up the driveway to my front door. As he was walking up, I quickly ducked down. I really don't know if he saw me or not, but he proceeded to knock on my door, to which I did not answer. I was too creeped out. He knocked again, and I stayed where I was. I didn't even want to get up, or he might be able to see me. After probably 5 minutes, I hadn't heard anything in a little while, and I got up. I saw that he wasn't at the front door anymore, but then I looked over to the left and realized that he was at another front window. He was looking in, and I ran out of the room. After that, I was ready to call the police if the guy tried to break in or something, but when I went back to look a few minutes later, he was actually gone. His car was also not in my driveway, and I felt much better. I haven't seen him since. I really don't know how he knew where I lived. He must have followed me home without me noticing or something. I'm glad he didn't try breaking in. Why he went to my house in the first place, though, I don't know. I'm a female, and this story happened about 2 years ago. I switched jobs around that time, after working in one office building for about 1.5 years. There was a better job opportunity for me, so I took it. Now, the first office that I had worked in was not a bad job. I liked most of my coworkers, and there were quite a few people that were in the building. When I started my new job, though, I liked it even more. But not long after starting, One day, I got a text from one of my old coworkers. It was a man named Jeremy. Jeremy worked in the office and occasionally would talk to me, but not a whole lot. I always thought that he was a little bit weird and creepy. Several other people around the office did too. It was just based on his personality and some of the things that he would say or do. So he texted me asking me to hang out. It was kind of out of nowhere, and I didn't know why he would do that. I wasn't sure how to respond. Before I did though, he texted me again. I guess I took too long to reply, and he accused me of ignoring him because I had seen the text but not yet responded. It had only been like 2 hours. I finally responded and told him that I would not be available to hang out with him. He asked me why not, and I said that I was just really busy with work and stuff. He didn't respond to me for a few days after that. I forgot about it and didn't think that he would text me again. But then he called me on my cell phone. I was not expecting it and didn't answer. The call was sometime at night, but not that late. After he called me, he left a message. I remember when I played it, I got really creeped out. In the message, he was talking to me about how he knew I wasn't too busy to hang out with him. He said that he knew I didn't even work the previous day and didn't go anywhere. And he was right. I didn't have work and hadn't gone anywhere. But how did he know that? I realized that he must have somehow drove to my house or something. So I texted him, asking him how he knew that I had stayed home the previous day. I remember right after I sent it, I saw the 3 dots indicating that he was typing. This went on for a while and then disappeared without a text. He didn't respond. After that, I started to pay more attention to outside when I was home. The next night, shortly after getting back home from work, I noticed a car parked on the side of the road. It was in one corner, which had a good view of my house. I couldn't see inside the car or who was driving or anything. It was too far away, but I was suspicious. Nothing else weird happened that night though. But the next night, I received another phone call from Jeremy, this time at 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't hear it or see it until the next morning because I had been asleep. He did not leave a message though. I texted him asking him why he called me at 1 a.m. and why he was being so weird. He did not respond, so I decided to block him, something that I should have done long before. But I thought maybe he would give me some sort of explanation or something. For the next couple of days, everything was fine. Then I got back home sort of late from work. Afterwards, I was just planning to go to bed and was really tired. But about 20 minutes after arriving back to my house, I heard a knock at the front door. I walked over and looked to see Jeremy standing there. I foolishly decided to answer. I was thinking that I could talk to him and be clear that I wanted him to leave me alone. As soon as I opened up the door, Jeremy rushed inside and started to grab me. We struggled very briefly, and I was able to free myself. It all happened so fast, it's kind of a blur in my memory. I just remember him charging at me, and then I got away. I ran outside of the house, which was my first instinct for some reason. Jeremy started to go after me. I ran through my front yard and into the street. Then I went into my neighbor's yard across the street. But surprisingly, Jeremy stopped chasing me when he got to the street. I saw that he ran in a different direction. Then he ran to the corner and got inside of a car and drove away. I went back inside after that and called the cops. They came out a short time later, and I told them everything I could about Jeremy. Long story short, I got a restraining order against him, and he hasn't bothered me since.
This happened in the year 2000. My name is Vanessa, and I remember that one day I went to my local Walmart to do some shopping. I would go to several different stores in the area back then, but for whatever reason on this day I chose Walmart. I believe that it was a Saturday morning. After parking my car, I walked inside of the store, and I remember that I was not inside for that long. I think it was maybe 10 minutes at most. Now, I don't recall what exactly I bought there. It wasn't grocery shopping, but I was probably getting some random household item or items. Anyways, after checking out, I left the store. Things were not really that busy, and I walked back to my vehicle. I had parked on one side of the Walmart.
Back then, I believe there was only one entrance, and the stores weren't quite as big as they are today. So my car was about halfway back, a little bit to the right of the doors. When I was almost at my vehicle, I saw that there was another car now parked next to mine. I didn't really think much of it at all. As I got closer though, I noticed that there was a driver inside the car that was parked next to mine. It was a man, and the engine of his car was running. I got inside of my car and went to start my engine. It was at that point when I noticed the man rolling down his window. Then he sort of waved at me and motioned for me to roll down my window. I don't recall in great detail what the man looked like, but I do know that he was wearing sunglasses and he had sort of spike bleached blonde hair. That was popular back then. So I rolled down my window because I was curious as to what the guy wanted. The guy then asked me for directions to my house. I laughed and figured that he was joking. Something about the guy kind of gave me a bad feeling though. I rolled my window back up, and as I was doing so, I heard him start to say some more things. But I didn't hear what, and didn't bother to roll my window back down to have him repeat himself. Then I started to back out and leave. As soon as I started driving away though, the man started to drive after me. I was hoping and thinking that he would drive in another direction, but as soon as I left the Walmart parking lot and went back onto the road, the man followed. Still, I didn't know how far he would be driving behind me. It could have been just a coincidence. I continued with my route to get home. It would take me maybe 10 minutes. As I kept driving though, I noticed that the man stayed right on my tail the entire time. The roads were not really too busy, so that allowed him to easily keep up with me. I made it almost all the way back to my house. When I pulled onto my street, the man did the same. I realized then that he was going to follow me wherever I went. Now, this was before I had a cell phone, and I didn't know where the nearest police station was. So I looped around my street and then went back to a busier road. At first, I didn't really know where I was going to go, but I had the idea to go to a busy place with lots of other people. Then I would feel safer. So I decided to just go right back to the Walmart where I had been. The man continued to follow me in his car the entire way there. Eventually, I pulled back into the parking lot. This time though, instead of parking towards the back or middle where I had been before, I drove to the front. There were far less parking spaces closer to the store, but I got lucky and saw that there was one open space. I pulled into the space, and now there were cars on both sides of me. This did not allow the man to park next to me. Instead, he was in his car behind mine and kind of blocking the lane between parking spaces. I turned my car off and got out. Then I ran towards the front of Walmart. I saw a man that was also walking in, and I told him that I was being followed. I pointed to the other guy in the car. When the guy who had been following me saw this, he started to drive his car away in another direction. I got to the doors of Walmart and noticed the man drive towards the back and then park there. Then I went inside of the store and walked over to the customer service area. There, I asked them if I could use a phone to call the police. I told the employee my situation, and she let me use the phone. I called the police and then waited inside the store for them to arrive. When they did, I met them out front. Unfortunately, though, the man was now gone. I gave a description of the vehicle as well as the man, but I did not get the license plate number or anything. It was also good news, though, that the man was now gone. That allowed me to go back home. So after talking with police and Walmart employees for a while longer, I left. After that, I never saw the man again.
This happened back in 2007. My husband and I were planning on going Black Friday shopping that year. We had a normal Thanksgiving, but then we got up really early the next morning at 4:30 a.m. There were a few things that I was interested in getting, and I had read the advertisements and saw that there were a lot of good deals. We were going to several different stores, but we would be starting at Walmart. We got there a little bit after 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was insanely busy. Firstly, the only available parking spaces were at the far back of the parking lot. Then, when we got inside of the store, it was the busiest that I had ever seen a store in my entire life. You could hardly walk anywhere at all because there were so many people around. My husband and I started to make our way through the store, but it was impossible to walk anywhere without people bumping into you left and right. Within probably 5 minutes of being inside, We were not even halfway to the back of the store yet, and around then, I ended up getting separated from my husband. The mob of people basically swallowed us both, forcing us into different directions. I tried looking around for my husband, but I couldn't figure out which direction he was in. For a little while, I tried going forward, but did not have any luck. I decided at that point to leave the store and try to call my husband on my cell phone. I was much closer to the doors to exit anyways, so I turned around and started going against the grain. I slowly walked through the mob of people, and within several minutes was able to find the doors. Then I got outside of the Walmart, but there were still a bunch of people constantly coming and going from the entrance doors, so I figured that I would go back to the car and call my husband there. I walked all the way to the back end of the parking lot and reached our vehicle, but I then realized that I did not have the keys. My husband had them, and obviously the car was locked. So instead, I just stood by it, where it was finally quiet and not filled with people. I could actually hear myself think, and I took out my cell phone. I saw that my husband had tried to call me. I must not have heard it ringing or felt it vibrating because of being stuck in the large mob of people. So I tried to call him back, but he did not answer. He probably was stuck inside the mob and didn't even notice the call. I figured that he would think to come out of the store like I had, so I decided to wait by our car. It was cool and comfortable outside, and refreshing compared to inside of the crazy mob of Walmart. After being out there just standing around by the car for maybe 5 minutes, I remember I heard a vehicle nearby. I looked over and saw one of those old white Astro vans from the 1990s. It was in rough shape, and the engine was running rather loud. The van slowly made its way from the far back end of the parking lot over to the row of cars that we were parked in. The van started to drive past me very slowly, but then it stopped. I remember that the window then rolled down, and I saw a man with a goatee and a baseball cap was driving it. He said hi to me, and then asked me if I needed a ride. I was already kind of creeped out by him, and I said no thanks. I expected the man to drive away, but he didn't. Instead, the man said, "No, I think you need a ride. Hop in." I said, "No thanks, I'm really good." The man asked me what I was doing out there all alone. At that point, I decided to just go back inside of the Walmart. As crazy of a scene as it was in there, I guess it wasn't that much better out in the parking lot, so I just turned and started walking back for the store. As I walked, the van slowly but loudly started keeping pace with me. The man called out to me several more times, telling me that I should get inside of his car. I just ignored him. Soon, I made it to the front doors, where some other people were around, and I felt better. I remember that the man then turned in his van though, and started to park it along the front side of Walmart by the curb. This was definitely not a parking space. As he parked anyways though, I headed for the doors, but looked back one more time to see the man now getting out of his vehicle. This made me go faster. Soon I rejoined the crazy mob of people, and I was once again brushing shoulders with tons of other shoppers, just trying to make it in. But then I happened to see my husband walking towards me from the other direction. I cut in front of a few people to try to get over to him. It was difficult, but soon we were able to make it back to each other. He was trying to leave the store and go outside. After I found him, we both went towards the exits. Within a couple of minutes, we were able to make it back. Then we left Walmart. When we did, I saw the van still parked out front, but nobody appeared to be inside of it, so the man must have been in the store. I told my husband about the creepy experience with the guy, and we decided to just leave and go to another store instead. I did not see that creepy guy or his van again after that, and I'm not sure if he went inside a Walmart just to go after me or not, but it sure seemed like it. That was one of the craziest Black Fridays that I've ever experienced.
A couple of months ago, I had a scary experience on Snapchat. I remember that out of nowhere, one night, this random creepy guy added me. Well, I didn't know who he was at first, so I added him back out of curiosity. I thought that maybe I knew him, but he sent me a snap a very short time later. When I opened it, I saw this guy who I did not recognize, but he was in a dark room using the flash and holding the camera extremely close to his face. His face looked disturbing, to say the least. I'm not sure if he was trying to be creepy or what, but he sent like 4 pictures, all right in a row, and said hi to me. After seeing them, I asked him who he was. He started sending more snaps. I didn't even want to open them though. The man sent more creepy pictures of his face really close up when I finally did. He told me that he was going to come over. I quickly turned off my location, which had been on. Then I decided to just delete the guy. I should have never added him back in the first place. But I didn't know, maybe he was somebody that I knew or something. But after I had deleted him, there were still a few snaps that he had sent before he had been deleted. I opened them. One of them said, "I already got your location." That one really creeped me out. I just hoped that he was only trying to threaten me or something. Maybe he didn't actually have my location. And even if he did, maybe he wouldn't come over. This was already nighttime, but it wasn't that late. So for the rest of the night, I was at home and nothing happened. By the end of the night, I had forgotten about the whole ordeal. But I would soon be reminded, because when I was starting to get ready for bed, there was a knock at my front door. I had a bad feeling about it immediately. I mean, who knocks on somebody's door at almost midnight? Still, I had to see who was there, so I walked into the living room and looked out of the window. And that's when I saw this man standing there. It was the same guy who had been Snapchatting me. I was so creeped out. I ran back for my bedroom and hoped that the guy would go away. When I had reached inside my room, though, I heard some loud noises. The guy was not knocking on the door, but seemingly trying to open it. I got my phone out and called 911. I told the operator that somebody was trying to enter my house. I gave my address and name and hoped that somebody would be there soon. But after this, I didn't hear any more noises from the front door for a while. Still, I wasn't going to leave my bedroom. Moments later, I heard a noise from the back door to the house. The guy was trying to get in there. Then there was more loud noises. It sounded like he was maybe trying to break the window. These are just educated guesses, because I couldn't see from where I was, but that's what it sounded like. I stayed where I was in my bedroom, and luckily, the police got there much faster than expected. Before I knew it, I saw flashing lights from my bedroom window in the driveway. The man was still in my backyard. He tried running away, but the police were able to catch him. It was probably the best scenario that I could have hoped for. I still don't know how the guy knew me. I didn't recognize him at all. I currently work at Starbucks and have been working there for a little over a year. This is something that took place last summer. It was a crazy experience, to say the least. It all happened one very busy morning. I had been working since we opened, but at this point it was probably a little bit after 8 a.m. Lots of people were coming in and ordering, and there were 5 of us working trying to keep up. We were doing a pretty good job, I thought. Some people order Starbucks online and pick it up, or use things like DoorDash or Uber Eats. Between those and the people ordering in the store, there were several drinks on the counter. I remember seeing probably 5 drinks at least, or a couple of food items that we sold, such as breakfast sandwiches. A few people were standing around waiting for their orders to be done as well. We didn't have a separate shelf for mobile or online orders at the time, which we have since added, so every order that was done just got placed on the counter. I remember as I put a drink down on the counter, I noticed one guy walking in. He had longer hair and a beard that looked unkempt. I turned around to keep working as we were very busy. A short time later, another order got added to the counter, and a couple of people had picked theirs up. I saw the man was now standing nearby. Probably 5 minutes later, I added another drink to the counter, which probably had about 6 or 7 things on it. That's when I saw the man walk up. At first, I assumed that he had ordered something online and was picking it up. But after the guy got right up to the counter, he took his arm and knocked everything over. He used his arm like a brush, and within seconds, every single drink that was on there got knocked over and spilled. It was a mess, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Afterwards, the man took a step back and started laughing like a maniac. A bunch of people around him were giving dirty looks. Somebody asked him why he did that. Other than that, the place quickly became dead silent. He just kept laughing, as if it was the funniest thing ever. I was angry, but I knew that I could not lose my temper. For some reason, though, I took it upon myself to deal with the situation, probably because I was closest to the man. I took a few steps over to the guy, and he looked at me. Before I said anything, the man said to me, "What are you going to do about it?" It was as if he was very proud of what he had done. I asked him to just leave, please. The guy said no. I thought that the guy must be crazy or something. Some other people were telling him that he should leave, and he turned to them and started defending himself. I went back to help another order that we were finishing up. Then we were going to try to figure out everything that needed to be remade, but probably just about 30 seconds later, I heard the man moving closer. I looked and then saw him jumping over the counter. I walked over to him and told him to stop. The man was now facing me and standing behind the counter where it was for employees only. I tried telling the man to leave, but clearly he wasn't going to listen. He then grabbed something off the shelf. It was a container of caramel or something, and then he threw it at me. It didn't really hurt, but I was afraid of what the man would do next. He seemed very unpredictable. Somebody shouted to call the police. The man then charged at me. He wasn't very big, and I was several inches taller than him. He ran into me, but with not a whole lot of force. It didn't knock me over or anything. I put my hands up to stop him, and then he fell over. He crashed into the counter behind us and to the right. I remember when he was on the ground, he then yelled at me that he was going to sue me for assaulting him. A lot of people started leaving the building, and nobody was trying to get coffee anymore. When the man stood back up, I pleaded with him to leave. He refused and tried to charge at me again. I grabbed the man by his arms and tried to force him to leave. I walked with him out and around the counter. I heard one of my coworkers say that the police were on the way. Everybody who was inside the restaurant left, and as I finally made it out from behind the counter, the man broke free from me. Obviously, I wasn't going to try to tackle him or anything. He then ran over to a table and stood behind it. All of my coworkers left the building, as well as all of the customers. The police got there about 2 minutes later, and we let them handle it. They were able to get the man out and leave the building. We ended up being closed for the next hour, and finally opened a while later. That was by far the craziest thing that ever happened to me while working there. This is my scariest experience of being at home by myself. It happened back when I was 12 years old. It was a long time ago now, but I still remember it really well. During this time, I lived with my parents, older sister, and younger brother. It was very rare that I would be at home by myself, but somehow it happened. It was a Friday evening, and my dad was out of town until the next morning for work. He didn't travel for work a whole lot, but every now and then he did. I remember that my sister was at her best friend's house and was going to be sleeping over there. As for my mom and brother, they were at a birthday party my brother was invited to. I was not invited, and my mom went with my brother because she was basically helping the birthday kid's mom with the party. So that left me home alone, all by myself on a Friday night. My big plans were to just relax and play video games. I was excited about it though, because I rarely got the entire place to myself. Our house was pretty average for the most part. There were 2 levels, with all the bedrooms being upstairs. Downstairs was the living room, dining room, and kitchen. So after my mom left that afternoon shortly after I got back from school, she gave me instructions on how to make a frozen pizza. I had never cooked before, but I loved frozen pizza, and at about 7 p.m. I cooked it. Everything went pretty well, and then I went into the living room and sat in an office chair right in front of the TV and started playing on my PlayStation. This went on for several hours. At about 9 o'clock at night, I heard the sound of somebody stepping onto the front step where our door was. The living room was at the front of the house, so it really wasn't that far away. When I heard the person walk onto the front step, I assumed that it was my mom and brother returning from the birthday party. I kept playing, expecting to hear the door open at any point. But after several minutes went by, nothing happened. Nobody entered the house. I got curious, and I got up and walked over to the front door to look outside. When I did, I didn't see anybody there. There was no one at the front door, and my mom's car was not in the driveway either. As I was looking there though, something caught my eye to the left. I looked and saw what appeared to be a man walking through the front yard. He was just barely in my sight for about a second before disappearing past what I could see. He had gone towards the side of the house, or maybe the neighbor's yard. I was a little nervous after this, but I assumed that the man had left. I didn't really know who he was or what he was doing. I kept watching around the front yard for a minute or so and saw nothing more. So after that, I returned to my video games. I couldn't help but be creeped out by what I had seen, so I was trying to take my mind off of it. And after about 10 minutes, it was starting to work. That is, until suddenly I heard the sound of somebody trying to open the back door to the house. Our back door was connected to the kitchen and went out to the patio. This sound was much louder, and I instantly stood up. I ran over to the phone and called my mom's number. During this time, I didn't hear any more noises. I told my mom that somebody tried coming in the back door, and she told me to call the police. She told me that she would be home as soon as she could, but the birthday party was still going on. So after that, I quickly ran upstairs and then went into my bedroom. Once I was there, I called the police and told them that I thought somebody was trying to break in. After giving them my address, I went and hid behind my bed. I covered myself with tons of blankets. I was really too scared to want to know what was going on. As I waited for the police to arrive, I was hoping that the man had just left and not tried breaking in. I wasn't hearing anything, but then again, I was covered in blankets. It felt like forever, but maybe 10 minutes later, the police got there. I remember that I got a call on the phone and was told that they were there. I never would have gone down and left my bedroom on my own. When that happened, I got up, but heard people talking, so I stayed in my bedroom. I remember a while later, there was a knock at my bedroom door. I was terrified until I heard a voice on the other side say police. Then I answered the door and there was an officer there. He told me that they had caught a man who had just broken in. I was told that the police got there in the nick of time, and they really did. The man had somehow got the back door to the house open. He had literally just entered when the police arrived. The man was arrested, and luckily didn't get far into the house. I was honestly shocked when I heard it, but luckily everything turned out fine. He wasn't able to steal anything or do any damage. The back door needed a little bit of fixing, but it wasn't a huge deal. After that though, I didn't want to stay home by myself for a while. This happened just last year. I was driving home and making a relatively long drive. It was going to take me about 4 hours, and I was also driving a majority of it at night. I had the directions on my phone and had it in my phone holder in front of me and to my right. As I was driving at night, I was listening to music and not paying much attention to the maps. I had been driving on one really long highway for over an hour, and in the process, I missed the exit that I was supposed to take. That would have led me to another highway, but instead, I was going in the wrong direction for like 30 minutes. When I finally realized my mistake, the directions were telling me to go off of the highway. I then had to take a bunch of back roads to connect to the highway that I needed to go on. It was a shortcut, but it was going through seemingly the middle of nowhere. By this time, the roads were extremely dark and quiet as well. I didn't see many other cars out. One of the roads that I was driving on was particularly quiet. I was going pretty slow, and after driving on that road for about a mile, my directions told me to turn left. After making the turn, I instantly saw somebody lying on the road up ahead. It appeared to be a man laying on his side and facing away from me. It was so weird that right away I was suspicious of it. He was like directly in the middle of the road and would block anyone from going by. The man wasn't moving. I wanted to just get out of there, but possibly the man needed help. I stopped my car a ways back from him. On the side of me was the woods, and on the other side was a grassy area with a few trees here and there. There was hardly any light at all. As my car was sitting there on the road, I wanted to see if the man was okay, but I didn't want to get out. I rolled down my window and yelled, asking the man if he was okay. He didn't move or say anything. Then I decided to call the police. I took my phone from the holder and started to dial. As I was looking down at my phone and doing so, something caught the corner of my eye. I looked over and saw a man coming out of the woods and going right towards my car. When I saw this, I then saw the man who had been lying on the road start to get up. It was a trap. I knew it. I put my car into reverse and floored it, and I started reversing and moving away from the guys. But obviously, I wasn't used to going in reverse at high speeds. I wasn't really going that fast, and it was kind of hard to control my car going backwards. I couldn't really see where I was going either, and the men both started chasing after me. They were almost catching up, but when I made it back to the turn that I had come around, I put a little bit of distance between us. Then I slammed on my brakes and turned, so I was then facing the direction of the new road. The men almost caught up with me when I was stopped for a second, but I was able to drive away just before they reached me. I got out of there and then called the police when I was a distance away from them. I gave the exact location of where it occurred, and then I took another route to where I needed to go. I hope that the police found those guys, or they didn't try whatever it was someplace else. I made it back home a little bit later than I had hoped that night, but I made it back safe, and that's what really matters. This is something that happened back when I was in high school. So one night, I was at home and in my bedroom. It was pretty late, and my parents and siblings had gone to bed already. My room was at one end of the front corner of the house and on the first floor. I often stayed up pretty late back then for some reason. But I remember that out of nowhere, I got this call on Snapchat. I didn't recognize who it was from. I don't even remember the username. It was something really hard to memorize. When I looked and didn't know who it was, I was very curious, so I actually decided to answer it. It was not a video call, but just a regular call. When I picked it up, at first I heard nothing. I asked who was there. Then I heard this whisper coming from the other end. I really couldn't make out what was being said though. I was trying to understand and turning the volume up on my phone. Then I made out a few words, but not much. I asked again who was calling, but the person hung up. Now, I guess I had some type of setting on my Snapchat where just anybody could call me or send me pictures, because shortly after this person hung up on me, I received a snap from them. I was very curious, so I opened it up. What I saw was somebody wearing a full clown mask taking a selfie. It was very strange to say the least. I sent them a message, again asking who this was, but unfortunately I did not get a response to this. Well, I thought that was that. I was a little freaked out by the whole thing, but the rest of the night nothing happened, and the next day things were fine. But that next night, I found myself alone in my bedroom late at night again. This time I remember that I was sitting at my desk. In front of it is a window that sort of looks out to the front yard. You can also see part of the street. I remember noticing somebody walking down the street. It was very dark, so I couldn't see that well, and at this late night hour, it seemed odd that somebody would be out walking. But then the person came closer, and I realized that it was some guy wearing a clown mask, the same type of one that the guy was wearing who had snapped me the night before. I thought this was very weird when I saw it, but this guy did not walk into our yard or anything. He just continued to walk down my street. I moved out of my bedroom and went into the living room to keep watching him. He continued to walk down the street until he was soon out of sight. Then, after that, I never saw him again. I blocked that account that had snapped me, and since then, nothing more happened. I'm still curious about it though. Was that clown the same person? It had to be. How did he know me though? That's what I'd like to find out. I currently work at a Dollar Tree. For anybody that doesn't know, this is a dollar store. Actually, the one that I work at is $1.25 now, but you get the point. So this is an event that took place 2 months ago now. I'm a female and a part-time employee. I work all kinds of different shifts, and it's pretty random. It's really whenever I'm needed, and sometimes I work mornings, other times I work into the night. I'm also trained to do multiple things in the store, like be a cashier and do other tasks. One day I was working a Saturday shift. I think I was working from 1 p.m. until 9 p.m. So when I got to work, I was cashier for a while, but that was only for the first couple of hours. For the next part of my shift, we had 2 other employees working, so they went on the registers and I did some other tasks. We were kind of busy, but the store was not too crowded or anything. I remember that probably around 4 p.m., I had a bad interaction with a man who had entered the store. I had been stocking a shelf in the back, and did that for maybe 5 minutes. Then I started walking away when I was done. As I was walking down an aisle near a back corner, there was a man standing in that aisle. I didn't really notice him until he stopped me when I was walking past. He said that he needed help with something at first, but it didn't take long before the man started to say some inappropriate things to me. It started by him basically trying to pick me up, but I wasn't interested. I tried to shake it off, but the man continued talking. It was making me uncomfortable, and I told him to stop. The man was pretty short, had dark hair, and had a somewhat skinny build. I didn't really feel too much in danger because of there being other people in the store and my coworkers there as well. I started just walking away from the guy, but he began to follow me. He was walking and still talking, but talking quietly. He was now telling me not to walk away from him and asking me what my problem was. I walked over to a coworker and the man continued. I told the man to stop, louder now, and told him to leave me alone. When he did not go away, my coworker got involved. At this point, the man finally left and then walked out of the store. I was really glad that he was finally gone. Every now and then we would get really strange customers, but I had never dealt with anything like that before. I really couldn't believe it. After that though, I went back to work and continued. The next few hours went by really well. I actually went back to cashier for a couple hours and then switched with the other employee. By now, I was almost off. I had less than an hour to go in my shift, and it was 8-something at night. The store was much quieter now, and I headed to go organize some shelves. One thing about our store is that many of the shelves get extremely disorganized. I don't know why this is, but I enjoy reorganizing everything and making it look nice. It's something we usually only do when the store is really quiet though. So I walked to this far back corner of the store. The aisle was empty and there was a lot of things needing to be organized. I started on one of the shelves. I was maybe 2 or 3 minutes in when I heard something to my right. So there were these 2 kind of large boxes in the aisle. I'm not sure exactly what had been in them, maybe a bunch of toy balls or something like that, but it was almost empty. I looked over and then saw the same man from earlier emerging from one of those boxes. I couldn't believe my eyes. He had been hiding inside of it. But before I could do anything, the man jumped out of the box, all while looking right at me. He then started to walk towards me, and I moved away. The guy had to be insane or something. I backed away, but was now in the complete corner of the store. I asked the guy what he was doing. He did not say anything, but kept moving closer. There was a bunch of shopping baskets stacked nearby, and I grabbed one of them as the man got within 5 feet of me. I used it as a shield against him in case he kept coming closer. He got within a few feet, and I held out the basket. I told him very loudly to leave me alone, and he told me to be quiet. I was hoping that my coworker could hear me. The man was still standing there, with just the shopping basket between us. He asked me to leave the store with him, and I said no. As he continued to try to persuade me, I heard my coworker approaching. When she entered the aisle, the man told her to go away. My coworker then threatened to call the police. The man took a few steps away from me and towards my coworker. We both told him to leave over and over. Finally, the man walked out of the store. He walked along the sidewalk out front and then went out of sight. Of course, we were both worried that he would come back or was waiting for us outside. My coworker watched by the door, and I went around the store and realized that there were no other shoppers inside. We decided to lock the doors then and close early to be safe. We called the police, and they came out and we told them everything about the guy. They looked around a little bit, but he was gone. After that, both of us went home. We also reported the man to our other coworkers, and he got banned from the store. Luckily, I haven't seen him since, and I'm hoping that he never comes back.
When I was really little, my parents would let me stay up late on the weekends. Halloween this particular year landed on a Saturday, so I was up late by myself in the living room watching TV. Late that night, as I was drifting in and out of sleep watching TV, I heard a noise from the front porch. It was the sound of the old swing creaking back and forth, and it could have been the wind, but I was paranoid as a young kid and I went to check it out. Cautiously, I crept to the window by the porch and I looked outside, and what I saw was horrifying. An older woman, probably in her 50s, was sitting on our swing. She was wearing nothing but a nightgown, and her skin was smeared with blood. In her hand, she held a large kitchen knife. I felt like I was dreaming, but it was all too real. I was only 7 at the time,
so I sprinted to my parents' room yelling and crying that there was a scary woman outside. My dad woke up first and asked me to calm down and explain what happened. I stuttered in between the breaks in my crying that there was a woman on the porch with a knife. My dad's expression shifted from confusion to frustration. He thought that I was imagining things, and he told me it was probably a bad dream, saying that I could sleep in their room for the rest of the night if I wanted. I wouldn't let it go though, and finally I managed to convince him to get out of bed and go check the porch. When we reached the door, he unlocked it and swung it open, ready to show me nothing was there, despite my pleas to not open the door or go outside. My dad even started to say, "See, there's nothing out there," when he saw the lady who was still sitting on the porch swing. I'll never forget the look on his face when he saw her. She turned slowly, staring at us with wild eyes. For a moment, everything was silent, and then my dad slammed the door shut and locked it. After telling my mom, who was now awake, to call the police, he rushed to grab his gun. When my dad returned to the door, he cracked it just enough to the point the barrel of the shotgun could go outside, and he asked the woman what she was doing and to get off our porch. The woman didn't move. Instead, she just looked at us. She finally uttered something towards my dad after a while. "Somebody killed my husband, but it wasn't me," she said. Her voice was trembling. My dad had no idea how to respond, and he just said that the police were on the way and could help her once they get there. She glanced down the street, then back at us, panic flashing across her face. She spun around and took off, disappearing into the night. My dad quickly closed the door, locking it again, and I heard him shout for my mom to keep the phone ready. He stood there until the police arrived, listening, eyes darting around as if he expected her to come back at any moment. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. They searched the area and eventually found her trying to break into one of our neighbors' houses. Apparently, she was crazy and off of her medication. She had gotten into a fight with her husband and attacked him with a knife, but did not seriously hurt him. When he was able to push her out of the house, she cut herself with the knife, either trying to hurt herself or make it look like her husband did it. The police never talked to us about it, so that's just the story that we heard from the woman's neighbors. It was by far the scariest Halloween of my life so far, and after that night, I've never slept out in the living room again. The thought of that woman with the knife haunted me, and I was paranoid for most of my childhood of being in the living room late at night and hearing the sound of the porch swing moving.
Last year, I was at home one night. I live by myself and have a house in a quiet neighborhood. I was in my living room at 11 o'clock at night watching TV. During this time, I remembered that I looked out the living room window and I saw a UPS truck on the street. It was parked sort of between my front yard and the neighbor's front yard next door. I found this odd, but didn't think too much of it. I kept watching TV until maybe midnight. Then I got tired and decided to go to bed. I got up and turned the light off to the living room. That's when I noticed that the UPS truck was still there. I was wondering why it was parked there. On my street, everybody has a driveway, so there are usually not very many cars parked on the side of the road, if any. I had never seen a UPS truck here at this hour, and I was unaware of any of my neighbors working for them, and it certainly was way too late for a delivery. Still, I just shrugged it off and went to get ready for bed. Several minutes later, I went back to get something and noticed that the truck was still there. I stopped and just looked at it, still curious. But it was at that moment that I actually saw a man get out of the truck. He was wearing a full UPS uniform of brown pants, a brown UPS jacket, and also a UPS hat and sunglasses. It was like he was making his normal deliveries, except it was midnight. The guy was holding an average-sized square box in his hands, and then started walking down the street. Obviously, I kept watching him. He then reached my driveway and started walking up. Now I was getting kind of nervous. I didn't know why he was going to my house. I also hadn't ordered anything recently. He walked up my driveway and then over to the front door. Then he looked around and set the box down. Following this, he reached into his jacket and pulled out what looked like some kind of a crowbar. That's my best guess as to what it was. Now this was really concerning. He then took the crowbar object and put it up against the edge of my door. When I saw that, I ran over towards the front door and turned on the outside light. When the light went on,
The man concealed his crowbar device back in his jacket. Then he simply turned and started walking away. He calmly walked back to his truck, got inside, and then left. I called the police and told them what happened. About 10 minutes later, when the cops got there, they checked the box that the guy left on my step. It was completely empty, just a regular square cardboard box. I told them everything I could, and they said that they would look out for a UPS truck driving in the area so late. Now, about a week later, I found out that a man was caught in connection to several robberies in my area. I wasn't even aware that other robberies had taken place. It turned out to be the same guy that was at my house. At first, they thought he worked for UPS, but soon found out that he didn't. He had worked for them years prior, but was no longer an employee. I guess he posed as a delivery driver to stake out neighborhoods, and then would return at night. He broke into multiple houses within a mile of mine. No doubt mine would have been the next one. If I hadn't turned that light on when I did, I don't know what would have happened. I now realize that he was probably just sitting there, waiting for me to go to sleep. Why he chose my house, I still don't know, but when I turned the light off, he must have figured that I had gone to bed. I feel very grateful that I dodged that.
This is an experience I had in high school that I still think about to this day. I was a junior in high school, and it was about halfway through first semester. I remember that back then, I walked to and from school every day. My parents' house was maybe a 10 or 20 minute walk, and it was in a neighborhood just north of campus. One day, I went to school and had a normal time. It was fourth period, which was the second to last class of the day. I was sitting in class with my friend, and we learned on our phones that a nearby bank had been robbed, or at least there was an attempted robbery. Apparently, my friend's older sister worked at the bank, so we had some inside information. I remember my friend saying he wondered if they would lock down the school. I figured that they would, but just a couple of minutes later, the class period ended. I went to my locker, put my books away, and then got ready for my final class of the day. That was English class, and I found it pretty boring. But at least it was the last class period of the day. I remember that as I was out in the hallway near my locker, I heard the school intercom make a sound. That was followed by the lockdown announcement. Now, obviously, they didn't say what the lockdown was for, but I had a pretty good idea. I also felt like we weren't in any danger. I mean, there was an attempted robbery like a mile away. I figured none of us were in any danger. So I thought about it, and I didn't really feel like sitting through the lockdown, so I just left. It was a dumb thing to do looking back. I walked right out the doors and then headed for home. I took the sidewalk in front of the school, and then took another one that led to behind the school. That went north, and it passed by the sports fields on campus, and then on the right of the sidewalk was a dense woods. After walking next to the woods for a little while, you would arrive at my neighborhood. So I passed by the sports fields, and everything was going fine. I was feeling good and happy that I did not have to sit in a crowded classroom and not be able to leave. As I was walking past the woods though, I remember hearing this noise from far away. It seemed to be deep inside the woods. I never really thought that it was an animal though. It was just too loud and seemed like a person was running. At first, I assumed it to be another student, possibly leaving like I had, but I didn't know why they would be running in the middle of the woods. I kept walking, and the running sound got closer and closer to me. Eventually, it reached the edge of the woods, but it was behind me. Then, whoever it was emerged. I turned around and looked behind me to see who it was. I was honestly expecting it to be a student, but it wasn't. Instead, it was a grown man who had a messy beard and longer hair. He also had a backpack on and was looking right at me. I was just standing there staring at him, and we were both facing each other for a moment. It was really awkward until I turned around and just decided to keep walking back home. When I did though, I heard the man start walking up behind me. He was getting closer, so I moved over to the far right and went into the grass. I was expecting him to pass by me, but when I did, I heard him go onto the grass. This alerted probably my fight or flight response or something. I know that I just looked behind me for a second to see the guy about 5 feet away. Then I just started running. I sprinted like crazy, but when I did, the man started running too. He had a backpack on though, and I was not slow, so I had a slight advantage on him. Still, that was probably the most scared that I've ever been. I kept running, trying to make it back home, but out of a panic, I turned and I went into the woods. I don't know if I was hoping to confuse the guy or what. I entered the thick forest area and continued to run. The man who was after me ran into the woods as well. I went deeper and deeper in, and it was kind of hard to run through there with how many tree branches there were. The man chased me the entire way. I could hear him a ways back, but I was actually extending my lead on him a little bit. Soon, I decided to head back out of the woods. I ran back to the left and eventually made it out, but the man was still running after me. By now, there was only a little more woods before I got to my neighborhood. I sprinted to the end of it, and the guy was back at least 50 feet. Then I cut through several neighbors' yards. I remember hopping a fence at one point, and then passing by another street. By that time, I wasn't looking behind me or hearing the guy anymore. Soon, I finally made it home. I unlocked the door and got inside. Then I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. It was the best feeling in the world to arrive back safely. I caught my breath and was home all alone because my parents were still at work. I remember about a minute later hearing tons of sirens off in the distance. The next thing I knew, there were several police cars down my street and all over the neighborhood. I found out that they were all searching for the man. He was the same guy that attempted to rob the bank. He fled on foot in the direction of the school. That's why he had been running through the woods. It was really stupid for me to leave school, because I just so happened to run into him. Why he chased me though, I'm still not sure. I'm just really glad that I'm okay.
This is a story of the last time that I stayed in a hotel. It happened over this past summer. I was staying in a hotel a little ways outside of a major city. The hotel was decent, and I would say slightly nicer than most. I remember after I got there, I checked into my room and then left almost immediately after. I was out for several hours until a little bit later at night. I finally returned back at I think about 10 p.m. to the hotel. My room was on the second floor, and after I got back up to it, I realized that I couldn't find my key. I quickly found out that I didn't have it on me and that it was lost. I went back downstairs to the front desk and was able to get another one. Then I went back up and entered my room. I was pretty tired and decided to just go to bed. I got ready and then fell asleep within probably 20 minutes. I wasn't sleeping for very long though. The next thing I remember was waking up. It sounded like my doorknob was turning or something. I was confused, but then I heard the sound of the door starting to open. I had no idea why that would be happening. They wouldn't clean my room at almost midnight. I looked over, but couldn't see the door because of where I was in bed. The bathroom was at the front of the room, so there was a little hallway and I couldn't see around the corner. As I got up, I heard the door closing. Moments later, I walked over to where I could see, but nobody was there. I realized that somebody must have started to enter the room and then stopped. I didn't know why though, and I didn't know who would do that. I was really creeped out by this situation. So I walked over to the door and looked out of the peephole. I still saw nobody. I figured whoever it was had walked away. I was going to go back to bed and I turned to my left. When I did, I faced the bathroom for just a second. All of the lights in my room were off except for a little lamp by my bed, so it was really dark. But inside the bathroom, I saw there was somebody in there, and whoever it was looking at me. I instantly turned back and opened up the door. Then I ran out of the room. I went down the hallway to the stairs and then went down them back to the lobby. Once I was in the lobby, I told the person at the front desk that somebody was in my room. They went back up with me, but when we got there, the person was gone. After that, though, I decided to get a new room. I moved all of my stuff, and luckily they had an open room on the 3rd floor. The rest of the night was fine. I still don't know who that person was. I realize now that I probably dropped my key somewhere in the hotel or around it. This person probably picked it up and then could get access to my room. They went in the bathroom instead of walking right into the room. and that's where they were hiding when I saw them. I'm really glad that I switched rooms after that, and I'm also glad that I noticed them when I did.
It was a Friday night, and my friends and I decided to hang out at the park. We were bored, and the night felt perfect for some fresh air. Around 10 p.m., we heard a car approaching. It was slow, the headlights cutting through the darkness. At first, we didn't think much of it, but then we noticed it was moving towards us. As it got closer, we could see that it was an old beat-up sedan with the windows tinted, so we couldn't see who was inside. Probably just somebody passing through, I said, trying to shrug it off. But as soon as it got closer, the car stopped right in front of us. We looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The engine idled, and the driver's side window rolled down. Staring out the window that had just been rolled down was a clown, complete with a painted face and wild hair. He had a wide grin that looked more unsettling than friendly. "What's up, kids?" he shouted, his voice high-pitched, and he asked us if we needed a ride. We all exchanged nervous glances. Nobody said anything, and we just hoped that he would drive away. There was something off about him, his smile and the way his eyes seemed to be darting around. The clown called out to us again, saying, "Come on, don't be shy." My friend Sarah was the first one to say anything, as she whispered to us that we should leave, her voice shaking. She stood up, and we all followed her lead, backing away from the bench. "Wait, where are you going?" the clown asked, still grinning. "I'm just trying to be friendly," he said. We turned and ran towards the nearest exit of the park. I looked back once, and the clown was still sitting there, his smile now more sinister. We didn't stop running until we reached my house. Out of breath, we piled into the living room, slamming the door behind us. We tried to laugh it off, but the mood had shifted. We were all on edge, checking the windows to make sure that the clown wasn't following us. We eventually relaxed a bit and put on a movie. Hours passed, and at around 1 a.m. after the movie was over, my friends began to leave one by one. After the last one left, I locked the door and turned off the lights. I settled onto the couch, thinking I might finally get some sleep. But then I heard a faint sound outside, an engine slowly driving up the street. I walked quietly to the window and peeked through the blinds. There it was, the same old sedan from earlier, and the window rolled down with that same clown staring straight at my house. His face was illuminated by the dashboard lights, and his grin seemed wider than before. He just sat there, motionless, as if waiting for me to make a move. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. I wanted to call the police, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself or risk being seen. I stayed away from the window, pacing in the dark. The engine continued to run, and I could hear the faint sound of some circus tune music playing. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. I didn't want to look, but curiosity gnawed at me, so I moved back to the window to take a look outside. I could see the clown now tapping his fingers against the steering wheel, still wearing that disturbing grin. Suddenly, he turned his head towards my window, as if sensing I was watching. My heart stopped, and I ducked down quickly, wondering if he had seen me. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the car door slam. I held my breath, waiting for the sound of footsteps. But instead, I heard the engine rev and the car speed off into the night. That image of the car and clown inside scared me for a while, and for the next couple weeks I was paranoid, always checking around me if it was nearby, especially at night. This happened to me many years ago back when I was younger in my high school days. I ended up going to an all-boys boarding school for high school, I guess just because my older brothers had gone there. The boarding school was in the middle of a one-stoplight town and perched on a hill. The school used to be an old monastery, and it was huge, with 4 stories, including a basement that held a boiler room and long winding hallways. Every student had a job to help keep the place running, which we would rotate through. One of my jobs at the time of this story was to clean the gymnasium at night. I would have to sweep the floor and make sure everything was put away and ready for use the next day. The gym had 2 levels. The upper part was for weightlifting, and I could see most of the gym on the upper level from the bottom level where the basketball court was. One night, I stepped into the gym, ready to start sweeping. As I walked farther inside, I noticed a basketball rolling slowly across the floor. I paused and scanned the room to look for anybody who was in the gym or any open doors. However, everything was shut tight and I couldn't see anybody. I told myself that it was just the wind or some random movement, and I was about to start sweeping, but the ball kept rolling. I stood frozen, just in confusion, as I watched the ball roll a complete circle around the gym and stopping right at my feet. Obviously, that's not normal, and I kept looking around to see who was playing a prank on me or to find a logical explanation. I heard a creaking sound and looked into the darkness of the upper level of the gym in the weight room. Suddenly, a girl came into my view close to the railing of the second level. She stopped walking and stared at me. She looked about my age, maybe a bit younger. Her expression was blank, and her eyes were wide. The moment our eyes met, she turned and bolted down the stairs. What came next was a scream that I can't quite describe. It pierced the silence and sent chills down my spine. I backed up against the wall of the gym, very scared. I didn't see the girl coming down the stairs, but watched as she took a sharp left when she got to the bottom and darted through the main door of the gym. I wasn't supposed to leave the school grounds after a specific time for curfew, but curiosity got the best of me, so I went after the girl who had run away through the main gym doors and into the night. I ran onto some steps nearby that had a good vantage point of the surrounding area. I would have never seen the girl again, except for the second scream which I heard out by the road. From my vantage point in the dim moonlight, I watched as the girl sprinted down the hill on the road away from the school until she eventually disappeared into the night. To this day in my life, I've never seen anything else close to what I experienced that night. I still don't know if the girl I had seen was a real person or if she was some type of a ghost or spirit. I have no idea what to believe because the way the basketball had rolled around the gym was very supernatural, but the girl seemed very real. She had pushed open the doors of the gym like a physical person would have, and the fact that I saw her run all the way down the hill was strange. I asked my fellow students, teachers, and brothers about what I had experienced, but nobody knew what I was talking about and dismissed it. I graduated and left that school behind, which has been closed for a while now. I still wonder if any other students had experienced something similar to me before the school was closed for good.
I used to work at a small convenience store in the city. It wasn't quite downtown, but was pretty close. There would be lots of people walking down the sidewalk during the day, and at night there would still be a decent amount of people out, especially after the bars closed nearby. So our store was open 24 hours. It was pretty small, but loaded with all kinds of snacks and drinks and things like that. There were probably 5 aisles, and then I would be behind the counter at the far end of the store near the doors. I worked at the shop for several months and usually worked overnights. Sometimes it would be pretty busy and other times would be really quiet. You never really knew, and it depended on a lot of things, but between the hours of 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., they were generally the quietest. So sometime I was working and I was by myself on a typical night. It was a little bit after 3 a.m. and the store was empty. Occasionally, I would look out the window to the street, and it seemed dead quiet. I was just sitting there behind the counter, going on my phone, and pretty soon, I heard the door open and saw a woman walking in. She entered the store and walked down one of the first aisles. Several minutes went by, and she seemed to just be shopping around like normal. Eventually, when she came up to the counter, she put several items down. When I was starting to scan them, she told me that she only had $3 and asked me if I could give her a deal. I don't remember exactly what she was buying, but I remember that it added up to like $15 total. I told her that I couldn't do that. Obviously, she would have to put some things back. I said she would only be able to get things that added up to $3. It seemed like common math to me. The woman got angry though and said that she wasn't going to pay for anything. I told her to leave then, and she stormed out of the store in anger. Every now and then, customers would be rude or try to get free stuff. I mean, being in a city in the middle of the night, all kinds of people would come in. I was somewhat used to less than ideal customers and thought that I knew how to deal with them. Probably 20 or 30 minutes went by. No more customers came in during that time. Then the door opened and I saw the woman come back, but behind her was a man. This guy was like 6'5", I had long stringy hair and a goatee. I'm assuming he was the woman's husband or boyfriend. He walked right up to me looking all angry and then accused me of being rude to the woman. I don't remember what her name was, but the guy started cursing me out and didn't really give me any chance to talk. I could smell the alcohol in his breath as he verbally ripped into me. The woman was just standing back a few feet and adding in a few words of insults here and there to me. I remember that after them yelling at me for like a minute straight, the man wanted to, quote, take it outside with me. I told them both to get out of my store before I called the cops. That's when the guy suddenly shoved me backwards from over the counter. I wasn't ready for it, and to be honest, he was a strong dude. I fell back and it knocked me over. When I got up, I saw the man was right up at the counter wanting to fight me. I moved over to the right, and we had an alarm back there, which I pulled. It was a very loud alarm, and the sound filled the entire store. It was also super annoying, and the guy then backed away from the counter and grabbed some random things off the shelf and threw them. He then knocked over a stand of drinks and went into an aisle and grabbed some more things off the shelves. He stuffed them in his pockets, and the woman at the same time grabbed some stuff with him. Then they both left, stealing a bunch of random things. I called the police, and they got there several minutes later. The man and woman were long gone, though. The only thing I could do was give a description in my account of what happened. Luckily, neither of them came back while I was working again.
I used to live in the middle of nowhere for my job. I would move about every year for the first couple of years that I worked at the company. All of the cities that I lived in were cool in their own way, but this one in particular was way out there. There was lots of wildlife and land nearby, but not much of a city. I was able to live in a pretty nice house because of the location. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't a mansion or anything, but it was a lot nicer than the other places that I had lived. One thing I liked to do was go for runs to get exercise. I would go run along the side of nearby roads. There were no sidewalks way out there, but the streets were never very busy. Not that many people drove on the roads near my house with how quiet of an area it was, so I could easily jog on the side of the road without any worries. One night when I got back from work, I went out for a run. I worked all kinds of hours, so I would get off at all different times. It was a little bit later this time, but I still had a lot of energy. So after work, I left my house and went onto my street. Then I connected to a little bit of a busier road. And by busier, I only mean that it was a larger road. There would still rarely be any cars that went down it. It was probably about 9 o'clock at night or so. I started jogging on the side of the road, and this road went down for miles, so usually I would just run along it and then turn around and go back after a while. Probably 10 minutes in, a car passed me by, traveling at a pretty slow speed. I didn't pay it any attention to what it did after it went past me, but it must have turned somewhere and then gone back without me noticing, maybe on another road, because several minutes later, I saw the same car coming from the same direction as before. I thought maybe it was a different car that was the same make and model, but that's a pretty strange coincidence. I was pretty focused on running and not looking around, but I still noticed that that was weird. The car slowly went past me, and then when it got a ways up, started to pull over on the side of the road. I was wondering what was going on. This was the middle of nowhere. Maybe the person was lost. As the car was pulling over on the same side of the road that I was running on, it then turned and was sort of at an angle where it was right in my way. I was going to have to either go way up on the grass to pass them or way out into the road. As I approached, I was planning to go up into the grass, but then the car's door opened up. I saw a man starting to step out, who was wearing all black clothing and a ski mask. When I saw that, I started to turn around immediately. The guy was still a ways up. I continued to jog, but now was going in the opposite direction. I didn't look back, but I heard the sound of the guy getting back inside the car. Soon, I heard the car starting to drive after me again. As the car started approaching, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't have my phone on me. When I went out jogging, I wouldn't bring anything. I just had my Fitbit on and my one house key. I didn't like running with things in my pockets, so I wouldn't be able to call for help or anything, but I never figured that I would have to living way out here. The guy in the car would easily be able to catch up with me soon though. But then I got extremely lucky. I saw another car driving down the road towards me up ahead, The other car was still following me from behind, but I then ran into the middle of the road. I started trying to wave down the other car that was coming in my direction so that it would stop. The car slowed down, and as it was stopping, the car that was following me went around us and drove past. The driver of the car that stopped rolled down their window, and I think they were starting to ask me what was going on. I pointed to the other car and I told them that they had been following me. I watched the car go out of sight. Then I quickly ran back towards my house. I was able to make it back to my street and then go to my house. When I got home, I called the police and reported it. After that, I stopped jogging outside at night. It was so crazy for that to happen there, because the area was literally in the middle of nowhere. I don't live there anymore, but I still think about that experience all the time.
This happened back on Halloween night of 2016. I worked pretty late on Halloween, and I started driving back home at around 10 p.m. I lived by myself in a smaller house. I knew that I probably wouldn't be home for any trick-or-treaters with me having to work late, so I left a bowl of candy on my front step for them. Overall, I didn't really do anything for Halloween other than that. We had some decorations at work and stuff, but I was pretty busy with my job, so it took me about 15 minutes to drive home, and the roads were all pretty quiet by this time. I remember, though, that when I was about a mile or so from my house, I saw this guy dressed as a clown standing on the side of the road. He was sort of off in the ditch, and this was just a sort of quiet road with woods on both sides, so it was weird that he would be standing there. As I drove by, the clown man waved at me. I knew that it was somebody dressed up for Halloween, probably trying to scare people. I waved back and continued my drive home. Just a couple of minutes later, I arrived to my neighborhood. My street was pretty typical, with many houses on it, and at this hour, all the trick-or-treaters were done, so it was now very quiet. However, as I approached my driveway, I noticed something. There was another guy fully dressed as a clown, wearing a mask and everything. He was standing right in the middle of my driveway in front of the garage and holding a balloon. Even with it being Halloween, I was still creeped out at the sight. I started to pull into my driveway, but I stopped at the back end of it. The clown looked directly at me, but did not wave or anything. I thought that maybe he would walk away or something, but he stayed put. So I rolled down my window a little and I called out to him. I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" He didn't acknowledge me at all, and he just kept standing there holding his balloon. I told him that I had to get my car into the garage, and he was in my way. He still didn't move though, so at that point, I wasn't really sure what to do. After like a full minute of me sitting there with the car running, I decided to just get out and go inside. I figured that the clown would move eventually. I parked my car at the very back end of the driveway, still a good 30 feet or so from the clown. Then I turned my engine off and got out. The clown was still standing there, continuing to look at me. Right when I started to take a few steps into my yard, the clown began to walk towards me, and he was walking at an angle where he would reach me before I got to my front door, so I stopped. And when I stopped, he did as well. I didn't know if it was a good idea to go for my front door anymore, because I would have to unlock it, and if he was going to chase after me, he would be able to catch up with me. Then, all of a sudden, I saw 3 more clowns come running out from behind my house. They were literally sprinting and heading in my direction. I didn't waste any time, and I instantly ran back for my car. I quickly got inside of it, locked the doors, and then scrambled to start my engine as quickly as I could. The 3 clowns, as well as the original one, ran right up to my car. One tried opening my driver's door, and the other my passenger's one. Within seconds, I was able to back out of the driveway, leaving them standing there. They didn't follow me into the street, but just kept standing at the end of my driveway. As I drove away, they all at once started waving at me. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. I drove out of my neighborhood and just went around random streets for like 5 to 10 minutes. Then I went back home, hoping that the clown men would be gone. If they were still there, I was going to call the cops. But thankfully, when I arrived back, they were all gone. I got out of my car and I looked through my backyard as well as front, and nobody was there. But when I got to my front door, I saw that the balloon that the one clown had been holding was now tied to my door handle. It was one last thing to really creep me out. I went inside and was a little worried that the clowns might return, but they didn't. That was my scariest experience that I've had during Halloween.
I have a lot of Snapchat friends. It's an app that I've used since I was probably in middle school. Over the years, I've gained countless friends. Most of them I know, but there's a good number that I also don't know. I think that happens on just about every social media. So I remember that on my Snapchat, there used to be this one guy that would often post really strange stories, and I didn't even know what he looked like or who he was. I don't even know how or when we became friends. But this guy would post stories that I would occasionally see. They would never be of his face or anything. Most of them were just videos of him walking late at night, and he would just show sometimes his feet and the surroundings of where he was going. It would always be strange because there was no context around it. So after seeing those a few different times, it made me wonder when I even became friends with this guy on Snapchat. I really didn't remember. After one night I saw him post a video, I actually slid up on his story. He had posted what appeared to be him walking through the woods. I texted him saying, "Why do you always post these stories of you walking at night?" I was legitimately curious, but he left me on read. That was really strange. Well, a couple of nights later, he was back at it again with another story. This one was very similar to the typical ones of him walking at night, except this time, I noticed the location of where he was appeared to be my driveway, because he was walking up it, and I saw my car parked where it always was. My heart started racing instantly when I saw it. I saw that the story had been posted just 5 minutes ago. I got up and looked out of every window in my house. I didn't see the guy anywhere. After not locating him, I actually went out my front door to go look outside. I went around my house and looked, but did not see anything. Then I went back inside. I texted the guy once again, asking why he was at my house. Once more, I was left on read. This guy was really starting to make me angry. Still, I didn't know what else I could do about it. Shortly after that, I went to bed. The next morning when I woke up, I went on Snapchat shortly after, like I often do. When I did, I saw that there were several more stories that the guy added from the previous night. One was another one of him walking up my driveway. Then there was another. This time he was in my backyard. By then, I was very creeped out. Then he showed another story. It was him somehow opening one of my back windows from the outside. Then it showed him entering my house. After that, the story stopped. When I saw this, I got up, ran to my bedroom door, and closed it. Then I locked it. I was afraid that he was still inside. I called the police and told them the story. When they arrived, they searched my entire house. The guy was gone, though. He must have left sometime in the night. I gave them the information that I could. The police also saw that my back door was left unlocked, so that's most likely how he left. My back window was somehow left unlocked as well, I guess. I blocked the guy on Snapchat after this. I lived in that house for a few more months and never saw him again after. Since then, I haven't heard from him. I wonder if he's still posting those creepy stories. The fact that he got into my house, though, is something that will always give me the creeps. This happened 5 years ago, during my time in high school. I remember that I was in class one day. It was history, in a class that was usually pretty easy for me. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, but I know that I got permission to go use the restroom. This is something that I would do all the time, so I left the classroom and didn't need a pass or anything. Our school was not that strict, and not that large either. Most teachers were pretty cool about just letting people go, as long as they could be trusted. So I walked down the hallway to the nearest restroom. Unfortunately for me that day, the nearest one to my history classroom was a bit of a walk. There was one at the end of the hallway, but it was being cleaned. I recall seeing the cleaning cart in front of the door, so I figured not to use it. I had to walk farther, but was able to find one that I could actually use. I went inside and was in the bathroom for no longer than a minute. Then I left, but shortly after, heard an announcement that the school was being locked down. Now, at this point, there was obviously nobody else in the hallways, and I knew that I wasn't supposed to be either, so I decided to hurry up and walk back to class, but it would take me several minutes to do so. I remember that when walking back, I passed by this one teacher's classroom that was completely empty, and the door was also open.
That's when I had the idea to go inside of it. The lights inside were off, so I couldn't really see anything. I'm sure my teacher would understand that I just went to the nearest classroom for the lockdown. I didn't want to get caught by somebody for being out in the hallways. I was also kind of nervous about the lockdown and wanted to get to a safe place as quick as possible. So I entered this empty and dark classroom. Then I closed the door and locked it. It was kind of cool to have an entire classroom to myself. I felt safe in there, but I also wondered what this lockdown was for. I was really hoping that it was nothing serious. As I was in the room, I sat down at the teacher's desk. I wondered where the teacher was, but figured that they were either gone for the day or just gone for the hour. Now, I never turned the light on to the classroom because I knew that lights were supposed to be off in a lockdown. As I was sitting at the desk, I suddenly saw somebody stand up at the back of the room. Somebody had been sitting in one of the desks in the back row on the right side, and I hadn't even noticed. Seemingly, a man stood up, and my heart instantly began racing. When this happened, I stood up. Then, I saw the man take a step closer to me, very slowly. I turned and just ran for the door. I unlocked it, opened it up, and then left. The guy was not chasing after me or anything. After I made it out of the room, I began walking as quickly as possible for my classroom. I made it around the corner and was walking down the next hallway. During that time, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked back and soon saw a man turn the corner, and he was following me. He was a long ways back, and I figured him to be the same guy that was hiding in the classroom. When I saw him, I just started sprinting. I ran all the way down the hall, and then into the hallway where my classroom was. Then I ran all the way to the door. I started banging on it like crazy and yelling for my teacher to open the door. He took what felt like forever. In that time, I saw the man walking down the hallway straight for me. I was about to abandon my plan of going to the classroom and just run away somewhere. But then the door opened up. My teacher had finally answered it, and I went inside, and my history teacher closed and locked the door behind me. Out of breath, I told him what happened. I remember that he opened up the door, saw the guy, and then quickly closed it. Then he went to the phone. He called somebody, and I felt much safer inside the classroom. The man that followed me did not try opening the door or knocking on it or anything. I think he just ran away at that point. We all stayed locked down for about 30 more minutes. Then the lockdown ended. I guess the man had been hiding in the school and ran away. He chose to hide in the same classroom that I went in, and he had already been in there. I really should not have entered that classroom.
This happened a few years ago. I used to work at Starbucks and was a part-time employee. This was during my first year in college, and I was back home for the summer. I was good friends with several of my coworkers, and I enjoyed working there. One thing that happened, though, was really scary. It took place one night when I was closing. I was working with two of my coworkers, Sarah and Emily. Things were pretty busy until it started to get late. At that point, Sarah got off and went home. It was just Emily and me for the last couple hours, which was fine. Not that many people came in, and I believe that we closed at 8:30. So Emily and I worked until then, and then we closed up. I remember that after we locked the doors, we were doing some things that we were supposed to after closing. It was at this time when suddenly we heard a knocking noise coming from the back door. That door was only really used for deliveries, and of course was locked. It was very strange, because we knew that nobody was supposed to be there right now. The knocking continued, and then got louder. It turned into the sound of somebody banging on the back door loudly. Emily asked if we should open it and see who it was, but I told her not to. I had a bad feeling about it. I really wanted to know who was doing that though, and why. It went on for probably about 2 minutes straight, and then finally stopped. We both felt relieved, but not much longer. Probably about a minute later, it started up again. The bangs on the back door continued. We had no way of looking out to that area unless we left the Starbucks and went around to look. I didn't think that would be a good idea though, and neither did Emily. We just kind of waited inside for it to stop. We looked out the main windows at the front of the building, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Just a quiet parking lot with only Emily's car and my car in it. The pounding on the back door kept going for probably like 5 minutes. Then, at last, it stopped for good. Emily and I finished up our work and then went to leave. We looked out the windows before, making sure that nobody was out there or anything. We also waited a little while extra just to be safe. Then we left Starbucks and headed to our vehicles in the parking lot. We parked next to each other, and it was a pretty short walk. However, the Starbucks was in a little bit of a quieter area, and the parking lot was also pretty dark. I just remember that when we had almost made it to our cars, hearing a noise coming around the side of the building, we both looked at the same time. That's when we saw a man coming around the corner and heading in our direction. Emily quickly got inside of her car, and I followed and got inside mine right after. Emily's car was closer to the guy, and I remember hearing her engine start, and she quickly backed away. After she did, I saw the guy walking through the parking lot and heading in my direction. I don't remember much at all of what he looked like. It was really dark and hard to tell details. I quickly left and drove out of there. The man remained in the parking lot. After that, I'm not sure what happened. I don't know what he did. He didn't break into Starbucks or anything, and no other occurrences like that happened to me when I was working there. I still don't know what the guy was doing. I'm assuming that he was the same person that was banging on the back door. I think he was trying to get us to open it, but I'm glad that we didn't. Back when I was in high school, I remember that my friends and I found this secret room inside of the school. The room wasn't actually hidden or anything, but it was a classroom that was no longer used. Now it was vacant and just stored a bunch of random stuff in it. You see, the school that I went to was pretty old, but it had been renovated several times. This caused the overall layout to be somewhat strange, and this classroom was in the corner of a normally quiet hallway. It was not in an area that would normally get a lot of foot traffic. My friend Michael was the one that originally found it. I'm not sure how, but I guess he must have just been curious and tried opening the door. Apparently the lock on the door didn't work, so it would just open. So Michael, me, and 2 other friends are the ones who knew about it. We had a bit of a friend group, and we went in, and it was interesting to see all the stuff in there. It had some things from over 10 years ago, such as old assignments from various teachers and old equipment. There were box TVs that were on those stands with wheels, and old whiteboards as well. The room also had desks scattered about, and tons of books. It was quite cluttered, and had carpeted floors as well. So my friends and I would occasionally go into the room and hang out before school, between classes, during lunch, or other random times. It was just our secret hangout spot for the friend group. We were certain that nobody knew we were in there, and we made sure that nobody was looking whenever we went in, which was pretty easy. So one day, in between classes, I went there with 3 other friends. It was right before our last class of the day. Michael had told us to meet there in our friend group chat. He wanted to talk about some plans to hang out and play basketball over the weekend. So I remember that everybody left to go to their classes, except for me and Michael, because we had a class together and it was really close by. We were still sitting at desks and talking when we heard this sound come over the school intercom. It was strange because I didn't know what it was about. But shortly after, we heard this announcement that the school was being locked down. In my time in high school to that point, we had never had a lockdown before. I didn't really know what the reason for it was, but I was a little bit nervous. Obviously, in a lockdown, you're supposed to go to the nearest classroom and nobody's allowed to be in the hallways. Michael and I thought about walking to our classroom, but then decided to just stay in the room that we were in. I mean, we were in a classroom after all, and nobody probably even knew that we were here. There had been lockdown drills at the school before, so we knew the basics of what you're supposed to do. Turn the lights out in the classroom and lock the door. There was a cover already over the small window in the door to this classroom, so whether the light was on or off, you really couldn't tell from the hallway. So we left it on, and then I went to try to lock the door. However, I remembered that the lock on the door seemed to be broken. I mean, that's how we were able to get in the room in the first place. We figured that that wasn't a big deal though. So Michael and I just sat in random desks in the room, talked and went on our phones, and waited for the lockdown to be over. Neither of us had any idea as to what it was for. Other than us, things were very quiet. We texted some friends trying to figure out what was happening, but nobody seemed to know. Then, I would say about 15 minutes into the lockdown, we heard footsteps approaching in the hallway. I was sitting not too far away from the door, so I quickly got up and turned the light off, just in case it was visible at all from the outside. The footsteps continued to get closer, and Michael and I got really concerned. We probably weren't supposed to be in here in the first place, so whoever this was, if they came into the room, we had to hide. Very quickly, we decided to just find a hiding place. Now, there was so much junk in the room that it really wasn't too hard to find a hiding spot. Michael and I took about 10 seconds to get in our places. He went in the far corner of the room behind a cabinet, and I hid on the ground to the side of the desk. The classroom was also very dark, so it would not be obvious where we were. Then, just moments after hiding, the footsteps reached right outside of the door. The doorknob turned and the door opened. Then we heard somebody entering. I looked up from where I was. I saw this man walk in, but I couldn't really tell what he looked like because of how dark it was. I was confident that he couldn't see me though. When the guy got inside of the room, he closed the door quietly, then stood just inside of the entrance. After a few seconds, he took a few steps into the room. Michael and I were both trying to be as quiet as we possibly could. I literally held my breath for a while before breathing as quietly as possible. The man was just standing around a few feet inside the room for a while. This went on for maybe 5 minutes. I wasn't sure who this guy was, if he worked for the school, or if he was possibly the cause of the lockdown. He didn't really seem like a teacher, and I didn't know why he would enter this room, so I was starting to think that it was the latter. Then, out of nowhere, Michael made a sound. I think that he just moved slightly. I'm not sure why, but you could just barely hear it because of how quiet it was. When this happened, I heard the man in the room suddenly move a little bit. Then he spoke. The guy said, "What was that? Is somebody in here?" My heart started beating like crazy, but I didn't move or make a sound. Michael did the same. After a few moments of silence, the man called out again, asking who was there. He sounded aggravated and even kind of nervous. Then he shouted, asking if anybody was inside of the room. Michael and I did not make a peep. Then we heard the man quickly walk to the doorway, and the door opened up seconds later. Then the man left. I let out a huge sigh of relief, and I'm sure that Michael did the same. We stayed in our hiding places for a while though, just in case the man were to come back. Probably about 20 minutes later, there was an announcement that the lockdown was over. We felt much better. We then left the classroom and went to our final class of the day. Later, after school, we were able to find out that the lockdown was caused by a suspicious man inside of the school. Based on what I heard, I'm 100% certain that the man that entered the classroom we were in was the same guy. He must have been trying to find a place to hide, and we were already in there. Apparently, Michael must have scared him off. I'm really glad that the guy didn't try to find us or anything, and just left. A few years back, I found myself driving down a quiet old highway late at night. I had to travel for work, and sadly they didn't fly me out, so I had to drive. I would get compensated though, which was nice, but I still didn't like such long driving. Now, I had originally planned on stopping in a city and getting a hotel there, but I was making such good time that I drove right past it and kept going. By that point, I was kind of winging it, because I didn't know where the next major city was, and not even major city like big city, but just a city with a decent hotel and some other businesses in it. By the time it was midnight, I finally started to get tired, and was now almost 5 hours ahead of schedule. That was good, but now I had no clue where I was going to stay. I took an exit to get some gas. I figured I could drive for another hour or so if I needed to, but after fueling my car, I saw a sign for an old motel down the road. I'm not too picky, and the motel didn't look that nice, but it honestly could have been worse. Without very high expectations, I drove over to the motel and got a room for the night. It was a pretty standard 2-level motel, with each room facing the parking lot and opening right up to it. There was a sidewalk in front of the rooms on the first level, and a walkway on the second one as well. I ended up getting a room on the first level at the far end. So after I got the room key, I got my things and headed inside. The room was actually nicer than I expected. There was a decent-sized cable TV, the bathroom was in the back, and the room was clean. The bed was also pretty comfortable.
I took a shower and then got in bed and decided to watch some TV until I got really sleepy. I would say about 30 minutes later, there was a sudden knock on the door. This was really odd, but I wasn't afraid of anything, or so I thought. I got up out of bed and walked over to the door. Then I opened it up. There was a man standing there. He looked somewhat tall and skinny. He had longer hair and a beard. The man said hi, and I asked him what he wanted. His speech was slightly slurred, and I suspected alcohol. The man then asked me if he could come inside just for a few minutes. I didn't know why he thought I would let him in my motel room. I said no, and then I shut the door in his face. After I did, I could tell that he was just standing there, and I hoped that he would go away. I went back over to my bed and sat down. I glanced over, but I couldn't see the guy anymore. I hoped that he was gone. But like 30 seconds later, he knocked on the door again. I yelled at him to go away. Then I walked over to the window and looked. I saw him walking away on the sidewalk in front of the rest of the rooms. I was thinking to myself that I hope he doesn't bother other people, and hopefully nobody lets him in their rooms. Then I sat back down on the bed. Probably 5 minutes after this, I noticed movement out of my window. I looked over and saw that the guy was back. He was standing right outside and was holding what looked like some kind of pipe object. I really didn't know what it was. But then he swung it at my window and it made a really loud noise. The window didn't break at first though. He hit it several more times before I heard glass starting to break. I realized then that this guy must have been insane, and he was probably going to get in. I really had nothing to fight him off with, so I got up from my bed, grabbed my phone, keys, and wallet, and ran to the back. Then I got inside of the bathroom and locked myself in there. I heard him repeatedly hitting my window and glass breaking. I called the police and told them what was going on. They said that they would get there as soon as possible. My only fear was that the guy would somehow be able to break the bathroom door. This was a somewhat cheap motel, so I wasn't sure how good a quality the door was. After a couple of minutes of him whacking the window, he made his way inside. I heard him hitting random things in the room. He hit the TV, and I know he hit some walls and other stuff. I remained hidden in the bathroom. Soon, though, he made his way towards the back. He whacked the bathroom door a few times, and then went back into the other area of the room. After about another minute, he went back towards the bathroom. Then I heard sirens. I knew it was just a matter of time before the police got there now. The sirens didn't seem to scare the guy off. Instead, he was still hitting things. The police arrived within a minute after that, and started yelling at the guy to stop. Soon, I finally heard him stop hitting things. The police were able to get him, and I came out from the bathroom. I saw that the room was all torn up. He certainly succeeded in breaking things. At least he didn't hurt anybody, though. After that, I obviously had to get a new room. The rest of the night went well, though. The next morning, I was back on the road. That was by far my craziest hotel experience.
When I was younger, I used to go to the library many times after school. This takes place when I was a freshman in high school. Back then, I did not have access to a computer with internet at home. So many times when I was walking home from school, I would stop at the library. There was one that was roughly halfway back home from school, and only a couple of blocks out of my way. Then I would do homework and also play games on the internet and go on Facebook and stuff. Most days, I would be there for a few hours, and then walk the rest of the way back home. I went there on average maybe 2 or 3 times a week, but sometimes more or less. So one day, I went to the library after school, and then logged on to one of the computers. The library was pretty large, so large that it had 2 levels. Usually, there would be quite a few people there, but they were pretty spread out. So I was on the computer, and I remember that I went onto Facebook. When I did, I saw that I had a new friend request. It was some random guy who I didn't know. The profile picture was of a car, and I didn't recognize the name. But back then, I would automatically accept every friend request that I got. I didn't even care if I knew the person. So I accepted it and thought nothing more about it. Well, probably just about a minute after I accepted it, the guy sent me a message saying hi. I responded back saying hi, and now I was wondering who he was. He responded saying that he was in the library with me right now. This seemed kind of strange to me. I was not aware of knowing anybody at the library. I had never seen one of my friends from school there. The guy said that he was on the other side of the library and upstairs. I didn't really know what to think of it, and I don't remember exactly what I said. But the guy kept talking to me on Facebook, and I remember he soon started to ask me personal questions, so I decided to stop responding to him because he was kind of coming across as a creep. I went on another internet tab and ignored it, but I kept seeing more notifications pop up that he was sending me more messages. This was really starting to creep me out, so I closed everything, logged off the computer, and then left. I had no idea who it was in the library. I walked straight home, and I hoped that I wouldn't encounter that man anymore. So a couple of days later, I went back to the library again after school. Like most times, I found an open computer and then logged on. I went on Facebook to see several more messages from the guy. I didn't respond and just ignored them. He must have seen that I had logged on to Facebook. I know that it shows other friends that are currently online, so he started sending me more messages. I didn't bother to look, and I continued to ignore him. Several minutes later though, suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I looked, and it was some guy who I had never seen before. He was much older than me, had an uneven gray and brown beard, and was wearing a green hat. He then asked me why I wasn't responding to him. I was so surprised that I didn't say anything. The man then asked me to go with him. He said that he was leaving and motioned for me to get up. I said no to the man. He continued to stand there for about a minute before walking away. But the man only walked over towards the front of the library near the doors. I watched him sit down in a chair near the entrance and face me. I wanted to leave, but he was sitting right by the doors and I would have to walk past him. He was just kind of watching me, and I felt like if I left, he would follow me or something. I stayed at the computer for a while. Every time that I looked over into the direction of the doors, I saw that the man was still there and often looking at me. So then I called my mom. Luckily, I had just recently gotten a cell phone. I told her about the situation and asked her to come and pick me up. She agreed. She had just gotten out of work, so it took her about 20 minutes to get there. But when she did, she walked into the library, and then we were both able to leave. When we got near the doors, the man kind of walked away. After leaving, my mom called the library and reported the whole thing. They were very quickly able to find out who the man was. The police even got involved. The man ended up getting banned from that library, so I was able to go back not too long after. I never saw him again, thankfully. I have a really bizarre story to tell. It happened a few months back. So there was this wedding coming up that I was going to with my wife. We were guests, and I had to go to a tailor for my suit. Obviously, I had no idea what tailor I was supposed to go to, but I remembered my wife told me that she knew of one that her family had been going to for years. That was fine with me, so the next evening after work, I stopped by. Now, on this day, I worked particularly late, which is something that occasionally happens. It was like 8 p.m. and dark outside. I put in the address to the tailor and followed it. When I arrived, I was in the parking lot of this old run-down looking mall. There were hardly any other cars in the entire parking lot. At first, I thought that this had to be a mistake. Then I looked on the map again, and it showed that the tailor was inside of the mall. I was already thinking of how I was going to tease my wife for having me stop at this abandoned-looking mall. It said they were open though, so I got out of my car and walked inside. When I first got in the mall, it was a very strange feeling because the place was literally 90% abandoned. There were hardly any lights on, and there were countless closed-up stores. Most of them were completely empty, but a few still had their signs up and some things inside. As you could guess, there was not a single other person in sight. I was even wondering myself if I was supposed to be in here. So I started walking the hallways looking for the tailor shop. As I was walking, I remember I passed by this one store. It looked to be a clothing store, at least that's what it used to be. It was closed, and it looked like it had only been closed for maybe the past year. I could see that there was still some merchandise inside, but it was messy and stuff. But I also noticed that the door to the store was propped open. I figured maybe they were in the process of clearing it out or something. But as I was looking and passing it by, I saw somebody was actually inside of the store. It was a man who was wearing jeans and a hooded sweatshirt. I remember that he was passing by the giant window, and then he looked over and he saw me. Then, after looking in my direction, he quickly turned and literally ran out of my view. I was now thinking that he was not supposed to be in there or something. What he was doing, I didn't know. I didn't really care either. I kept walking and I just ignored it. I turned and went down another hallway that was mostly abandoned as well. But finally, at the end of this, there was one sign lit up and in working order that said Taylor. So I walked to the end and entered the store. It was in fact open and in business. I honestly couldn't believe it. So I went inside and I got my measurements and stuff and was in the store for maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Then I left and it was time to walk back through the quiet mall to leave. I went down the first hallway and then I turned into the next one. Now I was in the main first hallway that led out to the parking lot. I remember as I was passing by one of the clothing stores again, I saw that the door was still propped open, and the guy who I had seen before was still there. This time, he was looking right at me from the other side of the window. I thought that it was weird how he was just staring at me, but I ignored it and I passed him by. Then, right after I had passed the store, I heard the door opening and then footsteps. I didn't look back, but as I kept going, I heard the footsteps walking in my direction behind me. For some reason, this guy was now leaving the store and walking behind me. Was he following me? I didn't know. He did not say anything, and neither did I. I kept walking, and I soon reached the exit doors. The man was walking probably about 30 or 40 feet behind me. When I was going through the doors, it sounded like the man behind me was starting to speed up. After I got outside, I looked behind just for a second, and I saw the man fling the doors open at a fast speed. Right after seeing that, I just started sprinting for my car. When I started to run, I heard the man behind me starting to run as well. I went as fast as I could, and luckily, I have decent speed. When I reached my car, I stopped, got out the keys as fast as possible, and hit unlock over and over. Then I grabbed the door, opened it, got inside, and slammed it shut. After I had locked the door, the man reached it probably 2 or 3 seconds later. When he reached my door and tried to open it, I was starting my engine. He punched at the window twice before I was able to drive off. Luckily, it didn't break. I left and then called the cops when I got on the road. I reported what happened and was honestly very confused myself as to what had even took place. I went home and told my wife all about the event. Looking back, I really don't know why that man went after me. I'm guessing he was trying to rob me and was maybe trying to steal from the abandoned store as well. Since this happened, I joked with my wife for a long time how she sent me to an abandoned mall to get robbed. I did return to the mall to go to the tailor again, but I went much earlier in the day and was fine. But this remains one of the scariest moments of my life.
This is something that took place back during my senior year of high school. During that year, I noticed that many of the teachers were more relaxed than when we were freshmen. They seemed more strict back then. My first hour class of the day was psychology. It was an elective class at my high school, and the teacher was not very strict at all. You could sit wherever you wanted, and if people showed up a minute or two late, he never counted them as late. This was nice for me, because there were a couple of times when I walked in like 30 seconds to a minute after the bell. The teacher would usually just casually talk with the students for the first few minutes. So one day, I was running a little bit late, which was not uncommon. School started at 7:30 a.m., so I would get up at around 7 and then leave for school at about 7:15. It took a little bit less than 10 minutes to drive there, but I had to park kind of far away. There were so many people that went to my school that the parking lot I was in was about a 5-minute walk from the actual building. So on this day, I arrived at the school parking lot and it was already 7:27. So I was later than usual and I had to walk really fast to get to the school on time. Pretty much everybody was already inside and I didn't see any other students out in the parking lot. After walking about as fast as I could, I saw that it was 7:30 and I was still walking. I was happy that my teacher probably wouldn't care too much if I walked in maybe 3 or 4 minutes late. So I got to the school doors at about 7:31, but when I tried them, they were locked. This was strange because I was at the main doors and they were always supposed to be unlocked. I looked inside and it looked completely empty, which was not that surprising considering classes had started. I walked down to another door and tried that one. This was also locked. At that point, I didn't really know what to do. I decided to just keep going down to doors and trying them. So I tried another door, which was also locked. Then I went down to the next. By now, I was approaching an area that was completely behind the school. I was very confused as to why each door was locked. As I was walking behind the school, something caught my eye to the left. I looked over, and I saw this guy jumping out of a window to a classroom. He was a full-grown adult, and I did not recognize him. It was just really strange to see a man jumping out of the school window. After he got out of the window, he appeared to look over at me. I kind of looked away, continuing walking to the next door. The guy was a couple 100 feet away at least. When I made my way down to the next doors, I found that these were also locked. At that point, I looked over again, and I saw that the man was walking towards me. The way that he was cutting through the grass gave me kind of a bad feeling. I knew something was up, because after all, he had just climbed out of a window. I was really more confused than anything though. Plus, it was early in the morning and I had only woken up less than an hour before. I turned and I started to walk away from the man. I didn't really know where else to go. I had tried almost every door and it seemed they would all be locked. As I kept walking though, I started to hear what sounded like the man walking faster and approaching me. I looked over my shoulder and I saw that the man was much closer now. I had a really bad feeling about this, and I decided to just go back to my car. I was not that far away from it now, so I turned and I started walking in the direction of it. I also picked up my pace. After doing so, I noticed that the man changed his direction as well, and he was walking after me still. He was less than 100 feet away from me now though, but still a good distance. I walked even faster. I was able to make it down to my car. Right before unlocking it, I looked behind me. The man was within 50 feet of me. I quickly went to my car and got inside of it. Then I started it up and left as fast as possible. When I did, the man had reached the parking lot. He looked at me, but I was driving away. I didn't really know where to go, so I just went back to my parents' house. If they asked me anything, I would just say that I was at the school but it was locked and I couldn't get in, and then some sketchy guy was following me. So I drove back home, and when I arrived, my mom was still there and hadn't left for work yet. As soon as I got inside, she told me that she had heard my school was in a lockdown. I realized that explained a lot. I told her about what happened to me, and she was really glad that I was okay. Then she called my school and had me tell them what happened. I found out that the police were at my school and searching for the man. I was excused from school for the rest of the day and able to stay home. The school remained locked down until about an hour later, when the man was located and apprehended by local police. I'm not sure why he was in the school, but he had walked in before classes had started. At some point, either just as school was starting or just before, the place was locked down. I had gotten there afterwards, which is why every door to the building was locked. I guess the guy had found an empty classroom which was open and left through the window. Why he followed me, I do not know. I'm really glad that I got away from him though. The rest of the day, I played video games at home, and it was a great time. That was the only lockdown we had in my high school career.
I used to work as a substitute teacher for a little while. Now this was back in 1996, so it was a while ago. But one event that took place is something that I will never forget. I was still pretty new to being a substitute at this time. One morning, I was asked to sub at a high school that I had never been to before. I think to this point, I had subbed at about 3 different schools all in the same area. This one was in the same general area, but was much larger than the others, and I didn't know the layout at all going in. When I arrived to the school, I went inside and then checked in with somebody in the offices. They gave me the room number that I was subbing at, and also gave me basic directions on how to get there. So I left the offices and headed for the classroom. Apparently, it was at the complete opposite end of the school. I remember passing by so many kids, and it took a while to get there. About halfway there, I would say, I heard this bell ring. I knew that class didn't start yet, so I wasn't sure what exactly this bell was for. Then I heard this announcement that the school was being locked down. I didn't really hear it that well, because the hallways were loud from all the students. Plus, the quality of the intercom back then was not what it is today, and it sounded like somebody was talking really close to the phone. I just remember hearing the words lockdown and not a drill. The other stuff I couldn't really make out. I think that they were saying that kids were supposed to go to their first period classes. So I tried to go faster and make it to the classroom that I was responsible for. The hallways very quickly became quiet, and soon I was the only person walking in them. I made it to my classroom probably 2 minutes or so later. Once I was there, I went inside of the classroom and saw that there wasn't a single student in the room. The classroom was empty, and I figured that all of the students had gone to other classrooms. Maybe they saw how there was no teacher in the room and went elsewhere. So, nevertheless, I got inside and then closed the door to the classroom. I locked it and then went and sat down at the desk. I didn't know why the school was locked down or where all the students went that were supposed to be in the classroom. So I just looked over the plans for the day for each class of what my instructions were. I hoped that the lockdown would not last very long and we could get things back to normal. After maybe 20 minutes or so, everything had been quiet to that point. But then I heard a knocking from my classroom door. I got up, walked over to the door, and looked out of the window. There was what looked to be a male student standing at the other side of the door. I remember that he had dark hair, glasses, but was somewhat tall and strong looking. I figured that he was a student that was supposed to be in the class that I was subbing for. I opened the door and let him come inside of my room. I asked him if he was in this class, and he said yes. Then he just walked over and sat down at a random desk. He told me that he was late and asked me if I knew what the lockdown was for. I said that I had no idea. Then we just sat there in silence for a little while. He was kind of just looking around casually. I remember asking him how the regular teacher ran things, and he just said that he's cool. Then we just sat there in more silence, waiting for the lockdown to be over. I remember that after a little while, I heard some footsteps going down the hallway. I didn't know who it could be. Then they passed by my classroom and kept going. It was awkward and I wanted to make more conversation, so I looked around the desk and found the seating chart. I asked the student what his name was and I looked at the class roster. The kid said nothing. It was strange because I didn't say it quietly or anything. I thought that he would have heard me. So I asked him again what his name was. This time, he looked up at me and then said that he had to go. He stood up and started walking over to the door. I told him that he wasn't allowed to. Obviously, in a lockdown, that's like the #1 rule. He didn't listen though, and then he started running for the door. I started walking over to him quickly, but he unlocked the door and then left. I mean, I'm not sure what I could have done. I'm not going to physically restrain the kid. I was guessing that he would run into a hall monitor shortly after and get in trouble or something. But why did he run? I mean, I only asked him his name. That's when I thought maybe he wasn't actually in the class. And even worse, maybe he had something to do with the lockdown. I locked my door and then continued to wait inside of the classroom. Almost an entire hour went by until finally there was another announcement that the lockdown had ended. After that, the school day went on as normal for the most part. Lots of students were talking about it, and I heard several different rumors. But for the rest of the day, there were no more lockdowns. By the following day, I had learned more about the true details. The kid that went to my class was in fact the cause of the lockdown. He had actually been expelled from the school, but had several friends that still went there. He was angry with one of the students for some reason, and came to school before it started to beat him up. When a teacher tried breaking up the fight, he then assaulted the teacher. Then he ran away. He got lucky to find my classroom while others were looking for him. Because of the fact that I was a sub, I had no clue who he was. I'm not sure if he saw me earlier and knew I was subbing there, or if he just got really lucky. Either way though, that's why he ran when I questioned his name. I would have seen that he's not actually in the class. I'm glad that he didn't try to fight me when I tried stopping him or something. I ended up being a substitute teacher at various schools for the rest of that year. Then I moved on to other things. I will never forget that crazy experience that I had that day, though. I'm a mail delivery driver for the post office. It's a job that I really like, and I've done it for many years. But by far, my craziest experience happened about a year ago. As part of my route, I go to several apartment buildings. One in particular is a complex with 4 buildings all right by each other. There's a road between the buildings, and then parking spaces on the side of the road in front of each building. When I deliver there, if there are no spaces, I just have to park kind of in the middle. I try not to block anybody's cars, but sometimes it's kind of close. One time I went to that apartment and there were no open spaces. I tried to make sure that I wasn't blocking anybody, and then I parked and went inside one of the buildings. I then came back out and delivered the mail to the building across from it. When I got back to my truck, I saw a man standing there looking angry. When I was walking over to my truck, he already started yelling at me. He was saying that I was in the way and blocking his car. The guy seemed like trouble right away. It seemed as though he might have been on some sort of drugs as well. Anyways, I told him that I left him plenty of space, because I did, but he just kept yelling at me. I told him that I was moving now anyways, and I started walking to go inside of my truck. He followed me there, cursing at me the whole time. There was no reason for him to be so angry. He seemed like just a really angry person in general. I told him to calm down, and I said he had no reason to be so upset, but that was just like adding fuel to the fire. After I got inside my truck, I started to drive away from him. I wasn't even listening to what he was saying. He then went into his car, which was parked at the end, and left. But when he left, he made sure to screech his tires as he sped out of the parking lot. He also came within probably a foot of hitting my truck when he did so, and of course was flipping me off as he passed. I was just glad that he was gone, and then I delivered to the final 2 buildings in the complex and then left. I was really confused as to why the guy was so angry. The next day, I delivered to the same apartment, and I had sort of forgot about it. This time though, there was a parking space that I could use. I parked and went inside of the building to deliver the mail. I was in there for a couple minutes, and when I returned to my truck, saw that it was all messed up. When I delivered mail, I used to have a bad habit of leaving my door open. It was faster, and nobody had done anything before. I know it was dumb, but now it seemed as though somebody had come in and just thrown everything all around. It was all disorganized now, and the mail was out of place. I had a pretty good idea of who had done it also. I was really angry, but tried to reorganize everything. It took a while, and I got behind schedule, but eventually I was able to move on. After this incident, I emailed the management of the apartment building about the guy. I didn't think they would do anything, but thought that I should still let them know. They did respond to me, saying that they would send an email to the residents. Well, sometime the next week, when I was back at that same building, I parked in a space and delivered the mail. After I delivered to the last building in the apartment complex, I returned to see that my tires were slashed. I couldn't believe it. I looked around, and soon saw the same guy. He was standing just outside one of the apartments in a patio area and laughing. I couldn't hold back my anger, and I walked over towards him and started cursing him out. He then got all angry back at me and started threatening me. He said I was lucky he only went after my truck. I realized at that point it was pretty dangerous to provoke this guy, and I walked away. He was still yelling at me as I did. I got back to my truck and called the police. They arrived sometime later and arrested the guy, and the cops and the man seemed to know each other by name, which tells me it was not his first time doing something dumb like this. After that incident, I never saw him again. I found out that he didn't even actually live at that apartment complex, and the place was his ex-girlfriend's. It blows my mind how he could get so angry, but hopefully the guy gets the help that he needs. This took place about 3 weeks back. It was the morning time, and my girlfriend Alyssa and I were going on a day trip about 2 hours away. But shortly after we left,
Maybe 5 minutes into the drive, Alyssa remembered something and asked me to stop. There was a Dollar Tree right off the road coming up, so I pulled off. We were in an area with quite a few stores, but I felt like the Dollar Tree would be the fastest in and out. So I pulled into the parking lot and parked right in front of the building. Alyssa said that she would just run inside really quick and would be right back. So I stayed inside of the car and kept it running while she went in. I was guessing that she would be out within 2 or 3 minutes, seeing as that she only had to get one thing. So I sat there and just looked around the parking lot. It was a beautiful sunny day, and things seemed pretty calm. However, within probably 30 seconds, I noticed the automatic doors of the Dollar Tree opening. A man walked out, who was wearing a backwards baseball hat, and he started walking on the sidewalk out front of the store. He put a cigarette into his mouth, and then he looked over at me as he passed by my car. But instead of continuing to walk down the sidewalk, the man stopped and then headed over towards me. I had a bad feeling when I saw this. I really didn't know what this man could possibly want. He went right up to my driver's window, and I rolled it down about halfway. The man asked me if I had some money for him, or if I would give him a ride. I told the guy no, I was in a hurry. The man did not respond, but then tried opening my driver's door. Luckily, it was locked. Now, I wasn't quite sure what to do. I rolled my window back up, but I couldn't drive away because Alyssa was still inside. I was hoping that she would come out soon. The man stayed by my driver's door and started knocking on the window almost as soon as I had closed it. I told the man to go away, but he did not. The guy started getting a little bit aggressive, calling me names and telling me to come out of the car. I tried to just ignore it. Then the man took a punch at my window. Luckily, it didn't break or anything. It was just after this that I saw the doors open to the Dollar Tree out of the corner of my eye. I looked over and Alyssa was walking out. She began walking to my car, but I saw the man finally leave my car only to start approaching her. I didn't know what he was planning to do, if he was going to try to ask her for money as well or what, but I didn't want him going near her. I opened up my driver's door and left the car. I shouted to the man to come back, and I may have called him a name as well. He stopped approaching Alyssa, who was about halfway to the car, and now probably very confused. He turned around and started walking back over to me. The man looked angry, but at the same time, almost happy. It was like he was looking forward to fighting me, and as he approached, I told Alyssa to get in the car. I sprinted back around to my driver's door and got inside while the man chased after me. Alyssa sprinted to the passenger side door and was able to get inside easily. After we both made it in, we locked our doors, and the man was now directly in front of my car, about to reach my driver's door. I was able to lock it just in time, and after the man tried the door, he started to repeatedly punch at my window. I quickly put the car into reverse, backed away, and then left the parking lot. The man tried chasing after us on foot, but obviously we were able to outrun him easily. Alyssa asked me what on earth that was all about. I told her the story, and then she called the police, reporting the whole incident. We were told that an officer would go to the Dollar Tree and look for the man. Then we went on with our drive. Looking back at that moment, we came extremely close to the man possibly trying to attack one of us. I feel very lucky to have escaped. Sure, maybe I could have taken him in a fight. That's just not a situation that I wanted to be in. Hopefully that man didn't bother anybody else. I work at this small perfume store in a large mall. This mall has literally hundreds of stores inside of it. The store that I work at is one of the smaller ones, and it only requires one employee at a time. We sell all kinds of perfumes as well as a few skin products. Our store is open until the time the mall closes, which is 8 p.m. So one time I was working at the store until 8, and I would be by myself for the shift. Normally, the store is pretty quiet. Sometimes if the mall is really busy, we'll get a lot of customers, but usually there are not that many people in the store at once. I was sitting behind the counter, which faced directly to the entrance and a large window on either side of the entrance doors. The day went by as usual for the most part. We got some customers here and there, but it was mostly quiet. At probably like 5 or 6 o'clock though, something strange happened. I remember that nobody was in the store at that particular time, and I was just sitting behind the counter. Then I noticed this man walking past the store, and he was wearing this creepy looking mask. It was not quite a clown mask, but it looked sort of similar. He turned and then looked into the window at me and pressed his face up against the glass. It was quite creepy, but I figured it to be a joke and I laughed it off. He stayed at the window for an uncomfortable amount of time, probably over a minute. Then he finally stopped and walked a distance away. Before he passed by the store completely though, he stopped again and then looked in once more. He stared for a little while before finally turning and walking away. It was very weird. Over the next hour or so, I got a few more customers and we made a few sales. People would walk past the shop down the mall hallway all the time, but the later it got, the quieter it became. Then, at about 7 o'clock, I saw the man again. He walked past the shop once more and did not stop, but turned and looked at me as he passed by. It was very interesting, and I didn't really know what this guy was doing walking around the mall like that. I figured that he was probably messing with a lot of people and trying to get a reaction out of them. I didn't see the man for the rest of the time that we were open though. Then, at 8 o'clock, I went over to the entrance and I closed our 2 glass doors and then locked them. After that, I just had to finish up by doing a few things, and then I could leave for the night. I went back to the counter and would be able to leave in probably 5 minutes. As I was behind the counter though, I saw that the man was back. The same guy, still wearing his creepy mask. He stopped right in front of the 2 doors and started to stare at me. Then he came to the doors and tried opening them, but they were locked. After that, he started to walk away. I figured that he was leaving the mall. After all, it was now closed, and no stores inside would be open anymore. The man did not go out of my sight though. Instead, when he reached the end of the store, he turned around and walked back. Then he kind of started pacing back and forth in front of the shop and looking in at me almost the entire time. I tried my best to ignore him. Soon though, I was done with work and I wanted to leave, but I really didn't want to leave with this guy out front. I was hoping that he would just go away, but he didn't. After several more minutes with him still there, I was starting to get impatient. I hoped that one of the mall's security guards would see him and tell him that he had to go. By now, he was probably one of the last people left in the mall, if not the last. He continued to stand around and look at me every so often. Sometimes he would pace around a little, but he would never move out of my sight. It was like he was just waiting for me to leave because he knew that I was off now, but I wasn't going to. I didn't know who this guy was or what he was capable of doing. Before, I figured him to be harmless, but now I wasn't so sure. This went on for several more minutes. Then, finally, I saw one of the mall security guards come into my view in front of the store. He started speaking to the man. I couldn't really hear what was being said exactly. I could just really hear their voices. Not long at all after they started speaking, the masked man started walking away and went out of sight. The security guard followed. There was not too much of an interaction, and most likely the guard was just telling him that the mall was closed and he had to go now. Still, I waited a couple of minutes and made sure that the guy didn't return. Then, I was finally able to leave the store. I walked the now empty hallways of the mall, and then out to my car in the parking lot. When I got outside and into the parking lot, I remember looking to my left. One of the first things that I noticed was the masked man. He was just sort of standing around like 100 feet away. He was sort of near another set of entrance doors and was standing on the sidewalk out front. I just hoped that he would not look over and see me. I walked as fast as I could to get to my car, and I was able to get there okay. Then I quickly left. When I did, I saw the guy still standing in the parking lot. I don't know if he was waiting for me to leave or what. Maybe he thought that I was going to exit out of the other doors. But either way, I was glad that I was just able to get out safely and make it back home. And after that, I never noticed the guy again. I still wonder sometimes what his plans were. One time, I got back from work a little bit later at night. I lived alone in an apartment on the 2nd floor during this time. After getting back home, I changed and then went into the living room. I was sitting on the couch eating when I heard this loud noise coming from next door. It sounded like the next door neighbor was banging on the wall. It was extremely loud and went on for almost a minute.
I was really confused when I heard this. I wasn't making any loud noises or anything. The TV was on, but the volume was really not that high at all. But yet the neighbor was pounding on the wall as if I was being really noisy and he wanted me to be quiet. I didn't really know why else he would be banging on the wall like that. And even if he was bothered by the TV, I didn't even think it was loud enough for my neighbor to be able to hear it. I wasn't hearing any other loud noises from anywhere else. Just to be sure though, I muted the television. For a short time, everything was quiet. But then, the loud banging on the wall started up again. I really had no idea why my neighbor would be doing this. I wasn't aware of making them angry or anything. And to be honest, I didn't even know who my next door neighbor was on that side. I never really saw them. I had been living in my apartment for like 6 months, but I had never met or seen hardly any of my neighbors. The banging stopped after a short time. I didn't know what to make of this, but for the next couple of minutes, everything was quiet, so I just kind of moved on from that. Except, about 5 minutes later, there was suddenly a loud knocking coming from my front door. It seemed as though whoever had been banging on my wall had now moved to my front door. After it continued for about 30 straight seconds, I decided to get up. I walked over to the door, and when I approached, the banging stopped. I looked through my peephole to the other side, but nobody was there. Whoever had been knocking had now left, and I had no idea who it was. I was just assuming that it was my next door neighbor, but I didn't even know what they looked like. I considered going over there and asking them what the deal was, but I decided not to. Based on how hard they were pounding on the walls and door, I just had a bad feeling about it. So instead, I just moved on again and tried to ignore it. I was hoping that there would be no more banging on my walls or door that night, and luckily there wasn't. So the next day, when I was leaving for work, I walked out of my apartment and went down the hallway. There was an elevator and a set of stairs right next to it. Now, I was always in the habit of just taking the stairs, and I very rarely used the elevator. So after walking down the hallway, I had passed by my next door neighbor's door. A moment later, I heard the door open. This was the same neighbor who had seemingly been banging on the walls and my door last night. I remembered the previous night, but I just kept walking. When I made it to the stairs and started to go down, I heard whoever it was walking behind me. The stairs turned, and I went around the corner and glanced up. I saw a man walking down the stairs, but I did not directly look at him. But apparently, that was the guy who lived next to me. After walking down the stairs, I went through the lobby and then left out the front door. The guy that was walking behind me did exactly the same thing. He followed me out the door and was walking behind me as I was on the sidewalk. I parked in the large parking lot that was at the complex. After getting to my vehicle, I got inside. I then saw the guy kind of standing there and looking in my direction. He was about 50 feet away, and I didn't know what his deal was. He just stood there as I drove off and went to work. I had never seen that guy before, but I guess that was my next door neighbor. So I worked that day, and when I arrived home afterwards, it was a little bit later at night once again. By the time I arrived back, I think that it was about 10 o'clock. So I went inside of my apartment building and then walked up the stairs. When I made it to the top, I walked down the hallway towards my door. Right after I passed by my next door neighbor's door, I heard it opening again. I just had a bad feeling, and I walked faster to get to my door. I heard his footsteps enter the hallway. When I arrived at my front door, I quickly unlocked it and opened it up. As I was closing the door behind me, I heard the footsteps still approaching. I closed and locked my door, and probably 5 seconds later, my neighbor actually tried opening it. Then, there was once again more really loud banging coming from the other side of it. I really couldn't believe this guy. I looked out and saw him relentlessly pounding at my front door. I moved away from it then, and was about to call the police. I went and got my phone, but then he stopped. At that point, I put the phone down. I didn't want to get in some war with my next door neighbor. Clearly, he had some problems with me, and he had tried entering my apartment, but I also didn't know if maybe it was just a misunderstanding or something. I decided that if I heard any more banging on the door or walls or anything, I was going to go over and give him a piece of my mind, and hopefully he wasn't dangerous. But after that, nothing else happened.
So I would say about a week later, one day I saw another neighbor in the hallway. I went over and introduced myself to her. I had seen her a couple of times before and knew that she lived here. I told her about what happened and asked her if she knew the guy who lived next to me. She told me that nobody lived there and the apartment had been vacant for a while. This was crazy to hear. I then went to the offices of the apartment complex and asked one of the agents. They confirmed that the unit next to mine was vacant and had been for several weeks. My mind was blown after hearing that. I never saw that guy again or heard anything else. I don't live there anymore, but I still get the creeps thinking back to that.
There's a local dollar store in my neighborhood that's pretty close to my apartment. It's closer to my place than other stores like Target, Walmart, or grocery stores. So I used to go there basically all the time. I would say I was there twice a week at least just to get whatever I needed. It would take like 2 or 3 minutes to drive to there from my place. The store was like most dollar stores and was somewhat small. It usually wasn't that busy either, which was also nice. So one evening, I went to the dollar store to get a few things. I walked inside, and like normal, it wasn't that busy. There were just a few people here and there shopping throughout the store. I began looking for the first thing that I was going to buy when a woman approached me. This woman had dark hair and was short, and she wore glasses and a black coat. After approaching me, she said that she saw me in here all the time. I said yes, I did shop here quite a bit. The woman then described some things that I usually bought. She said how she always saw me get the off-brand Gatorade and the one brand of chips that I would always get. Now this seemed kind of weird to me. I mean, how close was she watching me to memorize all this stuff? I just said yes and sort of laughed it off. The conversation ended shortly after with the woman saying she would see me later and then walking away. I continued my shopping and did not see the lady until almost the end of my shopping trip. When I was almost done, I remember I was in an aisle and I happened to look out randomly. I saw the woman walking by to another aisle and filming me with her phone. She was trying to hide it, but doing a terrible job. I could see the phone pointed right at me. The woman did not look at me and walked past, but then she started looking at a product on a shelf about 20 feet away from me. Even though she was looking at some items and not in my direction, she kept her phone facing me the entire time. I was so confused, and I thought about confronting her, but instead, I decided to just check out and leave. When I started walking away, I saw the woman angle her phone to keep it on me as I walked. When I looked over, she finally quickly moved it away. Once more, I thought about confronting her, but decided not to. As weird as this was, it didn't bother me too much, as long as something like this didn't happen again. I headed up and paid for my items and then left the store. The woman did not follow me or anything, and was still inside when I left. So after getting out of the dollar store, I headed back home. It was probably just 2 or 3 days later that I was at the store again. I had sort of forgotten about the woman, and this time that I shopped there, I don't remember noticing her at all. But the next time I was there, she was back again. This was maybe a few days after that, so roughly a week after our last interaction. It was a little bit later at night, and the dollar store was very quiet when I walked in. I did not see the lady inside at all. I was able to go around the store and get the items that I wanted to buy. When I was sort of near the front end of the store though, I noticed something out the front windows. The windows looked out to the parking lot, and you could see a good amount of it. There were maybe 3 or 4 cars in the entire lot. I saw the same woman from before, standing next to my car, and she appeared to be either filming it or taking pictures of it. She was clearly holding her phone right up next to it. She also got my license plates. When I saw this, I decided to leave. I checked out and kept an eye on the woman the whole time. I watched her then try to open one of the doors to my car, but it was locked. Then I left the store. As soon as I made it out of the doors, I just barely saw the woman go behind another nearby car in the parking lot. When I reached my car, I called out to her, asking what she was doing near my vehicle. I got no response. I knew that the woman was hiding behind the car that was about 30 feet away, but she was not answering me. I did not figure it to be a good idea to approach her or to say anything else. Instead, I just got into my car and left. I drove home and then decided that I would not go back to that dollar store for a while, and I haven't been back since then. This was about 6 months ago. I've not seen the lady at all, and I'm hoping that I never see her again. I'm a former high school janitor. I worked at this high school about 10 minutes from where I lived for about 2 years. When I worked, it was always during the daytime, and I would start in the morning. So I was basically there for the entire time that school was going on. Most of my work would be done when classes were in session. Then I always had to make sure that everything was back to normal for all the times in between classes. I had actually worked as a night janitor for a couple of months before that at a different school. I highly preferred to work during the day though. The way you could work during class periods and kind of take breaks in between classes made the day go by faster. Also, I could have a normal sleeping schedule. So anyways, this happened one normal school day. I was working in the West Wing and doing some basic floor mopping. This was during the first class period of the day. The period was almost over when I heard the school was having a lockdown. There was an announcement made over the speakers of the entire school. I had never been working during a lockdown before, so I didn't really know what to do. I mean, I was a janitor, I wasn't a student, and I didn't have an office. I also had no idea as to why there was a lockdown going on. My plan was to put my cleaning equipment away and then go to the school offices. There was this main office room that had a reception desk and some stuff, and that was near the front door. That would be a solid bet of where I should go. I was a little bit nervous, not knowing the reasoning for the lockdown. I didn't hear or see anything strange though. As far as I knew, there was nothing out of the ordinary going on near me. So I quickly finished mopping the area where I was. Then I went to bring my mop back to my janitor's closet. It was just in the next hallway over at the end of it. So I walked over there with my mop and then opened the door to my closet. When I did, the first thing I saw was this woman standing in the back corner. The closet was not very big at all, and I had no clue as to what she was doing in there. She was certainly not a student and not a teacher either. I saw her, and after a moment, I started to ask her what she was doing in there. That's when she just started running at me. She was also holding something, but I couldn't tell what it was. Probably something that was lying around in there, as there was lots of random things in that closet. As she was running towards me, I instantly moved back and ran out of the door. I tried closing it, but she reached the doorway before it shut and stopped it from closing. Then I just started sprinting away from there. After running down the hallway, I went down another one. By that point, I realized that the woman had stopped chasing me. I then stopped running, but still walked very quickly to get to the area that I had been planning to go. When I made it there, I knocked on the doors and was soon let in. I was asked if I had seen a woman, and they gave me a description exactly matching the woman that I had seen. I said yes and talked about how she charged at me. Apparently, she was not supposed to be in the school, and that's why the lockdown took place. The police had already been called and were on their way. I waited there for maybe 20 to 30 minutes until the lockdown was over. Then, after that, things went back to normal. I continued work. The woman apparently had entered the school claiming to be a parent. Then she tried to abduct one of the students. I'm not sure how or why, but that's the only information that I heard about it. I'm really glad that she did not succeed.
Back when I was in college, I had a crazy experience one Halloween. It was my junior year, and I will also mention that I'm a female for background information. I was 21 and had been going to the university for 3 years. It was a pretty large university with thousands of students, and I lived in an apartment with my roommate. So for Halloween that year, me and some friends were invited to a Halloween party. It was at a friend's house who had hosted several college parties earlier in the year. That night, we first went to a bar, and it was really busy there with it being Halloween night. Most people had all kinds of different costumes on and stuff. Then we walked over to the party at my friend's house. It was several blocks away from where we lived and about a 10-minute walk from the bar. When we got there was already a good amount of people at the party, and we knew most of them. It only got busier and busier though. At one point during the Halloween party, one of my friends came up to me and pointed out a guy who was across the room. He was a guy with dark hair, and I'm not even sure what his costume was, but she told me that he was a creep, and she wanted to leave now that she saw that he was at the party. I asked her what he did, and she just said that he's really weird and he wouldn't leave her alone in the past. Then she said that she needed to get out of there before he saw her, and she walked away. I wasn't going to leave just yet though, because all my other friends were still there. So probably 30 minutes went by, and I remember that all of a sudden, this guy came up to me. It was the same guy my friend said was a creep. Personally, I had no clue who he was, and I had never seen him before. I assumed that he went to the same college though. He said hi and introduced himself to me. I was really not that interested in him, but I did have a short conversation with the guy. He didn't say anything that weird or creepy at first, but he did come across as a little strange. After talking to him for like 2 or 3 minutes, I said that I was going to get something to drink and I walked away. But the guy just followed me over there and kind of kept talking to me. By then, the party was extremely crowded, and I didn't know as many people there anymore. I really didn't want to talk to this guy, but he wouldn't leave me alone. Then, one of my friends came up to me, and she said that they were going to Jake's house and asked if I wanted to go. Jake was in our friend group, but I had never personally been to his house. By then, I was ready to leave the party, and I said yes, I would go. My friend said that she was going to get one of our other friends and then leave, and then she walked away into the crowd of people. I should have went with her right then and there, but I didn't. It was so crowded that I didn't know where anybody else was in the moment. Meanwhile, the guy continued to talk to me, and I remember he asked me if I wanted to go to his house. I told him no, I couldn't. I said that I was going to Jake's house. I remembered that this guy said that he knew where Jake lived, and he was also going there. I was not happy to hear that he was going to be there, but I asked him what Jake's address was. The guy told it to me, and I put it in my phone. Then I told him that I was going to the bathroom before leaving. I said that because I was afraid that he would want to go to Jake's with me, and I wanted this guy to leave me alone. So I walked upstairs and used the bathroom at the crowded party. When I got out, the guy was thankfully gone. My friends were also gone though. I looked all around the party for them, and I couldn't find him anywhere. So I put in the address to Jake's that the guy gave me. It was like a 15-minute walk. So I set out by myself and I started walking on the now quiet streets. I made my way along the sidewalk, and I was seeming to be getting farther and farther away from campus, but I didn't really question it. When I got to the street that Jake lived on, I realized that it looked pretty run down. These houses were not in very good shape at all. I mean, most college houses are old and in not the best shape, but these were really rough. Soon I saw the address, but it just didn't seem right. The house appeared to have the lights off, and I couldn't tell if anybody was there. I double-checked the address on my maps, and it was correct. So I walked up to the front step, and I didn't hear any noise from inside like people talking or anything. Before I could open the door and knock though, the door opened. A man stood there, wearing all black and a ski mask. I figured it to be a costume for Halloween, but it was still creepy. I didn't recognize the guy. He didn't say anything, but he waved me in. I realized right then that I was definitely at the wrong house, because looking inside, all the lights were out. I started backing away, and I said that I was at the wrong address. Then I saw another guy emerge from the darkness in the house. It was the same guy who kept talking to me at the party. He told me to come inside, and I told him that this was not Jake's house. The guy then admitted it wasn't, and said that it was his house. I turned around and started walking away. The guy actually followed me out of the door though. He started walking after me outside, and at that point, I just took off running. I heard the guy start to run after me. I sprinted down the street and then went into a random yard. I cut through it and then went into the person's backyard. I then cut through another property to the next street over. After that, I stopped and I caught my breath. I didn't see the guy chasing me anymore. I walked along the sidewalk and called several of my friends until one of them picked up. I told them what happened. One of the guys at Jake's house came and picked me up after that. Luckily, I didn't see the other guy in the meantime. Then I was reunited with my friends. After that night, I never saw that guy again. I guess my friend was right about him being a creep.
This happened back when I was a kid in the early 2000s. I remember it like it was yesterday though. So I think I was about 10, and I lived with my parents and 2 younger sisters at the time. We also lived about 10 minutes away from a huge shopping mall. I went there many times as a kid. One sunny Saturday morning, all 5 of us went down to the mall. The reason we were going is because my younger sister wanted to see some celebrity that was having a meet and greet or something. I don't remember exactly who it was or what the situation was, but I know that I wasn't really a fan. So when we arrived, the mall was very busy. My mom and sister got in line where all the other girls were waiting. Me, my dad, and younger sister went to walk around the rest of the mall and wait. My dad took us to the center of the mall, which had a large amusement park. We went to the arcade and played some games there for a while. After some time of this, my mom and sister were still in line with the large crowd, and my youngest sister was going to go on some little kids ride. I was hungry, and my dad gave me some money to go and get some food. So I left the area and walked down some crowded hallways. I was looking for the pretzels and walked for probably like 5 minutes away. As I struggled to find the pretzels, I was passing by hundreds of different people. I remember that sometime when I was walking, I felt a tap on my shoulder from behind. I looked back and there was a man standing there, but I didn't know who he was. At first, I was very confused, and I didn't know if he was mistaking me for somebody else. But the man said that he had to talk to me, and he motioned for me to go to the side. I went a little off to the side, away from where everybody was walking and in front of a random store. The man asked me what I was doing walking around the mall by myself. I told him that I was just going to get a pretzel. That's when the man told me that he would buy one for me and asked me to go with him. Now, I knew better than this, and I realized at this point that the man was a total stranger. So I told him no, and instead of continuing to go find the pretzels, I instead started to walk back over to my parents. I remember that at first, the man started to walk after me, which made me pretty nervous, but this didn't last long. I was able to quickly blend in with the large crowd by walking kind of fast. I lost the guy pretty easily. He didn't really seem to chase after me that close, and he gave up. I was able to quickly walk back over to find my parents. My mom and younger sister were still in line, and my dad and youngest sister were on the ride. So I waited for my dad and sister, and then I told them about what happened when the ride was over. Then the 3 of us went to get pretzels together. I was looking out for the man who had approached me, but I did not see him. Afterwards, we found a table near where my mom and other sister were, and we sat down there. After a while, my mom and sister were finally done. I remember that after that, we all went someplace else, I can't remember. But when we were going to leave, we were approaching the hallway that I had walked down where the guy approached me. The area was much more clear now, and there were multiple police officers, as if something had happened. We all wondered about it, but ended up just walking past it and going away. However, I remember later that day when we got home, my parents said that the police activity was caused by an attempted child abduction. After learning a man was arrested and seeing that it was near where the man had approached me, we figured it to be the same guy. It really creeps me out. But I also feel very lucky that I had just walked away from the guy when he talked to me. I'm also happy that the man was not able to successfully kidnap anybody. This happened just last year. I live alone in a house with 2 floors and 3 bedrooms total. One of the bedrooms I use as a guest room, and the other as my home office. So one night, I got home from work. It was maybe like 7 p.m. or so, I would say. After arriving back, I went inside and then started to cook some food. The kitchen was at the back center of my house. I listened to the radio as I was cooking, and it took me maybe 30 minutes. When I was done, I decided to go upstairs and change and then go back down to eat. So I walked upstairs and was going to my bedroom, but I noticed that the door to the guest bedroom was closed. I always left the doors open, and I didn't recall closing it. This was really strange to me, so I went over and opened up the door and took a step inside. The lights were off, But before I could reach the light switch, I saw something. There was a woman standing in the back side of the room and looking at me. It was really dark in there, so I didn't get a good look at her at all. But after about a second, she started to charge at me. I stepped back and closed the door and then ran back down the hallway. When I made it to the stairs, I heard the woman opening the bedroom door. I didn't have any time to think and guess why there was a random woman in my house and why she was now chasing after me. After going down the stairs, I really wasn't thinking at all. I don't know why, but I ran to the door next to it, which led to the basement. Then I went in there and closed the door behind me. I was standing at the top of the stairs, and it was completely dark down there, and I guess I thought that it would be a good hiding place. When I was there, I heard the woman go down the stairs, but then she seemed to turn and go in another direction, instead of heading towards the basement. I started to feel just slightly better. I took out my phone to call the police, and when I did, it lit up the surrounding area of where I was. I was standing at the top of the stairs still, and I saw that there appeared to be a man standing in the basement at the bottom of the stairs, and he was walking towards me. When I saw this, I opened the door back up and left the basement. Then I just ran for the front door. I honestly don't know where the woman was, but thankfully I did not see her. I left the house and ran for my car. Once there, I got inside and called the police. I then drove away from my house and did not come back until the cops were there. When the police got there, they went inside my house and were able to locate both the woman and the man. The crime couple was arrested. I'm not sure how, but they were able to get inside of my house. There was no sign of a break-in, so I never found out where they entered. Maybe I left a door unlocked, but I really don't know. Apparently, they both entered together though, and for some reason, the woman hid upstairs and the man hid downstairs. I'm not sure if I surprised them by getting home or what. I think they were planning on robbing me. That was by far the scariest moment of my life though. I still live in the house, but since then, I've taken just about every security measure there is, and hopefully nothing like that ever happens again.
When I was a kid, my family would visit my grandparents every holiday. They lived in a small town, and my aunt lived just 2 houses down from them. But between my aunt's place and my grandparents' place was the house of a woman everybody avoided. She was a large woman, over 6 feet tall, and she dressed in a long dress with heavy work boots. Around her neck, she wore what looked like logging chains. The only time we ever saw her was in her backyard, tending to her garden or outside scrubbing the walls of her house. It was strange. She'd be out there for hours just cleaning the outside of her home. But what stuck with me was her voice. She'd scream at us kids from her yard, hurling all kinds of insults, saying the devil was coming for us. The adults always warned us to stay away from her and ignore her. She scared us to the point that when we went between our aunt's house and our grandparents' house, we would run the short distance past the strange woman's house, convinced that she'd be watching us from the windows. One Halloween, things took a turn. We were all gathered at my aunt's house, planning to go trick-or-treating. One of the older cousins dared the younger kids, which included me, to go knock on the creepy lady's door. We didn't want to seem like cowards, and in the group, there were 6 of us, so surely nothing bad would happen to a group. We went quietly onto the porch and reached for the doorbell. As soon as it rang, we heard loud banging sounds from inside, like doors being slammed or furniture moving. Eventually, the door swung open, and there she was, standing in the frame, holding a severed head which looked disturbingly real. We scrambled off of her porch and screamed as we took off running. We could hear her voice behind us as she laughed and shouted that the devil was coming for us. We told the adults back inside our aunt's house about what happened and about the head. They all just dismissed it as a Halloween prop and scolded us to stay away from the woman's house. The rest of that Halloween night was uneventful as we went trick-or-treating and stayed far away from the weird lady's house. About a month later, my parents got a phone call that the lady had tried to kill my aunt while she was bringing in groceries. The lady had one of those rope saws and had come up behind my aunt with it, putting it over her head and attempting to saw it off. My aunt was able to escape, and my uncle came and beat the lady up with a fire poker. The police investigation revealed that the woman had been digging tunnels inside her home, and they were coming up under my aunt's, my grandparents', and another neighbor's house. She had been bringing the dirt up and putting it in the raised beds of her gardens. She also had a shrine of some sort of underground, which had a few severed heads around it, revealing that the head we saw on Halloween night was indeed very real. My aunt survived the whole encounter, with the only damage being a scar across her neck. It's very scary to know what the lady was planning to do once she finished her tunnels. I'm glad that my family is safe now, and even more glad that we didn't live in that town.
This happened back when I was a teenager and in high school. I was a freshman, and I lived in a house in the suburbs, not too far outside of the city. It was a densely populated area, and we lived about a mile away from a pretty large mall. It was also about a half-mile from my school, so it was a popular hangout for a lot of the kids. I would go there with friends after school some days, or on weekends other times. One weekend, I was at the mall with 4 of my friends, Jesse, Alex, Martin, and Lisa. We walked around and did some shopping. Then we were all hanging out in one of the food courts, sitting at a table and talking. It was at this time when a random woman approached the table. She appeared to be in her 30s and had dark blonde hair and was wearing sunglasses. We all looked up at her, and the woman said that she needed to talk to me specifically. I didn't know why, because I had never seen her before. I asked her what, and she told me just to follow her. So I got up and asked her again what it was she wanted to talk to me about. The woman then told me to follow her and she would explain, so I did. By now, I was very curious. We went to the end of the food court and then turned into a random walkway in the mall. After walking for longer than I expected, the woman turned down this other hallway. This one, though, was very long and skinny. There were no stores down this hallway, but just some storage closets or possibly janitor's closets. I was very confused, but for some reason I kept walking. I also remembered that at the end of the hallway there was an exit sign. When we got about halfway down the hallway, I actually saw the door to one of the storage closets open up. At least I assumed that that's what those rooms were. When it did, these 2 men walked out. They were both looking at me and were starting to approach. Now, at this point, I still didn't know what was going on, but something about the situation gave me a bad feeling. I stopped where I was and I asked the woman what was happening. She just told me to come on and to follow her. The men now started walking in my direction. My instincts were telling me to leave, so I just turned around and started walking away. I heard footsteps moving after me and heard the woman tell me to come back, but I ignored it. This only made me go faster. I was able to make it back out to a normal walkway where there were a few other people around. I did not see the woman or the 2 men leave the small hallway that we had been in. I walked back to my friends, and they all asked me what that was about. When I told them what had happened, they were very confused. Then the 5 of us went back to the hallway to look, but the people were gone. So we started walking around the mall and doing a little more shopping. About 30 minutes later, I remember I noticed the woman walking a ways behind us. At that point, we decided to leave. It was very weird. Luckily, we were not followed out of the mall. After that, I never saw any of those people again. I'm not sure what was going to happen, if the woman was setting me up to get robbed or something. I really don't know. It just seemed very suspicious.
A few years back, I worked at a hotel. When I started, I was working at the front desk during overnight hours. The hotel was pretty average size, maybe a little bit large. We don't have any restaurants or bars connected or anything like that, but have lots of rooms. I would sit behind the front desk, and most of the time overnights, nothing happened. Here and there, people would come or go, but most people didn't need to talk to me. This made my job really easy, and I didn't mind being up all night. The event that I'm going to tell you about occurred at just after 2 o'clock in the morning one night. I was working behind the front desk, and I faced the lobby and elevators. To my left, there was a lounge area and a hallway that led to rooms on the first floor. Everything was very quiet until a man entered the hotel. He walked inside and went right past me. I assumed that he was staying at the hotel and was just returning to his room. The guy was pretty average height, light brown hair, mid-30s. He walked down the hallway and was gone.
About 5 minutes later, though, he walked by again, this time going to the other hallway. I still didn't think anything of it, but I soon saw him another time. He was once again walking past from one hallway to another. It was sort of behind me, but still in plain sight. It seemed a little bit odd, but there was nothing wrong with it. But several minutes later, I went to go get some water. There was a dispenser in the lounge, and you had to walk past the hallway to get there. As I was passing by, I noticed somebody in the hallway a ways down. I looked and noticed that it was the same guy. He was standing outside of a door, and it appeared as though he couldn't get inside, but was trying to. I thought maybe he was locked out of his room, or possibly he was trying to get into somebody else's. I started to walk over to him and was going to ask him if he needed help with something. When I got a few steps closer to him, he stopped and looked at me. Before I could say anything, the guy turned and then walked away in the other direction. Then he disappeared around a corner. It was really suspicious. I started to figure that the guy probably didn't even have a room here. I went back to my front desk and decided to look at the security monitors. We had cameras in every single hallway. Unfortunately, the video quality was honestly quite bad. Many details were hard to make out. I looked around until I spotted the guy on one of the cameras. He walked past it down a hallway. Then he went to a door and appeared to try to open it. It looked like possibly he was knocking on the door then or something. He was standing at it for a while. Then he paced around a little before returning to the door. This was too suspicious, and I decided to go ask him what was going on. I got up and walked over to where the guy was. The hallways could get a little bit complicated on the first floor. The second and third floor was very simple, but the first floor had more hallways. I walked to the one that the man was at. When I reached the beginning of the hallway, I saw him. He was a ways down, probably almost 100 feet. Almost as soon as I was within sight of him, he looked over to me. I asked him what he was doing. The guy just started sprinting towards me then. He appeared to be running as fast as he possibly could. This wasn't what I was expecting, and I moved back and started heading towards the front. The guy was still running and quickly approaching me. By the time I got back to the lobby, he was a lot closer. I could hear him running. I decided to run out of the hotel and see if the man would. After I made it outside, I realized that he did in fact follow me out, and he was also a lot closer than I expected, now only about 40 feet away probably. I didn't think that I would be able to get to my car on time if he was chasing me, so I ran across the street. Across the street and a little ways down was a 24-hour gas station, so I ran all the way there, and when I got there, I went inside. The guy hadn't crossed the street and stayed in the hotel parking lot. I think he went back in the hotel after that, but I called the police. I reported a suspicious man trying to enter hotel rooms and chasing me when I confronted him. The police were very quick to respond and got there only like a minute later. They entered the hotel, which the man was still inside of. He tried running away, but was caught and removed from the hotel. He wouldn't say what he was doing there or why he was trying to get inside of rooms. After that, I talked with police for a while and then returned to work. I was really creeped out by the whole situation, but grateful to be all right. That was an experience that made me want to stop working overnights, and I did shortly after.
I live by myself in a smaller 2-bedroom house. Last Halloween, something really strange happened. I don't really celebrate Halloween or do anything for it. I'm an adult, and I'm not really into horror stuff, and I don't really have friends that are either. So most Halloweens are just a normal day for me. However, I do always make sure to have some candy on hand around Halloween to give to kids. My neighborhood is usually pretty quiet though, so I might get like 10 trick-or-treaters if that. Last year, shortly after I got home from work, the trick-or-treaters started. There were a few at around 5:30 or 6 p.m. I was mostly just in my living room, and I would occasionally get up and give the candy to the kids. I got about the usual amount of trick-or-treaters. By 8 or 9 p.m., things had quieted down significantly, and there weren't really any more people trick-or-treating. But that's when the doorbell rang as I was sitting there watching TV. I got up and walked over to the front door and looked out. I thought that it would be a kid trick-or-treating, but when I got to the door, nobody was there. I didn't think too much of it, and I went back into the living room. Probably 30 minutes later, there was a knocking at the door. It was pretty loud and constant. When I heard it, I got up, and the knocking kept going for a good 10 or 15 seconds straight. By the time that I reached the door, though, it had stopped. After looking outside, nobody was there again. This time, I stepped outside and I looked around. There was nobody that I could see, so I went back inside after that. It was probably just a prank, somebody knocking on my door and then running off, but it was kind of weird. After that, though, it didn't happen again for the rest of the night. A while later, I went to bed. The next day was now November 1st, and it was a pretty normal day for me with work and stuff. That night, though, at around 10 o'clock, there was another knocking on my door. This was really weird now, because it wasn't Halloween anymore. The knocking, just like the previous night, was constant and pretty loud. I went over to go and see who it was again. However, the knocking stopped as I approached, and when I finally got to look out the window, nobody was there. I once more went outside and I looked around. I even walked around the front yard a little bit. I couldn't see anybody though, so at that point I went back in, and I didn't get any more knocking that night. Well, the next night it happened yet again. Once more, it was a little bit later and I was in the living room. There was the same loud and constant knocking. This time, I stayed where I was. The knocking kept going for like 30 seconds straight though, so at that point I got up and I ran over to the door. When I approached it though, the knocking stopped again. I opened up the door and nobody was there. I looked around and thought that I saw movement down the street of possibly somebody running away, but I didn't get any kind of good look at all. I went back inside after that, and the rest of the night there was no more knocking. The next night nothing happened, and since then I haven't had any more strange occurrences. I'm guessing that it was just a prank by maybe one of the neighbors or something. Still, to do it 3 nights in a row like that after Halloween is pretty creepy. I used to work at a Target store. One time I had to work during Black Friday. I knew that it would be really busy at the store, and I was prepared for there to be lots of people. I worked out in the parking lot pushing carts most of the time. We opened up on Thanksgiving, so I was there from the start. Fortunately, we had lots of people working that night, so for me it wasn't too bad. I was mostly just going around the parking lot and getting carts that people did not put in the places they were supposed to. A lot of carts were left in random parking spaces or near a curb, so I was getting those a lot. There was another person out working with me getting the carts, so it was nice to have help, and I wasn't really in a rush. But I remember that when it got later, at probably around 11 p.m., things were still really busy. I was walking near one of the far back corners of the parking lot, collecting a stray cart that was over there. When I did, I happened to notice a guy really far away, pushing a cart around the side of the Target building. This was strange because there were no parking spaces on that side of the store. I wasn't sure where he was going with it, so as I brought in the cart that I had just got, I kept an eye on him. The man just kept on going down the building. So I put the cart that I had in a cart rack, and then I walked to the side of the building myself. I wanted to see where the guy was going, and when I got to the side of the building, I just barely saw him pushing the cart still, going completely behind the Target store. So I kept going, and I was planning on asking the guy where he was going with that cart. I could not tell if anything was in the cart or not, but it didn't appear so. But I also knew that there were no parking spaces behind the building either. Behind our Target, there was a small and quiet access road that was only used for truck deliveries. Then there was a grass area with several pine trees, and on the other side of that was another quiet road. So when I finally got around to the back of the building, at first I couldn't tell where the man had gone. I didn't really see anything. But then I heard some talking coming from just inside the grass. I walked down the paved area and then went up into the grass. There were several trees in the area and I could tell they were behind them. It made it almost a wooded area, but within the trees was a clearing. When I got inside of that clearing, I saw 2 pickup trucks, about 5 or 6 men standing around, and 2 Target shopping carts. Another guy had a cart as well. I had no idea what was going on. They all stopped and looked at me. One of the guys finally spoke and called me over. I just had a bad feeling about it. I just said, "What are you guys doing?" The guy told me to come over to them again. For some reason, I was terrified and I just started walking away. I didn't even ask for the carts back. When I turned, I heard one of the guys start to walk after me. At that point, I just sprinted away, running as fast as I could. I was able to make it back around the Target, and I went inside the store for a while. When I was in there, I saw one of our security guards, and I decided to tell him about the situation. He asked me to show him where the guys were, so we both went back there, but when we did, they were gone. The security guard was not exactly sure what had been going on there either. After that, we both went back to the front of the store, and he went inside. I worked outside mostly for the next hour or so, but I remember that when I was getting a few carts from deep in the parking lot, I noticed something. One of the same trucks that I had seen parked behind the Target in the grass was now parked out front. It was just to the left of the right side entrance doors. I know there are a lot of pickup trucks out there, but this one I could just tell was the same. It was the same color, make, and model, and I just knew it. As I walked closer to the store with the carts, I suddenly saw two men come sprinting out of the Target store. They were holding several items in their hands, no doubt shoplifting. They both ran to the pickup truck, quickly got inside, and the truck then screeched off, squealing the tires as it left. Soon after, I saw the Target security guard come running out of the store. I caught up with him and talked to him about what happened. He said he was going to go back and look at the security footage. Obviously, Black Friday weekend was very busy for the security guys. That was a crazy thing to happen. I think I may have found those guys planning their shoplifting adventures or something, but I'm really not sure exactly what it was.
I remember one day back in high school, I had a dentist appointment. It was earlier in the morning, so I got a pass and was excused from class at a certain time. My mom then picked me up from my high school and drove me to the dentist's. It wasn't a very long appointment, and probably within an hour, my mom drove me back to school. Now it was about halfway through the third period of the day, I believe. After dropping me back off at the side door, my mom left and I re-entered the school. I had a pass and started walking back to my classroom, which was a long ways away. I took my time walking and was in no hurry to get back to class because it was usually pretty boring. But as I was walking, I suddenly heard this announcement on the school speakers. There was a message that we were being locked down. It really took me by surprise. I tried to walk faster now and get to my classroom. I didn't know why there was a lockdown, but it couldn't be anything good. Now, to get to class, I had to go down several different hallways. I had already walked up to the second floor, which is what level my classroom was on. When I was almost there, I heard this running coming from up ahead. This seemed really strange, and I had a bad feeling about going any farther, so I stopped and then listened to the running. It was not within my view, but it sounded as though it was getting closer. I backed up and then walked towards a staircase that was nearby. When I heard the person running starting to go around the corner, I then ran for the stairs. I quickly went down them, which led back down to a hallway on the first floor. Once there, I went into the hallway, but could hear the person running still. Then it sounded like they were going to start going down the stairs as well. At that point, I began quickly walking down that hallway. I was wondering who was running and why. I really had no idea where to go down that hallway. As the person was going down the stairs, I decided to just go back and hide underneath the stairs. There was an area where I could go behind them. It was a pretty good hiding place, and I just hoped that the person wouldn't hear me and come over. I could only assume that the running was somehow related to the lockdown. So when I got under the stairs, I heard footsteps above me. I got really nervous when they reached the bottom, but thankfully, I heard them start to run away down the hallway. I looked out and saw that there was a man running in the distance, but he didn't appear to be a student. I then ran back up the staircase to get to my classroom. As soon as I reached the top, I was starting to head in the right direction when I heard running again. The same guy was now running back up the stairs, it seemed. It took me by surprise, and I didn't think that I would be able to get to my classroom if this guy was after me, so I started to literally run down the hallway. I made it to the end of one, and then heard the footsteps in the hall behind me, and they started to head in my direction. Then I just randomly turned and went the wrong way, not towards my class. I was just desperate to get away from this guy at this point. I quickly turned and then went down another hallway. I could still sort of hear the footsteps, and I walked faster and saw another staircase, so I went down this one. After reaching the end of those stairs, I walked down another hallway, very careful to listen for any footsteps. After that, I didn't hear them anymore. I walked down that hallway for another couple minutes, and then figured that I was finally clear from the guy. So then I found the nearest staircase and walked back up. I was finally going to head to my classroom, but when I started walking, no more than a minute went by when I heard some footsteps up ahead in the next hallway. I really couldn't believe it. This time, they were walking and not running, and still out of my sight. I looked around and saw a storage closet that was just a short ways away. I walked over to it and opened up the door. Then I went inside and quietly closed the door behind me. The lights were off inside and I really couldn't see anything. I went to the right side and stood there. The closet was decent sized and had all kinds of random stuff in there. As I was inside, I heard the footsteps in the hallway. They were starting to approach and I got really nervous. I was sure not to make any sounds at all. The footsteps reached the closet and then walked right past. Whoever this was didn't seem to know that I was in here. After they walked past, I remember that I got a notification on my phone. It vibrated in my pocket and made a little sound. When that happened, I then heard another noise inside the closet. I couldn't really see anything, but I didn't need to know that somebody else was in here with me. They were maybe 10 feet to my right. I looked over and saw what appeared to be a man coming out from behind a large box. I quickly moved away from him and ran for the door. I was able to make it outside, and then I started sprinting down the hallway. I looked back and saw a man exiting the closet behind me. When I reached the end of the hallway, I kept running as fast as I possibly could. I just went to my classroom and did not care what else happened. Luckily, either I was much faster than the guy or he stopped chasing me, because by the time I made it to my classroom, I didn't see him anymore. Still, I didn't want to wait around, and I started knocking on my classroom door like crazy. My teacher opened it and I went inside. I told him about being chased around. The lockdown went on for maybe 10 more minutes, not really that long. Then it ended. I found out that a man had broken into the school through a window. Nobody knew what his intentions were, but he ran away from a teacher when they saw him. I'm not sure why he was seemingly chasing me. I get really creeped out each time I remember that I went into the storage closet and he was already in there. I mean, I had to be in that closet for almost a minute. He also would have had to see me enter. I didn't see him when I first went inside because he was hiding behind a box, but just knowing he was in there with me really creeps me out. The other footsteps that I heard must have just been a teacher. If I would have known that it was a teacher, I obviously would not have cared if they saw me. There was so much running around the hallways that I did to try to get away from that guy. I'm also lucky that he didn't try to attack me when I went into the closet. He was so close to me without me even knowing. It was crazy. I don't know what he was doing in the school in the first place, but after I left the closet, he left as well, and was spotted just a short time later. The police had already arrived, and soon found him. After it happened, we didn't have any more lockdowns in my time when I went to the high school. We would occasionally have lockdown drills though. Every time that we had one, I would remember that day and feel grateful for how it turned out. At the end of the day though, I'm just glad that the man didn't hurt anybody and everyone ended up being all right.
Two years ago, I went on a road trip with my girlfriend. We were traveling across the country and stopping at a lot of parks. Most of the ones we were trying to go to were state parks, but not all of them. We both like to go hiking and that sort of stuff. My girlfriend is a lot more into it than I am, but I do enjoy it. On this road trip in particular, we were probably like 5 days in, and everything was going well. We'd seen lots of cool places, and we were out west somewhere. I don't even remember the exact state. It was either New Mexico, Colorado, or Arizona. Anyways, it was approaching sunset, and we had just been to a park a couple of hours ago. Now we were driving to our next hotel, which was still a few hours away, but I remember that my girlfriend really liked this particular area that we were in. She saw a sign for a park and asked me to stop and look at it. So I took the exit, which led to a somewhat quiet road. The land was a mixture of mountains and deserts. We drove along this road for a few miles and then saw a small parking lot for a hiking path. My girlfriend asked me to pull in. She then wanted to know if I was down for a quick hike or to just look around. If I had to estimate, I would say that we had about 20 minutes of daylight left before things got really dark. I said all right because it was a pretty cool area. So we parked and then got out of the car. Our car was the only one in the entire parking lot, and the road by it was very quiet as well. We got out and started walking on the trail. I remember about 10 minutes into it, we took some pictures of the scenery. My girlfriend mentioned that she had no service, and I looked at my phone and I didn't have any either. So we walked a little bit farther, and by then it was getting really dark, so we started heading back. This particular trail was sort of tough terrain as well. It was a lot of hills and rocks and trees. We eventually made it back to the beginning of the trail. When we approached the entrance to the parking lot though, I noticed something. There was another car in the parking lot. When I got closer, I saw that there was somebody standing right outside of our vehicle. I was walking in front of my girlfriend and I stopped and motioned for her to do the same. We went to the side a little bit next to a giant rock. We were mostly obstructed from the view of whoever was in the parking lot. I told my girlfriend what I had seen. The person at the car looked like maybe they were going to try to break into my car or something. Then I decided to look around the corner of the rock to get a better view. But when I looked, I saw that the person was now walking towards us. I moved back and we both headed the opposite way back down the trail. By now, it was almost completely dark out. I knew something was going on. The person didn't say anything, but soon entered the trail behind us. My girlfriend and I then went off trail. We went up on top of a rock and then went through some brush. It got really steep at one point, but we were able to then cut back around. We did not make our way back to the path, but went off path in the direction of the parking lot. Within a minute or two, we got back to the parking lot coming out of some brush. I heard the person somewhere behind us. We then ran for the car and got inside quickly. Then I drove out of there. When we were leaving and driving down the street, I saw the person emerging from where we had. I got back to another road after that, and we weren't followed or anything. After that, we didn't make any more stops near sunset. I'm not sure who that person was. It wasn't any kind of park official, because their car was an old beater, and the person was not wearing any kind of a uniform. Plus, the way they were standing in my car was like they were trying to open the door or look inside. I'm really glad that we were able to get away from that guy, whoever he was. I'm a 29-year-old female, and I live with my husband in a house. Our neighborhood is pretty standard for the most part, and this happened about a year and a half ago. I worked pretty normal hours then, but my husband's hours are more random. On this night, I recall that he was working late. It was probably sometime after 8 p.m., and I remember that I was in the living room. I was FaceTiming my sister and young nephew. The three of us were talking until her son had to go to bed, and then I hung up. At that point, I recall looking out the front window and noticing a car starting to pull into our driveway. A couple of things struck me as odd about this though. For one, it was not my husband's vehicle, and he wasn't supposed to be home yet. And for two, the vehicle's lights were off as it entered the driveway. Now our driveway is somewhat long and goes up to the garage. The garage is out of sight of the house though because it connects to it. So the car ended up slowing down and then just barely going out of my sight and parking. I kept watching and was now listening as well, but I didn't hear anybody getting out or anything. I called my husband and let him know what was going on. I was hoping that maybe this was one of his friends or something, but he had no clue as to who that would be and said that he would leave work as soon as possible. After hanging up with him, I wasn't really sure what to do. I then walked over to the dining room, which had a window that looked out to the backyard. It was very dark back there as well. But when I looked, I saw what appeared to be a man walking out from behind the garage and into the backyard. When I saw this, I left the room and dialed 911.
I told the operator my address and told him the situation of what was going on. I was told that police were on the way. After that, I was walking through the living room when I suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. It sounded like the dining room window was being smashed. I ran the rest of the way to the bedroom and then closed the door behind me and locked it. I moved into the bedroom closet and shut the door there as well. Now that I was there, I really couldn't hear too much. Several minutes went by, and I thought that I was in the clear, but then I heard footsteps in the hallway. When that happened, I held my breath. The man got closer and closer and didn't go into any other rooms. It seemed as though he was heading straight for the bedroom that I was in. He then tried opening the door, which was locked. When it didn't open, there was a very loud bang at the door. Perhaps the man was trying to break the door down by hitting it with something. Then, after another loud bang, I heard police sirens in the distance. This caused the man to move away from the door and go back down the hallway. Within a minute, police were out front of the house. I didn't hear much more until I was sure that the cops were there. Then I left the bedroom and went out into the hallway. The police had found the man leaving through the backyard, and luckily he was caught. The man had in fact broken the glass to the dining room, but nothing in the house was really messed up other than the window. I'm not sure what the guy's plan was, but I'm really grateful that the police got there when they did.
The summer after graduation, I took a job as a janitor at my old high school. Over the summer, the school was mostly empty. Most days, it would just be me and a couple of other janitors who worked at the school full-time. Mostly I would work on my own, since the other janitors had big summer projects to work on usually, and I'd be left with the lesser jobs. My normal routine consisted of me cleaning out lockers and classrooms and getting them ready for the next year of school. One afternoon towards the end of the summer, I was cleaning out lockers on my own when I heard someone approaching. The other janitors had told me over the lunch break that they would be working in the auditorium for the rest of the day, so I didn't think that I would see them again after lunch. The high school swimming pool was open for public use during this summer, so it wasn't uncommon to get a wanderer who was just looking for the pool or just checking out the school. I watched as this guy turned around the corner, and when he saw me, he began approaching. He came up to me and asked me for my set of keys, saying that he needed to unlock a bathroom by the pool. Firstly, I wasn't just going to give some random guy my set of keys. Second, there was a lifeguard in the pool who had keys and would have unlocked the bathroom or been able to assist. I didn't want to be rude to the man though, so I told him I could just go with him and unlock the door. However, he refused the offer and persisted that I should just give him the keys and he'd bring them right back. I told him that I couldn't do that and to go to the lifeguard for assistance. Suddenly, he approached me, reaching for my keys, grabbing towards the lanyard that was dangling out of my pocket. I quickly took a couple of steps back from him, expecting him to stop, but he didn't and started to chase after me. I took off sprinting down the hall, scared now, wondering what this guy's deal was. My plan was to race towards the auditorium because I knew the other janitors would be there. However, the man was gaining on me and I had to improvise. I figured that I knew the layout of the school better than he did, so I quickly opened the office door and went inside. I went into the office because it was actually quite a large space and was confusing with many different outbranching hallways as well as 2 exits. As I had hoped, I was able to quickly navigate my way through the office and go out to the second exit into a hallway on the other side, successfully gaining some ground on this guy. The auditorium was still on the complete opposite side of the school though, and I wasn't sure if I could outrun the man behind me for that long, so I decided to hide. There was a storage closet nearby. I yanked the door open and slipped inside, shutting it behind me. I stood in the dark, listening, waiting to hear the man emerge from the office area. Sure enough, about 10 to 15 seconds later, I heard the door open. I could hear him moving around, his footsteps echoing into the empty hall. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to control my breathing and not make any sort of a noise. I heard him walk past the closet multiple times, pacing back and forth outside. I think he was checking classroom windows to see if I had hidden in one of those. Finally, the footsteps faded as he jogged down the hallway, presumably still looking for me. I didn't even bother trying to make my way to the auditorium and other janitors, fearing that I might run into the man again on the way. Instead, I quietly made my way back into the office, using the landline in there to call the police. They arrived soon after, but the man was gone. They searched the school, but didn't find the guy. There were only 2.5 weeks left of summer, so I stopped working a bit early and never went back to the job. A couple of years ago, I took a road trip all by myself out to California. One of my good friends moved out there, and I had never been there before, so I wanted to visit and also see some cool places in California and experience it. I was going to drive there in about 2 days. On the first day, I drove from sun up to sundown and even past that. I stopped a few times for food and stuff, but for the most part, I drove the whole time. I had booked a hotel online, and I had the address of it on my phone. By the time that I was about 30 minutes out from the hotel, it was probably about 10:30 p.m. I knew that I was going to be taking an exit up ahead in like 20 miles or so. As some more time went by, I felt like the exit should be approaching. I looked at my phone to see how close it was, and just as I looked at it, I saw the phone turn off like it had died. I tried turning it back on, but I realized that it was in fact dead. I had a car charger, but it had been having some problems recently at the time. It was one of those old chargers that sometimes it randomly wouldn't work, or you would have to mess around with it a while before it worked. So I got the charger and tried plugging it into the phone and turning it on, but nothing happened. I kept driving and saw some exits coming up. I just guessed that these were the ones that I was supposed to take. I didn't know for sure, but I was hoping that I would be correct. Maybe if I drove down the exit, I would see the hotel or a sign for it or something. So I took the exit and went to the right. I passed by an old gas station, but that was about it. As I continued to drive down this road, things were much quieter there. The roads didn't have any other cars on them at all. I drove along the road for probably 2 or 3 miles. At that point, I realized that I didn't really know where I was going, and I had probably taken the wrong exit. I wanted to figure it out though, so I pulled over to the side of the road that I was on. Then I took the charger and tried to figure out what was wrong. I unplugged it, plugged it back in, and started moving it around, trying to get it to work. I sat there in my car for a few minutes trying everything I could to get the charger to charge my phone, but nothing seemed to do it. It seemed as though that charger had finally bit the dust for good. I realized that I would have to buy a new one, but still, I had to get to the hotel and I didn't even know where it was. I remember I looked up though, and suddenly I saw headlights that a car had pulled over to the side of the road behind me. It was several car lengths back, and at first I thought that maybe it was police, but looking at the headlights, it didn't really seem like a police car. Plus, there were no flashing red and blue lights, just normal headlights. I waited for a minute or two to see if anybody would get out or something. They didn't though. Then I decided to merge back onto this quiet road. There were literally no other cars around, just us 2 cars pulled over on the side of the road right here. It was really strange. I didn't know why this person had pulled over, and on both sides of the road it was just wildland and woods. So I put my car in drive and slowly went back out onto the road. When I did, I noticed that almost immediately after me, the car behind me did the same. This gave me a bad feeling. Why would this person want to follow me? I should have turned around and went back to the highway right then and there, but I didn't. The fact that the car behind me left right after me got me distracted. I kept going down that road for a little while, and at the first opportunity to turn that I had, I took it. I wanted to see what the car would do behind me. When I turned, the car did as well. Now I was really worried. I drove down this other random road for a while, and then I turned again. The car behind me did that as well. I really wanted to get away from it. This road was even more secluded though. There were no street lights, and the only visibility was coming from my headlights and the ones of the car following me. I knew that I had to turn around and go back to the highway. It felt really sketchy trying to get away from this guy on these roads, so I decided to make a U-turn. I slowed down and went as far as I could to the right side of the road. The car behind me started to slow down as well. Then I began turning around to make the U-turn. I slowed down significantly more, but I was just able to make it. However, when I turned around, I realized that the car behind me had actually backed up. It was now parked in a way where the car was blocking almost the entire width of the road. I stopped. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't think I would be able to get around the car. Then the car turned off and I saw the driver's door open up. A man got out. He did not look friendly at all. He started instantly jogging towards my driver's side door. In an instant, I went to the right and just hit the gas. It was really just a reaction to the guy running at me. I drove right into the grass and just barely squeaked around the man's car. Luckily, my car did not get stuck in the grass, and I soon went back onto the road. I saw the guy was running back for his car, so I went faster, and as soon as I made it to the next turn, I took it. Then I took this other road that was right off of that one. I knew the guy would be coming for me, but at the moment I could not see him. So I went down that road a little ways, and then I pulled over and turned my lights off. I just hoped that the guy wouldn't go down that road. I waited for probably 10 minutes, and I didn't see the car, so he must have not known that I had went down that second road. After that, I carefully drove back towards the highway again. I was able to make it, and then I was able to use the signs to get to the correct exit. I stopped at a gas station, bought a new charger, and then was able to make it to my hotel. Looking back, I don't know who that guy was, why he followed me, or what he wanted. I don't think it was anything good though, and I'm really glad that I got away from him. It was Halloween night, and I was excited about the party at a friend's off-campus apartment. It was a costume party, and I ended up having a lot of fun. It was packed, and just overall a fun evening with my friends. Eventually, around 1 a.m., I decided to head home after saying my goodbyes. The drive home would take about 20 minutes. As I was leaving, I noticed another car pulling out at the same time, and they ended up turning the same way. I didn't think much of it for most of the drive, but eventually I noticed that they had been behind me for the entire drive, tailing me pretty closely as well. I decided to test it out if I was being followed, and tried to shake them off. I made a few turns, hoping to lose them, but the car still followed me. At this point, it still could have easily been a coincidence, but I had concerns, especially because of how close they were following me. I turned onto a less traveled road, and the other car stayed right behind me. I glanced at my rearview mirror, and the headlights were glaring back, illuminating the interior of my car. I could see the outline of a figure behind the wheel, but I couldn't make out any details. I even increased my speed, hoping to create some distance. I took a sharp turn onto a dirt road that led to a nearby park, hoping to lose them in the twists and turns, but the car stayed right on my tail. There was no way I was going to let this person see where I lived, so I just kept driving. I decided to head back towards the main road, desperate to find a place where there were more people. Before I could get back to the main road though, things escalated. I could see them trying to get beside me, speeding up and trying to force me off the road. I thought about calling for help, but I didn't want to take my eyes off the road. I swerved to avoid a collision, and the next time they came up and tried to push me off the road, I slammed on the brakes to avoid them. The pursuing car, which was now ahead of me after I slammed on the brakes, veered sharply and lost control, flying off the road into a ditch. I stayed in my car but didn't leave yet, because part of me still wanted to make sure they were okay and call an ambulance if I needed to. After a few seconds, they emerged from their car. The driver stood up and faced me. They were wearing a Grim Reaper costume with a mask covering their face, so I assumed that they must have been at the costume party that I had left from and followed me from there. After the confirmation that they weren't dead from the crash, I sped out of there and finished the rest of my drive back home. When I finally got back to my apartment and locked the door, I called the cops, explaining the situation and where the crash had happened. I later learned that when they arrived at the scene, the person in the costume was nowhere to be found, and the car they had been driving had been stolen. I was still very nervous after that night, because whoever had been following me knew what my car looked like and probably had my license plate, but I never had any following encounters.
This took place back when I was a kid. I believe that I was 10 years old or so. This was in the late 90s, and during this time, I would ride the bus home from school. It would drop me off at the corner, not far from my house. Then I would walk a short distance on the sidewalk and go inside. We lived in a pretty standard neighborhood in the suburbs, and when I would arrive back home from school, both of my parents would still be gone at work. I had been trusted to be home by myself since I was 9 years old, and I didn't mind it. But in the afternoons,
I would usually only be by myself for about 2 or 3 hours. I would just hang around the house and do homework or watch TV usually. So one time I got home from school like always. I was by myself, and it was maybe about 15 minutes or so after I got back home. I was in the living room when there was a knock at the front door. I looked over, and from where I was, I could tell that somebody was there, but I couldn't see who they were. Back then, I was a shy kid, and I didn't want the person at the door to see me, so I ducked down. The person at the door then knocked again. I was curious, so I carefully moved to a window and looked out to see who it was. There was a man there, but I did not recognize him, and he was just standing at the front step. After knocking twice, the guy then tried opening the door, which was locked. Then, he finally walked away. I thought that this was really weird. I watched him cut through the front yard and then go out of sight, heading towards the sidewalk. It was very confusing why this guy would be here. I was thinking that he had to be at the wrong house or something. I really couldn't think of any other possible explanation. But after the guy left, I moved on and forgot about it. It was certainly strange and a bit creepy, but it didn't seem that bad to me. My parents ended up getting home later, and everything was fine. But the very next day, I saw the man again. I remember that I rode the bus home, and I got dropped off. Shortly after I stepped off the bus, I remember noticing the guy. He was a long ways away, but walking down the sidewalk. I found it strange to see him here again, because until the previous day, I had never seen him before. I was not aware of him living in the area or anything like that. So I tried to hurry up, and I walked quickly to my house. Then I unlocked the door and went inside. Once I was in, I felt safe, and I didn't really think that the man would do anything. But maybe 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door again. I looked and saw that the same guy was back. Obviously, I was not going to answer the door. I tried to stay hidden from the view of the man. This time, he only knocked once, and again he tried opening the door. But after that, I saw him start to walk away. It was pretty much the same thing as the day before, and I saw him go out of my sight. This time, though, I was more creeped out because of the fact that he was here 2 days in a row. Plus, he saw me walk to the house, so there was no mistaking it. But for the next hour or so, nothing else strange happened. I was just hanging out in the living room. Then I decided to go out and water some of the flowers in the backyard. I went to the back of the house where the kitchen was, and then left out the back door. I took 2 steps into the backyard and saw the guy coming out from behind a bush. He was walking towards me. I ran back inside as fast as I could, and the man started running after me. I closed the door and locked it just in the nick of time. He nearly stopped me. He tried getting in, but couldn't. I ran out of the room and went to the phone in the living room. I dialed 911 and asked for police to come to my address. The man ran away at that point, though. I was glad he was gone. The police got there a while later and searched the entire property as well as the neighborhood. However, the man was long gone by then. There was a bit of an investigation done. I don't really remember much else, other than a neighbor about a block away remembered seeing a work van parked on the side of the road. They didn't know whose it was, and it was thought that maybe that was the guy's vehicle. After that, though, he never came back. I'm really glad that I was all right. I will never forget that scary experience. I never thought much of getting randomly paired with a college roommate. I figured we'd be friendly, share some laughs, and maybe argue over something small, but nothing out of the ordinary. But when I moved into the dorm, I was paired with a girl named Emily, and from the start, things felt off. Emily was quiet, not in a shy way, but in a way that made you wonder if she had something to hide. She didn't go out much, and when she did, she'd be back in no time. She kept to herself and barely spoke to me. I tried to be friendly, but she only gave short, one-word answers. Over time, I started to avoid her as much as possible. I felt bad about it, but it was just easier that way. One evening, I was studying in our room when Emily came in looking more upset than usual. She threw her bag on the bed and sat down heavily. I tried to ignore her, but she was pacing back and forth. "You okay?" I asked, though I didn't really expect an answer. Yeah, just a lot on my mind, she said. Then she fell silent again. That night, as I was about to fall asleep, I heard Emily's bed creaking. I looked at the clock. It was past 2 a.m. I tried to ignore it, thinking she was just restless, but then I heard a soft, rhythmic thumping sound. It was irregular, like something heavy was being moved around. Curiosity got the better of me. I got up and peeked out of my bed. Emily's bed was moving slightly with each thump, and I saw her silhouette through the thin partition that separated our beds. She was sitting up, her head bent forward. I was too tired and scared to investigate further, so I just went back to bed. The next morning, Emily was already gone when I woke up. I didn't think much of it until the day after. I was sitting at my desk when I noticed something odd. The drawer of the nightstand next to Emily's bed was slightly open, and I could see a piece of paper sticking out. I pulled it out and found a list of names and dates written in Emily's handwriting. It didn't make sense at first, but then I realized they were names of students in our dorm, and the dates were all recent. I started to feel uneasy. I didn't know why Emily would have a list like this, and I didn't want to confront her about it. A few days later, the list was gone, and Emily acted like nothing had happened. As the days went on, Emily started acting even weirder than normal. I started noticing that Emily was always home, even when she said she'd be out. I'd come back from class, and her door would be closed, but I could hear her muffled noises from inside. It sounded like she was talking, or maybe arguing with someone, but I never saw anyone else come or go. One night, after several days of this strange behavior, I was coming back from a late study session. As I approached our room, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I could hear Emily's voice, but this time it was clear. She was talking, loudly and angrily. Her door was cracked open, and I could see her in the room. She was standing by the window, her back to me. She was talking to herself, but the way she was moving, it was like she was addressing someone else. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it sounded intense. I didn't want to intrude too much, so I quietly closed the door and went into the common area. The next morning, Emily was gone again. I took the opportunity to look around her side of the room. I felt a little guilty about snooping, but she was acting so weird lately that I wanted to see if I could get a clue as to what was going on. I didn't find much, just a few personal items and the empty drawer where the list had been. But there was something else. Underneath her bed, I found a small old-fashioned key. It didn't look like it belonged to any of the dorm rooms. I put it back where I found it and decided to stay away from her side of the room. Days went by, and Emily's behavior grew even more erratic. One evening, as I was studying late, I saw her from the corner of my eye, walking around the dorm with that strange, intense look on her face. She had a heavy bag with her, and she seemed to be looking for something or someone. I tried to avoid her, but she noticed me and gave me a cold stare before quickly disappearing down the hallway. Things reached a tipping point one night. I was awoken by a loud banging sound coming from Emily's side of the room. I hesitated, but decided to check it out. When I opened the door, the room was dark, and Emily was nowhere to be seen. Her bed was a mess, and the room looked like it had been ransacked. I went to the common area and saw Emily sitting alone, her head in her hands. She looked up when I approached and had tears in her eyes. "Are you all right?" I asked, trying to be supportive despite my own fear. She nodded but didn't say anything, so I decided not to press further. The next day, Emily was gone. Her things were packed up, and a note was left on her desk saying she was leaving for personal reasons and wouldn't be coming back. I never saw Emily again, and I later found out that she had transferred out of the college. I still don't know what was going on with her, but the whole experience left me shaken. I learned to be more careful about who I lived with and trust my instincts. Sometimes I wonder if I will ever know the real story behind Emily's strange behavior and that unsettling list of names. Everything about the girl just seemed very strange and mysterious.
This is something that happened back on Halloween night when I was a kid. I remember that I was about 8 or 9 years old, and I was going to go trick-or-treating. My older sister was 16, and she did not go trick-or-treating anymore, so she was going to go with me and act as my babysitter for the night. I wanted to go trick-or-treating by myself, but my parents said that she had to go with me, and I was too young. They obviously didn't want me walking up and down the street all by myself at night, even if it was Halloween. So we set out at around 6 p.m., and I was going trick-or-treating as a football player. Our neighborhood was huge. There were many different houses along it, and the plan was to go up and down our street and maybe 3 or 4 other streets, really however much we had time to do. So my sister would walk with me along the sidewalk, and then she would stand at the end of the driveways and wait for me as I went up to the houses. I saw a decent amount of other kids and parents also out as the night went on. At one point, at least 2 hours in, I went to this one house a few streets over from ours. The driveway was pretty long, and I went up to the house and I rang the doorbell. The owner of the house said hi and gave me some candy. When I walked away though, I saw that there was this older looking minivan stopped on the side of the road. It looked like the driver of the van was talking to my sister. I walked back down the driveway to my sister, and I didn't really know what was going on. But shortly after I got there, the van just drove away. I remember my sister telling me that the guy in the van tried giving her a ride. She said that he asked her if she needed a ride, and even after she said no, he was telling her to hop in. We were both kind of creeped out about it. I didn't know if the guy had bad intentions or if he actually thought she needed a ride, but I knew that we obviously were not supposed to get rides from strangers. We kept going down the street, and I was going to more houses. About 20 minutes later though, as I walked along the sidewalk with my sister, we saw the van again. It was driving down the road from the opposite way and going really slow. When it approached us, the driver's window rolled down. I saw this man with a beard and kind of long hair. He had an overall sloppy appearance, and as his van slowed down significantly, he said hi to me and my sister. He asked us if we needed a ride again. My sister was quick to say no, and we kept walking. The guy said in a creepy way, "You sure?" Then he drove off. My sister then said that we should probably head back now. By then, it was getting a little bit later anyways, and there were significantly less kids and parents out. Even though I wanted more candy, I agreed. I was a little bit worried that the man would come back again. So I went to just like 10 more houses, and then we decided to go back. I was satisfied with the amount of candy that I had gotten. As I walked with my sister, we got towards the end of the street that we were on and then turned. We walked past this little park that connected to our neighborhood. There were more houses on the other side of the park. As we walked past, I could just barely see the same van driving through that neighborhood. We walked faster and hoped to make it back. Soon we reached our street, but the street was very long and it would still take us a few minutes to reach our house. As we were walking down, I heard a car approaching us from behind. I looked back and saw that it was the same van. When it was still a good distance away, my sister and I both picked up that it was the van and recognized it. My sister told me to go up the driveway to the house that we were right in front of. Even though I had already trick-or-treated there, I did. This time, my sister went with me. When we got all the way up to the door, we watched, and the van slowly drove by. It appeared to almost come to a stop when it was directly in front of the house that we were at, but eventually it did drive away. Then my sister and I returned to the sidewalk. We started walking as fast as we could to get back home. Now, this was before cell phones were really that popular, and my sister didn't have one yet despite being 16, so we couldn't call my parents or anything. As we walked down the street, we soon saw up ahead that the same van was now parked on the side of the road. We would have to walk past it. We decided to just go for it, and we went even faster. We were basically jogging now. When we went past the van, at first it didn't do anything, but then I could hear it starting to drive. Our house was within sight at this point. My sister and I both started sprinting, and we got through the front yard. We went right up to the front door and then got inside. The first thing that we did after entering was lock the door behind us, and then my sister found our parents. She told them how a creepy guy was following us and stuff. We went to the window and we saw that the van was parked right out front, but nobody appeared to be inside of it. I remember that my dad actually went outside and approached the van. He knocked on the window and looked inside, but soon returned, saying that nobody was in the van. We knew that it was not a neighbor or anything. Then, like 30 seconds after my dad got inside, somebody tried opening the back door to our house. We all knew that it was the guy. My dad walked over to the back of the house and yelled from the other side that he was calling the cops. The man actually ran around our house, and then we saw him sprint back to his van and get inside. He quickly drove away after that. My parents called the police, and they arrived a while later. We told the police everything that we could, and they said that they would try to locate the man. Then they left. I'm guessing that the guy left town after that. I'm not sure if he was ever found, but I know that I never saw him again after that, and I'm really glad that my sister and I got away from him.
For a little bit of background, I'm a female, and this took place last year. I was staying in a hotel for a few days. I had a room on the second floor, and the hotel was very large, but not super fancy. They had a good breakfast that was free for guests and was on the first floor. There was a lot of things that I was going to do in the city I was staying in. I had several friends in the area, and I was excited to visit with them. After arriving the first day, I spent some time with my friends and then returned to the hotel. I pretty much went straight to bed that night. The next morning, I got up and went down to get some breakfast. It was pretty busy, and a lot of other people were also getting food. I sat by myself in a small table in the corner. I was next to a window, but I was facing the rest of the people there. When I was sitting there, I noticed there was this one guy staring at me. He was sitting across all the way to the other side of the room. This guy was also sitting by himself. At first, I didn't think he could be looking at me, but probably something else that was close to me. I looked around, but there really wasn't anything else there. For some reason, I think he was staring at me. He looked away a few times, but his eyes would return to me every so often. He wasn't smiling or anything either, but kept a straight face. The man appeared somewhat young, but was about average height and somewhat thin. He was also wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and black pants. He didn't appear to be eating anything either. He was just sitting there and staring in my direction. I stayed there for another 10 minutes or so. Then I decided to go back to my room. I was in my room for maybe an hour before leaving and meeting up with my friends again. I was gone for basically the entire day. I didn't arrive back at my hotel until late, probably around midnight. After getting back, things were very quiet inside. But I noticed just past the lobby in the breakfast room, the same guy was sitting in there. He was at a table, just kind of looking around, when I walked sort of by him to the hallway, and he looked at me. It was kind of strange to see him again, especially at this hour. After I passed him by, I went to the elevator and took it up to the second floor. Then I walked down that hallway to my room. I entered and then took a shower and was going to go to bed. But I was really thirsty and realized that I didn't have any water. I really didn't want to drink the water from the sink in the bathroom. I just personally hate drinking tap water. I knew there was a vending machine down the hallway, so I decided to go there. When I got to the door, I looked out of the peephole first though. I really don't know why. It's just a habit that I sometimes do. But when I did, I saw the same man, the one who had been staring at me at breakfast and again when I got back to the hotel. He was just standing there outside of my door in the hallway. I had no clue why he was here or what he was doing. I watched him for about 10 seconds, and he just kind of stood around. Then I quietly moved away from the door. I was really creeped out and didn't know what to do. For a few minutes, I was trying to figure out what the guy could possibly be doing. I was trying to think of logical explanations in my head, but I really didn't have any. After about 5 minutes, I went back over to the door and looked. He was finally gone. I very carefully opened up the door and looked. I checked both ways down the hallway, and the coast was clear. So I walked down to the end where the vending machines were. As I was getting my water there, it was very quiet. When I finally got the water, I picked it up and started walking back to my room. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. They were a ways back. I walked faster, and then when I was about halfway to my room, looked over my shoulder. It was the same guy. He was still a far distance away, but definitely following me. I continued to walk quickly to my door, but my heart was now racing. I knew that if I had any kind of mishap when entering my key card, the man might catch up to me. And we all know that hotel key cards can be really hard to get to work sometimes. I finally made it to my door, and thank goodness the card worked perfectly. I got inside and then swiftly shut the door in one fast motion. Just about a second later, the knob started to turn, but it was locked. I looked out and saw the same guy there again. What on earth did he want? After that, there was a quiet knock at the door. There was no way that I was going to answer it. Instead,
I went to the phone and called the front desk. I reported the guy and gave his description. I was told that they would look into it. Then I just waited inside my room. About a minute or two later, I looked through my peephole and the guy was gone. But I saw a hotel employee walking down the hallway. I left my room and told the employee what had happened. He said that he would keep an eye out for the man. After that, I went to bed. It took a while to fall asleep, but eventually I was able to. The next morning, I was told by hotel management that they located the man in the hotel the previous night. When questioned, he ran. However, he did not leave, but hid somewhere else inside the hotel. He was later spotted hiding in the breakfast room behind a table. The police got called on the guy, and eventually he was arrested for refusing to leave. When I heard that, it was a huge relief. It's crazy to think that the guy wasn't even staying at the hotel. He was just hanging around and causing problems. I still don't know why he was after me specifically though. The rest of my trip went great, but the experience still creeps me out whenever I remember it. So this story took place just a few weeks ago. It's really bizarre and also scary. I play in a fantasy football league with a bunch of my friends. If anybody doesn't know, in fantasy football, you draft players that are in the NFL, and based on their performances for the week, your team gets points. Your team plays another team every week. There's playoffs and a championship game at the end. Well, in the league that I play with my friends, whoever gets last place in the league has to get punished. Before the season starts, people think of ideas for punishments and we vote on it and decide it. So everybody knew that this year, our punishment was to dress up as a clown. Then the loser would have to walk down one of the busiest streets in our nearby city. Thankfully, I didn't lose, but one of my best friends, Ben, did. My friend Jordan and I decided to go with him for his punishment. We were going to record it and send it to everybody else in the league. We first went to a party supply store and bought a cheap clown mask and costume. Then we wrote on a piece of cardboard, "I suck at fantasy football." We then drove to the city, which was about 15 minutes away. It's a pretty large city and also very busy. When we got there, the sun was setting, but there was still a lot of people out. Ben reluctantly put on his loser clown outfit and we were laughing like crazy. We parked in this little parking lot on the edge of downtown and then walked several blocks. When we got into the heart of the city, Ben had to walk the entire way down the street and back. He kept trying to negotiate and make it a shorter walk, but it was our responsibility to make sure that the punishment was fulfilled. Ben walked on the sidewalk and people were staring at him. We laughed and got our pictures and videos. Then we started to head back. When we did though, we noticed that there was another person dressed as a clown. It was really strange to see. I mean, there were a lot of people around, but I didn't expect to see someone else who looked like a clown. Obviously, we had to have Ben go over and say hi to the other clown. We walked over, and when we got over to him, saw that his mask and costume was a lot better than Ben's. He didn't really seem amused though. The other clown just kind of stood there. Ben attempted a handshake with the other clown, but he left him hanging. He wasn't saying anything either, so we just left. We started walking back to our car, which would take probably less than 5 minutes or so. We walked along the sidewalk, away from where most of the people were. It was a much quieter area where we parked. About a minute into the walk, Jordan said that the clown appeared to be following us. I looked back and saw him walking behind us, but a long ways away. We all found this funny and figured that the guy was just joking around. We kept walking, and surprisingly, the clown remained behind us. Eventually, we crossed the street and had to go just another block to get to the car. When we crossed the street, it was much quieter, and hardly anybody else was around. The clown then crossed the street as well. He appeared to be getting closer. I found it a little bit strange that he was still behind us. Soon we made it to the parking lot, and at that point, saw the clown had started to run after us. We all hurried to get inside of the car. We were laughing, but I honestly found it a little bit creepy. I have a smaller SUV, and I was driving, with Jordan in the passenger seat and Ben in the back. I started the car and then watched and laughed as the clown kept running after us. When the clown reached the parking lot, he stopped. I started driving out and we would have to go right past him. He was now standing by the exit. When I was starting to drive by the clown, he turned and faced us. Then I saw him pulling something out of his pocket. I didn't know what it was because I looked away to focus on the road. But the next thing I knew, I heard a loud noise come from the back of the car and a crashing of glass. Then I heard Ben say that the clown threw a brick at us. I drove out of there and the back window was half smashed. Everybody in the car was fine, and Ben didn't get any glass on him or anything. We called the police though and reported the clown, and we're glad to get away from him. I thought he was harmless. It was creepy that he followed us, but we had no idea that he would pull a brick out and throw it at us. The whole situation is so crazy, I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't there myself. It made for the most memorable fantasy football punishment ever.
This happened back when I was in college. It was my freshman year, and I lived in the dorms on the second floor. The dorm building that I had was very popular for freshmen and was pretty large. I remember that not long into the school year, maybe a week or two in, I started to get to know some people. I was making some friends in my classes and got to know a couple people who lived on my floor as well. There was this one guy though, who I always seemed to run into or see. He was a little short, had dark brown hair, and lived down the hall from me. Almost every day when I left for class, I would see him. He would seem to be leaving either right before me or right after me. And when I would return to my dorm, I would almost always see him too. It was crazy. The school was not that large, but it wasn't that small either. I also saw him in several different locations around campus. I chalked it up to just a coincidence. I mean, we likely had similar class schedules, and we were both freshmen. Despite seeing him all the time, I never actually spoke with him. After probably a month of seeing this guy multiple times on just about a daily basis, I didn't think that much of it. But I got suspicious one time when I went to go fill up my water bottle down the hall. The dorm rooms had no running water or bathrooms in them, so you had to go down the hall to use either the community bathrooms or the community water fountain. I left my room, and the water fountain was kind of around the corner. When I walked back and entered my dorm room, I saw the guy just standing there a few feet inside. He looked surprised to see me, but I was just as surprised to see him. He said something like, "Sorry, I accidentally went in the wrong room." Then he quickly walked past me and left. I was so confused that I didn't say anything, and I just watched him leave. Then he was gone, and I locked my door. After thinking about it for a while though, I realized how that made no sense what he said. Sure, he lived on my floor, but we had been living there for like a month now. There's no way he would just accidentally walk into the wrong room. I had only been gone for like 30 seconds to a minute at most filling up my water, so he had probably just entered my room when I got back. That very same night though, it got even weirder. I was up late doing homework. It was probably like 11 p.m. or maybe midnight. I was planning to go to bed really soon. I just remember that when I was in my room, I heard my doorknob start to turn. My door was thankfully locked, so whoever it was did not get in. But I knew who it probably was right away. That one guy that I kept seeing. I got up and ran over to the door and looked out of the peephole. When I got there though, whoever it was now gone and I saw nothing. Now I was really creeped out that he tried to enter my room so late at night. Of course, I had no proof who it was, but I had a strong feeling. The next day, I saw the guy once more. He left his dorm room not long after I passed by his in the hallway. I was walking to my class, and I assumed that he was doing the same. He was walking about 20 feet behind me, maybe, and I thought about turning around and confronting him. Then I could ask him if he tried to enter my room the previous night, but I decided not to. I just walked to class and didn't see him anymore when I was about halfway there on campus. I didn't see him for the rest of the day either, until later that night. This time though, I went down to the computer lab. We had a smaller computer lab in the basement of my dorm building. Generally, it was pretty quiet, especially late at night. It was a better place to get homework done, because there was a printer and less distractions than my room. So I was finishing an assignment and focused on that. All of a sudden, I looked up and saw the guy at another computer. He wasn't looking at me, but I was so mad when I saw him. There was no way he was not purposely following me around or something. He wasn't that close to me. When I saw him, I just finished as fast as possible and then left. I didn't want to be around him anymore. When I left the lab, I did not notice him leaving right after me or anything. I quickly made it back to my room and locked the door. Then I went to bed after that. The next thing that happened was a few days later. It was the weekend, I believe either a Friday night or Saturday night. I went out with some friends and was gone until pretty late. At probably sometime after midnight, I was dropped off in front of my dorm building. I went inside and then was walking up to my room. Things were very quiet with how late it was. When I got up to my floor, I walked down the hallway to the end where my room was. But shortly after I passed by that one guy's door, I heard it open. I sensed him start to walk behind me. I was slightly annoyed, but that was all. As I kept walking to my room though, he continued to follow me and seemed to be getting closer. I walked a little bit faster, and I could feel him getting closer still. Then I just started running. I ran the rest of the way to my room, unlocked the door as fast as possible, and then got inside. When I was unlocking it, I could hear him now running, but I didn't look. Then I slammed the door shut and locked it. Not even a second after that, he arrived at my door and tried opening it. He was trying like crazy, but the door was locked, and then he started pushing on the door like he was trying to force it open. I took out my phone and called campus safety. Meanwhile, he started to basically throw himself up against the door, like he was trying to break it down or something. This went on for a minute or so, and then he stopped. I went to the peephole and looked, but he was still standing there. I thought he was going to walk away, but then he tried opening the door again and breaking the door, but the door held up. Then a campus security officer arrived and saw him at my door. He was questioned, and I heard him claiming that he must be at the wrong door again. What a lie. He went back to his room after that, and then I talked with the campus safety. The guy ended up getting kicked out of the dorm building, and I believe kicked out of the university as well. I never saw him after that. I'm sort of worried that he might show up and stalk me someday or something, but luckily, I haven't seen him since.
I used to work at home for my job, and when I did that, I would walk to Starbucks every day. There was a Starbucks that I could walk to, and it would take about 20 minutes. So I would wake up and then make the walk to Starbucks and then head back before work. It allowed me to get my steps in and also get my morning coffee. Well, I did this just about every day for probably 2 or 3 months until something caused me to stop. It was a regular weekday, and I left my house at 7 a.m. for the daily walk to Starbucks. The walk there went fine. I would take sidewalks the entire way there and back. Most of the roads were usually pretty quiet, but the 2 roads closest to Starbucks were a little bit busier. After I got to Starbucks, I ordered my usual coffee and then waited inside until it was done. The Starbucks was somewhat busy with it being the morning, but as I waited, I just browsed around on my phone. Soon my coffee was done, and I took it and started to walk back. Now, when I was about halfway home, I was walking on the left side of the road on the sidewalk. The street was a 1-lane residential street, and there was a mixture of apartment buildings and houses. I remember that as I was walking, this car came down the street in the same direction that I was going. It then slowed down, and I expected it to pass me, but it didn't. It was a gray sedan and seemed sort of old. I'm not much of a car person though, so I don't know the exact year, make, or model. I noticed that the car was traveling at around the same speed that I was walking. I didn't know why though. None of the people that I knew had that kind of a car, so it couldn't be one of my friends or something. As the car continued to go at around the same speed as me, I felt sort of nervous. After maybe 30 seconds of this, the car actually started to pull over to the side of the road and in front of me. I wanted to get away from them. I had just passed a sidewalk that went between 2 apartment buildings to my left. As the car was pulling over, I turned around and went down that sidewalk. The car would have no way of following me down there. I just hoped that whoever was driving wouldn't get out and go after me or something. When I walked a decent ways down that sidewalk between buildings, I didn't hear anybody walking behind me or anything. I stayed there for a little while and then went back. When I did, nobody was there and the car was gone. After that, I kept on going with my walk home. I made it back okay and didn't really know what to make of the whole situation. I was just glad that the car didn't continue to follow me. So for the next few days, I continued to walk to Starbucks every morning. That one incident didn't stop me. I didn't even consider not going. However, Sometime during the next week, I saw the car again. It was almost the exact same situation as before. I was walking down the same sidewalk on the same street. I saw the car again slowly drive a little bit past me. I thought to myself, not this again. When I saw it, I sped up and started walking quickly. The car maintained speed with me again. I looked over to see who was driving, but couldn't tell from my angle. Coming up ahead was the same sidewalk between buildings that I had gone down before. When I got there, I went down that same sidewalk again as I did before. I walked almost all the way down, and then went back, hoping to see that the car was gone again like before. When I got to the corner and looked around though, the car was still there. It was parked on the side of the road. I didn't see anybody around it on the sidewalk though. Still, I didn't want to take any chances, so I walked back down the sidewalk between the buildings. From there, I took another way home. It took a while longer, but I didn't see the car again for the rest of the day. Now, after that, I really should have stopped walking to Starbucks every morning. But I didn't. I kept going, and the very next day, I walked to Starbucks without a problem. On the way back, I was very careful to watch out for the car. In fact, I took a separate way home from the road that I had seen it on before. Eventually, I was able to make it back to my street and to my house. When I got inside of my house, literally seconds after I closed the door, I saw the car. It was driving down my usual quiet street. It was traveling at a very slow speed. The car did not stop at my house though, but kept going. When it went out of sight, I kept watching out the window. About a minute later, it came back, but once more it kept going past my house. I was careful so that whoever was driving wouldn't see me through the window. After that, I finally stopped walking to Starbucks. Luckily, I haven't seen the car since. I have a few theories of who it was, but I don't know exactly. I think it might have been somebody who saw me at Starbucks, maybe multiple times. It also could have been a random person. They must have somehow followed me to my street, but I don't believe they know which house was mine. I feel lucky that nothing bad happened.
This is the story of the time that I got a job from Craigslist. Years ago, when I was in college, I hardly had any money. I was really busy, and I remember during the summer one year, I got this internship, but I didn't get paid anything for it. I was living with my parents, so I didn't have too many expenses, but I still wanted to have a little bit of money. I couldn't get a job because I didn't have enough time in my schedule. But that gave me the idea to look on Craigslist for something that I could do on a weekend sometime. I knew that there were people who would pay money for you to do yard work for them or something. And yard work was exactly the type of thing that I was looking for. I was pretty confident in my skills, and after looking on Craigslist for a couple of days, I saw an ad that interested me. It was a man who said he needed somebody to do quite a bit of work on his property. The job would take several hours at least, but he was willing to pay good money for it. And the guy also said that there was potential that he would need work done again another time. The ad did not have a specific day, but said to contact him for more information. So I reached out, and pretty quickly I got a response. We arranged a meeting of basically a job interview at a local restaurant. The man's name was Robert, and he seemed to be a nice guy. He said that he owned several houses in the general area. Some he was fixing up to sell, and others to rent. He recently bought a house that needed a lot of yard work done to the property. He said that if I wanted, he might need me for another property in the future as well. The man asked me what day I would be available to work, and I told him. So he gave me the address of the house and said that I could have the job. When the date we agreed on several days later came, I drove to the house and got there when I was supposed to. Robert was not there, but he was at another one of his properties. He said that when I was almost done working to text him and he would come by and pay me. Then I started work. The property of the house was a little bit out there in the country. I was supposed to mow the grass, do some weeding, pick up all the tree branches and stuff in the yard, and then plant a bunch of these flowers that the guy had. The yard was pretty large in both the front and backyard, and at the end of the backyard was a large woods. I'm not sure if that was still his property or not, but I believe at least part of it was. It was definitely a lot of work, but I didn't mind it too much. About an hour in, when I was mowing the grass on the guy's riding mower, I saw something off. I was in the backyard and a good distance away from the house, but I saw what looked like a man staring at me from inside a window to the house. It really took me by surprise, because I was under the impression that the house was empty. I thought that maybe someone was renting the place or something like that. As I kept mowing, I looked over a few more times. When I got a little closer, the man suddenly moved away from the window. I didn't get a good look at him, but later on, I remember that I was mowing in the front and I saw him again. He was once more staring in my direction. When we made eye contact, he didn't move away this time. Instead, he continued to stare at me. I had to look away because it was really weird. I tried to just ignore it though. Soon I finished with the lawn and then went on to the gardening. Once more though, as I was doing this, I noticed the guy staring at me. Not too long after that time, I remember that I got a call from the owner of the house. He was just asking me how things were going and said that he would come by in a little bit. I said that it was going good, but then I decided to ask him if somebody was renting the house. The man said no, the house was currently vacant. I told him how there was a guy inside that kept staring at me. The man told me that he was going to call the police, and he was also going to come over as soon as he could. He recommended that I go to my car and wait in there until the police arrive. I took his advice, and I stopped working and went to my car. I was parked on the side of the street out front, and I kept looking to the windows but no longer saw the man. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived, followed by the homeowner about 2 minutes after that. He opened up the house for the police, and they went inside. About 10 minutes later, they came out and said that the place was empty. The man must have left. I was very confused because I hadn't seen him leave, so it had to be out the back. Robert went inside and said that he saw evidence that somebody else had been there. I didn't go in the house, so I don't know if something was stolen or what, but I was glad that he didn't think I was crazy or making it up. The police looked around the front and backyard briefly and then left. Before Robert left though, he said that he trusted that I would finish and he paid me. I was in fact going to finish, so I stayed there and I continued gardening. I was almost done, and it took me only like 20 or 30 more minutes to finish. When I was done, I was taking the weeds and tossing them in the woods like I was supposed to. As I approached the entrance of the woods, I saw the man again. He was standing pretty deep in the woods, partly behind a tree. I'm not sure if he knew that I saw him or not. I tried to play it off and I calmly walked away. I was really glad that I was done with work. I quickly went to my car and then left. I called Robert and told him that the guy was back. After that, I went home. I'm not sure who that guy was or how he got into the house, but that was a really creepy experience.
Something extremely creepy happened to me about a month ago. For some brief background, I live by myself in a small house in a busy neighborhood. I've lived there for about a year, and it's been going well. I plan to move to a bit larger house in a nicer neighborhood once I have more money saved up. I work an office job with pretty standard hours. Well, one day, after getting back home from work, I got my mail like usual. There was an envelope in the mailbox that I didn't know where it came from. There were no stamps on it of any kind. I was curious about it, so I decided to open that one first. I went inside and opened up the envelope to see some pictures. They appeared to be printed on a piece of paper, not very good quality, like they were not developed or anything. But there were 5 different pictures, and they were all of me. One was of me walking on the sidewalk. Every day when I went to work, I had to park in a lot that was a few blocks from my work. Then I had to walk there on the side of the street. The city was usually pretty busy. The other photos were all of me as well. Some were me in the parking lot getting out of my car. The last one was me in my car at a stoplight. I was really creeped out by all of this. There were no words or writing, just these photos. I didn't know what to make of it. Was somebody stalking me? The pictures were taken from a decent ways away and appeared to be zoomed in a little bit. I had no idea as to where they were taken from though, or why this person was taking pictures of me at all. I was so creeped out though that I went to the police station that same night. I told them the story, that I got these pictures in an envelope in the mail with no explanation. I talked with the police for a while, but at the end of the day, not a whole lot could be done. I wasn't threatened or anything, and there was no law against taking pictures in public. They told me to keep them posted though, and try to see if I noticed anything strange. So over the next few days at work, I actually looked all around when I got out of my car and walked to and from the office, but it could have been anyone. There were so many buildings around and so many possible hiding places, but the good news over the next few days was that I didn't get any more pictures sent to me. But that changed about a week after the first batch. I got another envelope in my mailbox. This time, there were more pictures. 5 more, all of me once again. But this time, they were of me getting out of my car when I got home from work. I was terrified. This person knew where I lived. I looked around outside, but didn't notice anyone. My street could get pretty busy sometimes, so it would be easy to not be as noticeable. After that happened, I told the police again, but there still wasn't much that they could do. Now, after that happened, I haven't got another envelope. It's been about a month, and everything's been fine. I don't know if I will get any more, and if this person is stopped or what. It still really creeps me out though. I'm currently looking for another place to live, either apartment or another house. I also found a different parking lot for work. I'm not sure if that had any impact on the person not taking pictures of me or what. I still wonder though, who did that and why?
When I was younger, I worked at a dollar store called Family Dollar. It was one of my first jobs, and I was 17 years old. I lived at home during this time with my parents in a neighborhood that was really close to work. I could go there just by taking a few sidewalks, and it took maybe 10 minutes to walk there. So most of the time, I would walk to and from work. I did not have a car yet anyways. So one time, I worked until 9 o'clock at night. It had been a pretty typical shift to that point, and I clocked out and left when I was done. I began walking home along the quiet streets. The street directly in front of the Family Dollar was somewhat busy during the day, but not really at night. Then the roads behind the Family Dollar were mostly residential, and usually very quiet. We lived just a few blocks behind it. Normally, when I would walk home, there would be nobody else on the sidewalk, but on this night, a man was following me. I first noticed him probably 2 minutes into the walk. I heard the footsteps a ways back, and I looked over my shoulder. I saw a man walking, but I actually recognized him. He had been inside of the dollar store earlier in the day. In fact, he had come to my register where I was a cashier. Except this guy had been there much earlier. I'm talking like 5 hours earlier, and I hadn't seen him come back inside the store or anything since then. So this seemed sort of strange to me. I kept walking, and when I turned to go down another street, he followed me. I was starting to get nervous. I really wasn't that far away from home, so this was becoming more and more of a problem. Soon I reached my street. I turned to go down it and just hoped that the man wouldn't do the same. But he did. I couldn't go to my house, so I went to the end of the street and then started to head for the street behind my house. The man followed me the entire way. After walking down that street, I quickly turned a corner. The man was not right behind me or anything, so it would take probably 20 seconds for him to reach the corner and then be able to see me. So in the short time that he couldn't see me, I ran into a neighbor's yard and then cut through their backyard. After going behind their house, I cut through a couple more yards and then I was in my backyard. I quickly went around to my house and went inside. I was out of breath from running and my heart was racing from the experience, but I felt much better now that I was safe. I watched out of the front windows for a while to see if the man would walk past, and to my surprise, I did end up seeing him walking down the street. I didn't think that was a coincidence. Luckily, he did not go into our yard or anything, so I was confident that he didn't know where I lived. I told my parents about it, and they told me that I should drive to work next time. My mom did not need to use her car during the time of my next shift, and said that I could use it. Even though it would take less than a minute to drive there, I did. The next time I worked was 2 days later. I once again worked another shift that ended at around 9 o'clock at night. During that time, I was working as a cashier, and a few hours into this shift, everything was pretty quiet. I happened to look over though, and I noticed the man who had followed me home entering the store. When I saw him, I got really nervous. I didn't know what he was going to do. The man went into some random aisle and then went out of my sight. I was dreading having to ring him up when he checked out. I tried my best to just ignore it and tried to think about other things. But after a while, I noticed the man leaving. He did not buy anything and didn't check out. I felt relieved. For the rest of my shift, I didn't see him. So on this night, when I got off,
I left the store and I went to my mom's car in the parking lot. When I got inside, I started up the engine and began leaving. But when I was driving out of the parking lot, I saw the lights turn on from another car in the lot, and then that one started to leave. Instantly, I got paranoid and was worried that this was the same man. And when I took a left and headed to my street, the car behind me also took a left. I drove to my street and turned onto it, and so did the car behind me. I just knew that this was the same guy. I drove past my house and then went to the street behind me once again. This time though, I left that street and started driving to try to find the local police station. I had to look up directions, but was able to make it there within about 10 minutes. When I pulled into the parking lot, the car behind me was still there, but did not pull in after me. I parked and went into the police station and reported everything. Of course, I had no proof that the person in the car behind me was the same man, but I had more than a hunch. I also did not get the license plate. I couldn't see it in the dark, but I was hoping that the police would be able to do something. I did not want to get followed home from work again. After speaking with police, I called my parents, and I told them about what had happened. Then I went home. The next time I worked, I was really worried that I would be followed again or see the man or something. I knew to call the police if I noticed him again though. When I got to work, I told my coworker about the story, and surprisingly, my coworker Tori seemed to know the man that I was talking about. Tori was older than me and worked at the dollar store full time. When I described the man, she said that it sounded a lot like a guy that she kind of knew. She told me that he was a creep and had a mutual friend with her. After work that night, I was extremely careful and looked all around. Tori even walked to my car with me, and luckily I was not followed home or anything. The next time that I worked after that was several nights later. When I got to work, Tori was working as well. She told me that the man she knew, who was also likely the same man who had followed me, had been arrested. She said that apparently he was driving with drugs in his car and led the police on a chase for a while. When I saw a picture of him, I confirmed that it was the same man. It was a huge relief, and I went to the police after work and told them that that was the same guy who had followed me. This was a long time ago now, but I will never forget it. I only worked at the Family Dollar for a few months and then quit. Looking back, that was definitely the scariest thing to ever happen to me when I worked there.